That speech at the White House in the spring of 2019, my life changed forever. You heard our real president yesterday say, you know, he's a seller of consumers. Yeah, I said real president. Seller, he introduced me, he said, seller, you know, it's the guy that was, all he was, you know, selling consumer products, and now he's become this politician, or basically gotten into politics. Well, it couldn't be more of the truth than that, because, you know, I was an ex-crack cocaine addict, and to be where I'm at now with, you know, it's the American dream on steroids, and that is what we're fighting for. But I want to bring you back to that speech, and that speech that I gave from the Rose Garden. I said, God gave us grace. We prayed for grace for such a time as this, so we got to get back in our Bibles and with our families and reading the Word. And when I said that, you would have think I committed a crime, right? That's when the attack started, and they've never really let up. But I want to say this is, I see people all the time, and they say, Mike, this doesn't feel like grace. And I'll say, oh yeah, we're living in the best time in history to be alive, and I'm going to tell you that right now, why that God did give us grace. I'm going to take you back to December of 2019, wherein we were all, our lives had all improved because of, I didn't think that politics mattered, and, you know, of course I was back on crack, but I still didn't think politics mattered. And it didn't affect me, you know. I could just something that's out there, that's politicians and stuff, but boy, did we all learn what good common sense politics can do to our lives when you make decisions on problem solution and what they'll manifest to help all people. And that's where we were in December of 2019. Everybody's lives had physically improved. They'd all improved somewhat, even if you started down here with no forks all the way up to 4 forkers. But at that time, we were not, you know, people weren't coming to Jesus. They weren't pouring in going, you know, thank you, God, you know, and surrendering to our Lord Jesus Christ. They were back complacent, going, oh, this is great. And then we all know what happened. They threw the China virus at us, and the 2020 election, which, by the way, I'm going to say the 2020 election, I believe, will go down in history as one of the top 3 elections in history, which is 2016, 2020, and 2024. They're all together. This is one, you've got to look from up above and see this whole plan. Now, I'm going to tell you why. In the 2020 election, if it had went through and they wouldn't, and our great president, Donald Trump, wouldn't have got all those votes they didn't expect to stop everything and all these deviations that came out, we would have all went to bed at 3 a.m. Biden would have won, and we would have never known that they've been boiling us like frogs, and our nation was going to be over. Okay. If the election would have been turned over on December 14th or any of those other dates to Donald Trump, I believe we'd have lost our country forever, because things had to play out the way God intended. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to go to January 4th of 2020. On January 4th of 2020, I was in Georgia with our great real president, and they were the Senate race there, the last 2 senators. I got there, and I said, it hit me all at once, because, you know, I'm a little bit into marketing, right? And I always try and look at it from the other side, from the evil, from the other side. What are they thinking? Why are they doing this? You heard Tucker yesterday in his speech talk about deflection, all this nonsense out there about men breastfeeding and trends and all this stuff. That's all deflection. So you all fight that, and over here the real battle's going on. Okay, that was a great thing I got out of his message. And but I sat there and I prayed that. I said, God, please let them steal both these senators. And you all say, why would you do that, Mike? Well, if I was them, if I was the marketing for evil, I would have said, give them back one of these senators, give them back a Republican, so they shut up about this election. Okay, that would have been the smart thing to do. They already had a bunch of senators corrupt anyway, rhinos and uniparties, so they didn't need it. But they had a plan, you know, they had a plan. So anyway, I prayed for that, and I'm going, And of course, they took them both. Now, if they would have gave back one, we wouldn't be speaking here right now, I guarantee it. Everybody would have said, come on, shut up about the election. We still have the Senate. We'll get them back in 2022. We'll campaign harder. We'll just fight harder. Ain't wrong. It would have been over if they would have done that. But they didn't do that because they're greedy. Evil is greedy. That's a big advantage we have, everybody. Okay? Evil is greedy. And they took both those senators, and when it happened, you all knew where you were standing. Going, oh, now what do we do? Hey, maybe there was crime. Maybe there was fraud in the election. But they had a backup. They had January 6th plan, okay? And when they had January 6th plan, and I'm going to tell you, two of the most important dates in history that are kind of forgotten here is January 7th and 8th. On January 7th and 8th, that was the day they tried to turn out our lights forever, and that's our voice. 1.2 million Americans were deplatformed that day, including our real president Twitter account. But churches were deplatformed. Anybody that had spoke out about politics or the election or anything was deplatformed on Vimeo, YouTube, crooked Twitter at the time, Zuckerbuck's Facebook, all these things, right? And we were silenced. And the ones that hadn't spoke out, they were in fear because of January 6th to even mention anything. And if you all know, one of the things on January 7th was John Radcliffe, the Department of Defense or whatever it was, DNI, I think it is, and he put out a statement on January 7th that China had interfered with our election, but it got lost in all the VIX. It got lost. These are things that they killed our voice that day, or tried to. They didn't succeed. That voice, I always like doing this comparison. When I was growing up as a kid, we had black and white TVs, and we'd turn them off, and it would go down this little tiny dot. And we'd sit there, and we'd turn it back on before the dot went out, and it'd come back to life. Well, that voice was our dot. And like Ronald Reagan said, we're like a beacon of light on a hill. If the lights go out here, they go out everywhere. That's how close we came that day to our lights being out. But ever since that day, they've been coming back to life. And I thank Turning Point. I thank Charlie Kirk Turning Point for giving me a platform and a voice, and everybody. It's so important. It's so important. Well, they didn't stop there. On February 4th of 2021, this is another significant day that's been lost. A machine company, I won't name the name, but it was Smartmatic. I guess I will name it. They sued Fox News. This is just news. They sued them on February 4th of 2021. When that was the start of something called lawfare that hadn't been done in the United States, according to Alan Dershowitz, since the 1700s. And that put fear into the rest of the people, and it also put fear into conservative media not to ever talk or let anybody on there to talk about our elections again. Okay, so we lost that voice. Be your Foxes of the world and your Newsmax. We lost their voice. They're afraid, getting sued. So now we had no voice, okay? No voice where you're sometimes not saying anything is worse than saying anything at all. I learned that the hard way. And, but I'll tell you, real quick, on January 9th, I was given evidence. You all know that. I'm not even going to go through that. And that explained to me one thing bothered me most about the election of 2020. I had done all my investigation and myself, and I look at numbers every day, and I couldn't understand why all these people that voted in every county in the country and every state where you had non-residents vote that didn't live in the state, or that that didn't make sense to me. I go, people are genuinely good people, and I just couldn't see people going, hey, they're in Minnesota, my home state, let's go march into Wisconsin, 8,000 of us, and go vote, commit a crime. It wasn't going to happen. It didn't make sense to me. But then I find out that, hey, this could have been computer manipulated. And the evidence I got on January 9th, that's what I got, that evidence. So I tried to get that, as you all know, to the White House, because there's a government gag order, and I tried to get it signed to get it released to the world. And that effort failed, but that was significant, because as I was crossing out, this one, January 15th, as I was crossing back into out of Washington, D.C., Ben Carson called me, and he said, did you get it signed? I said, no. And I was just like defeated, because I'm going, wow, we're going to save the country and save everything. And once again, if that would have happened any other way, we'd have lost our country probably forever. because everything had to unfold just the way it's unfolding and be revealed to us, all the stuff that's out there, the evil. But Ben said to me something really significant. He said, Mike, he said, God doesn't work like this. He doesn't work on our time. He works on his timing. And he said, maybe things have to unfold, and things need to be revealed before we get to this great place. And he gave me a piece, right? Well, from that point on, then every time, I got just attacked by the left, he called them the fake news media, but that was my way to get the word out. So, if they wouldn't have kept attacking, that was my way to get the word out. And I'm going, they go, Mike, would you do it again? Knowing what you know now? Absolutely. I wouldn't change a thing. And if we, so with that, as we've seen over the last 2.5 years, there's been tens of thousands, even millions of people on the ground, working tirelessly, investigating, and going before judges that stop and say, no, we're not going to talk, or we're not going to look at this. These words, sanctions and you don't have standing. No judge has ever looked at any of the evidence on merit yet, to this day. Okay? And so it's kind of like you're blocked there. And the media won't talk about all the successes that we've had in changing or fixing our election platforms, which need to be fixed. They have to be fixed. Not like they are now. I'm trying to save. How about that? And so I sat here and I'm going, this was with all this effort by everybody and our voice getting bigger and bigger. Obviously, new platforms have came up, new social media platforms. We've had so many miracles in every single state. And then I thought, it came to me this spring, and I'm going, we got to look at this from a different angle. And I compare it to Al Capone back in Chicago, the gangster days, and they couldn't get him on murder charges, racketeering, bootlegging, gambling, all these. But they knew he was doing it. They had all the evidence in the world. But he had the judges either scared or compromised. He had the police. He had all this stuff. Kind of like now, they have the judges. We don't know why. They have the FBI, these weaponizing against us, and all these other things. And I said, but they went after Al Capone. They said, hey, let's get him on tax evasion. Okay, it was from another angle, and we all know what happened there then, right? It happened very fast, too. Well, I'm here to tell you that this coming August 16th and 17th, and this is real important, and if you go to lindellevent.com, we're having an event in August, a televised event. You can go there now to lindellevent.com and get signed up. It's going to be free, televised free on Frank's speech. We have a plan that's never been done before in history. It's never been talked about before. You can guess all you want. It's not melting down the machines and turning you into prison bars. I already tried that. This is a plan that's going to secure our elections immediately, and everybody will love it. They will. Even if you're a Democrat, Republican, what is it? 70% of our country now doesn't trust our election. Immediately on August 18th, you're going to go, wow, why didn't we do this? Why didn't we ever do this? Okay. It is amazing. It'll be launched this fall in Louisiana, Kentucky, and Mississippi, where they have elections. And then you'll have proof of concept. But and why can't I tell you the plan now? Well, we all know why. We know what the media would do to twist it and bury it. If everybody watches, if you get everyone to watch this, I'm telling you, this is the plan that will work. It's never, ever been thought of. Now, the first day, we're going to do another thing is we have all 50 states there, and we're going to tell you what's going on in every state, the hope. I'm telling you, from Hawaii to Alaska to Oregon to Florida here, every state, they've been working tirelessly to fix our election platforms and to make our elections secure and things that have been going on. One of our biggest blockers have been the Republicans. They really have. It's been disgusting. In Alabama, in Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, you go in there, you go, hey, we should be able to fix our platforms, paper ballots, hand counted, same-day voting, and voter ID, like the president said yesterday, our real president. And we've been blocked. So we're going to give everybody the hope. People got to hear hope, and that hope is amazing. I'm going to end with this. Anyone that thinks that this isn't the greatest revival in history is wrong. God gave us grace because now things had to happen that were bad. You know, but people don't look for hope until things are pretty bad, and they're pretty bad right now. And they're pouring into this bucket of common sense from both sides going, as things keep happening. So when you see things happening out there that are bad, your fentanyl pouring in, all this, our kids dying and everything, people are seeing this nonsense. It's disgusting, it's evil. And that's why I know now, if you look at, you know, God has given us grace for such a time as this, because I believe it'll be the more people in any time in history that come to our Lord Jesus Christ and be saved to go to heaven. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Where are we headed in America? President Trump put us on a path to prosperity. But today, China is buying our land, drugs pour through our borders, while our tax dollars flow to foreign countries, and our jobs stream overseas. The country we love is being ruined by insider politicians. I'm Bernie Moreno. I've always been an outsider. When I was 5, my family came here legally from Colombia because my parents believed in the American dream. I loved cars and dreamed of being the president of General Motors.
Firebird for 1981.
With a lot of drive, I worked myself into the auto industry from the outside. I wanted my own dealership, but industry insiders nearly stopped me. I spent every cent I had and made it happen. 15 years later, I owned 15 dealerships and had created thousands of Ohio jobs. Now, I'm running for Senate. And you guessed it, I'd be an outsider in Washington, too. I'm not a career politician. I've never held office. I'm doing this because I firmly believe that career politicians have put us in a ditch, and we need outsiders to fix this country. When my family left our home, it was for a better life. But today, we're losing our country because corrupt and cowardly insider politicians from both parties sell us out. We can take out the drug cartels at our borders, China in our economy, the criminals on our streets, and the leftists in our schools, only when we take out the politicians from office. It takes new leaders who are willing to fight to save the America First values we share. I will never apologize for my beliefs. I will never apologize for fighting for the middle class to grow and thrive in this country. When insiders lose, we win. I'm Bernie Moreno. I'm an outsider conservative running for Senate. Together, we'll turn Washington inside out.
You gotta remember, the left is everything that they project on us. We need to defend our country, but we need to insist that leaders defend us and keep us safe.
Well, thank you, Turning Point, for having me out here today. Before I begin, I want to recognize my wife, who's in the audience. Bridget and I have been married for 34 years. She's my rock, my best friend. Bridget, thank you. You know, as you saw in the video, when I came to the U.S., I didn't speak a word of English. So I'm going to be in one of the most competitive Senate races in America. So I got to get something out of the way early with all of you to get the expectations set. When my mom brought me here at the end of 1971, just before my 5th birthday, she enrolled me in kindergarten right away in January of '72. Now, I didn't speak a word of English, and back then, nobody spoke a word of Spanish. So imagine in South Florida, nobody speaking Spanish, right? That's a little crazy today. So I did have to repeat kindergarten. I just want to get that out of the way. And Sherrod Brown, my opponent, is going to say, how would you vote? How could you possibly vote for somebody who failed kindergarten? To which I'm going to say the current president of the United States, which he supports almost 100% of the time, would fail kindergarten today. But I did learn English pretty quickly. I watched Saturday morning cartoons, Schoolhouse Rock, the news, TV shows. My dad and I would watch the news together. And my mom had a rule back then, which is if we didn't know what a word meant, we had to really research it and look it up. So, you know, here I'm a little kid, chocolate, chocolate, that kind of makes sense. But there was other words that we heard that I didn't quite understand, so I had to look them up in a dictionary to learn. And one of the words I heard over and over again, which was really out of context, was the word spick. I would hear that all the time. I didn't know what it meant, so I went to my mom and I said, Mom, what does this word mean? It's kind of out of context. And she said, well, it's an acronym. Again, I'm a little kid, so I'm like, Mom, what is an acronym, right? So she explains to me that it meant smart person in Colombia. And right then and there, I knew America was the most welcoming country on earth. Now, it wasn't until I got to college where my roommate disavowed me of that knowledge, right? And I called my mom and I said, Mom, that's not what that meant. And the reality is, my mom would never, ever have allowed any of us to think of ourselves as victims. Because my mom taught us that if somebody looks at you differently because of something that is an immutable characteristic of you, that's on them, not on you. But think about where we are today. Just a few years ago, my youngest son goes to college. 3 days before he's due to start college, he gets a letter from the university. And it says, we see that you're Hispanic, so we have special counseling and tutoring available for you. So think about that. They think because his dad was born in South America, that somehow there's something wrong with him and he needs help, even though he's an A student, great SAT scores, lots of AP classes. So let's just say out loud what all of us know. The extreme lefts are the racists in this country. And we also have to be clear with everyone we interact with, because we can't hate the left. We have to love them and hate their ideas. But let's be clear. You can accomplish anything you want to accomplish in America if you really set your mind to it. And that's something that we should celebrate every single day. As you saw in the video, I was very lucky that my parents brought me here. When I bought that first car dealership, when I tell you I had every cent invested in that dealership, it's not an exaggeration. In fact, my sister and my brother-in-law are here. We bought that dealership in May of 2005. I was short a little bit of money to buy the dealership at closing in May. My sister gave me her kids' college tuition money so that I could buy that dealership. The good news is I paid her back by September, okay? So they went to college. But that's what you have to do to succeed, is you have to put yourself out there and do everything that you can to make things happen. And we took that dealership that was selling 4 cars a month, sold 80 cars our first month, and by the end of the year, it was one of the largest dealerships in Ohio. And by the time I sold that dealership a few years ago, we had created one of the largest auto dealerships in America, doing almost $1 billion in sales with 30 brands and 15 locations. But my story is not unique in America. My story is unique to America. And that's why I'm running for the United States Senate. Because we have to get to the point where the American dream is alive and well for all Americans. Because what the left wants is they want to destroy fundamentally what America is all about. I recognize that because I came from a continent where socialism and Marxism runs rampant. And I came to a place where that should never exist. And that's what this election is all about. I want to give my kids and my grandkids, your kids and your grandkids, a better country than the one I came to. Doesn't seem like we have that today. So here's what we know. In Washington, D.C., who's down there? Who do we send to D.C.? Career politicians, mostly lawyers. No offense to lawyers. Some offense to lawyers. People who think about their next election, their next committee assignment, their next donor, the next special interest group that they have to coddle up to. They're not thinking about solving the problems of our country. They're thinking about themselves. When in reality, what we need in Washington, D.C. is people who've accomplished something that are going to go down there to serve the country and then, wait for it, come home. There's no better illustration of what's wrong in Washington, D.C. than our border. My family, there's 7 of us, nice Catholic Latin family, so lots of kids, right? There's 7 of us in our family, my mom and dad. We came here legally. We followed the process. And by the way, it should be a hard process. It should be something that you aspire to. But what Biden's doing today is he's lowering the standards to become a citizen and rewarding people crossing our border and breaking our laws that are coming here for handouts and not to add to our nation. Almost 6 million people have come into this country in the last 2.5 years. I'm going to use a word I don't like to use, but it's true. It's treason. It's treason. And it's not solved because the career politicians in Washington, D.C. refuse to solve that problem. And it can be solved easily. You heard that last night from President Trump. By the way, do we need him back in the White House or what? We need to tell people a very simple statement. If you come to our country and break our laws, if you enter our country illegally, you forfeit your right for asylum. We have to finish the wall. I've been down to the border several times. I asked the Border Patrol agents, hey, does the wall work? These are mostly Mexican Americans that work at our Border Patrol agency down there. They look at me when I ask that question, and they smile, and they say, when you're thirsty, does water work? Of course the wall works. We also have to ask Mexico to put their forces on the border. You heard that from President Trump last night, 29,000 troops. We have to also reinstitute fully the stay in Mexico policy. And then most importantly, listen to this carefully, most importantly, we cannot allow the Mexican government to collapse under the weight of narco-terrorists. I saw that firsthand in Colombia. Many relatives, friends were kidnapped and killed by these narco-terrorists in Colombia in the 80s and 90s. Problem is, nobody really cared about Colombia back then. It's pretty far away. Mexico is one of our largest trading partners. We share 2,000 miles of border with them. If the drug cartels, which is really close to doing it, take over the Mexican government, that is the absolute #1 national security imperative of this country, is to wipe out those terrorist organizations. And we can do it by designating them as foreign terrorist organizations, using our military and wiping them off the face of the earth. Now, you heard Tucker Carlson last night talk about the White House cocaine scandal, and it opened my eyes to 2 things I hadn't actually thought about. Number 1, now I understand why they don't mind illegal narcotics coming into our country. They need to restock their supply. And secondly, it absolutely explains some of the policies that they've come up with. There's no question about that. So, what does this all mean? You're all here on a Sunday morning. You're going to listen to a lot of speeches today. I want you to take a journey with me for just a couple minutes. I want you to leave July of 2023 and jump on the proverbial DeLorean and let's go in a time machine. Let's go in a time machine for a minute. Let's go to July 4th, 2026. 3 years from now, a little less than 3 years from now. What's going to happen on July 4th, 2026? The 250th anniversary of the greatest country in the history of the world. All of you will celebrate an amazing day wherever it is that you live. Charlie Kirk will dress up as Uncle Sam. Mike Lindell will have red, white, and blue pillows. Okay, it's going to be unbelievable. Okay, it's going to be a glorious, incredible day. And you know what we're going to do is we're going to be so joyful on that day. We're going to look at each other and going, we have a safe and secure border. We're dominant in American energy. Inflation is under control. We have low interest rates. The middle class is growing and thriving. We're not paying people not to work. Parents, not bureaucrats, are in charge of their kids' education. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. And we're going to look at each other and go, how is this possible? 3 years ago, this country seemed like we were on the edge of disaster. And we're going to be able to look our kids in the eyes and go, I'm giving you a better country, a better America than the one I got. How did that happen so quickly? And you're going to remember today. Because today is the day that you commit yourself to putting your oar in the water a little bit deeper, getting more involved. Whether that means knocking on more doors, making more phone calls, passing out more literature, talking with, showing the other side what our positions are really about, which is common sense. Helping elect different people to Washington, D.C. You yourself running for office, I never thought I would be here doing this. I thought I'd be on the beach right on the corner from here. But here I am. All of us doing our part to save this great country. That's the charge of today. Because I know one thing for certain. It's worth it. So never, ever, ever stop caring about this country. Never stop believing in this country. And never, ever stop fighting for this country. Thank you so much, Turning Point.
This is General Mike Flynn, and I'm just doing a big shout out for Boomerang Air. Boomerang Air is a incredibly professional, small airline, but they provide large concierge level service like the big industry does. And they are just always on time, always professional. They are one of those companies that just a relentless pursuit of excellence. Every member of their team, all of the pilots, the administration is just extraordinary. And I can't say enough good things about them, and I just want to also offer that they are a bunch of just absolute patriots. So God bless you guys. God bless Boomerang Air for all that you do for others, and thanks so much. I'll see you on the other side. See ya.
It's not the government's job to tell us what we can hear or what we're supposed to believe. Each one of us can make those decisions ourselves. Period.
Thank you. What a great crowd. Are you guys ready to save America? Yeah. Wait a minute. Are you ready to save America? Yeah. All right. I know it's early, but it is not too early to understand what's happening in this country. With Joe Biden and the radical left, they're seeking to undermine everything that we hold dear. And it feels like, many days, that our culture and our country is slipping away. The radical left is hell-bent on changing fundamentally the things that we believe in. And they infuse their divisive politics into everything. Our military now, our schools, our workplaces. And it's time to say enough is enough. And that's why you guys are here today. And why this organization, this movement is so important. This is a revival of the American dream. And we have to be resolute in our desire to push back against the wokeness and the weakness that they want to push to undermine America, because it's happening all around us. It is. And I think for a long time as conservatives, you know, we find value and meaning, and we should, in our families, and in our work, and in our communities. Meanwhile, the left for a very, very long time has infiltrated every space of government. And I've got news for those on the left. Government can't love you, okay? It can't love you, but this has become a mission, and they have infiltrated the administrative state in ways that we've never seen before. But I think the charge here today, and in this conference yesterday and today, is to understand that that is where we find meaning. It should be where we find meaning in our communities and our families. But we have to step up, and we have to push back in a way that we've never done before, because this great experiment of America is on the line. It's on the line. And so, you know, for me, I've always been a fighter. I know folks in this crowd are fighters. I grew up in a blue-collar, middle-class family and fought to be the first person in my family to go to college out of high school. I was Attorney General in Missouri, and we won some big fights. We won some big fights, just to name a couple. It was Missouri, when I was Attorney General, that challenged the vaccine mandate. We took it all the way to the Supreme Court, and we won. When I was Attorney General, we filed the lawsuit on the student loan debt forgiveness scam, and guess what? The Supreme Court ruled in our favor. That's been struck down, and we won. We took on ridiculous mask mandates, the forced masking of 5-year-olds, and we won. And underlying all of those issues, ladies and gentlemen, was this desire to take on and dismantle the administrative state. It is un-American, this idea that these unelected bureaucrats have this much power over our lives. With the vaccine mandate, for example, OSHA, which is an agency that was created to make sure forklifts beep when they back up, was somehow forcing 80 million Americans to have a medical procedure. And there's no law or any constitutional authority that gives the president, with a stroke of his pen, the ability to wipe away $500 billion, $500 billion worth of debt. So we have to engage in this fight. And by the way, one of the many reasons I'm supporting Donald J. Trump for president is he's going to take a wrecking ball to the administrative state. And we need more America First fighters. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of being told by the elites that they have all the answers. Because where I come from, Missouri, and where you come all across so-called flyover country, that's where the answers are. That's where the common sense is. And I'm tired of being told that we have to defend the sovereignty of borders halfway across the world when those same folks won't do anything to defend our southern border. And I'm tired of being told about inflation's out of our control when we know it's due to reckless spending and declaring war on our domestic energy production. We need to be energy dominant again. And I'm tired of being told what we can say and what we can hear and what we can think. And that leads me to what I really want to talk about with the remaining time here, which is when I was AG, we brought the Landmark, Missouri versus Biden lawsuit. And what was uncovered with the judge's injunction that came out on Independence Day, by the way, that's not a coincidence. On July 4th of this year, there's a rebirth of our First Amendment rights. And we can never let that go. We can never let it go because in our founding, our founders knew that America needed to stand as an exception because most places across the world at the time, and even today, they don't even believe in individual rights. We believe in this country that our rights come from God. We're born with those rights. And that government's only job is to protect those rights, not to infringe upon those rights. Certainly not our First Amendment rights. And so your ability to speak your mind, to express yourself, to petition your government, all of those things that are protected in the First Amendment are at the core of who we are as Americans. And what we have discovered in that lawsuit, and since the Twitter files, and by the way, if it wasn't for this lawsuit and Elon Musk buying Twitter, all of this stuff would still be in the dark. But what we discovered is shocking. A vast censorship enterprise, a censorship industrial complex that was more far-reaching than anybody could have possibly feared. You had government officials coercing and colluding with some of the biggest companies in the history of the world, these big tech giants, these social media companies, taking down millions of posts and suppressing the speech of Americans. We simply cannot allow that to happen in this country. You know, I had the opportunity in that lawsuit before I was sworn into the Senate to take the deposition of Dr. Anthony Fauci. Raise your hand if you think Dr. Fauci is a hero. Raise your hand if you think he's a fraud. Okay. By the way, I didn't see one hand go up for a hero. This guy's a fraud, a total fraud. He deceived Americans. He lied to Americans. And in taking his deposition, a couple things became clear, but I do have to say that the court reporter, this is true story. The court reporter sneezed during his deposition. He wanted her to wear a mask. By the way, this is in November of 2022, not February of 2020. This is the mental state of Anthony Fauci. And what he did was he funded the Wuhan lab and he covered it up. He lied about natural immunity. He lied about masks. And he was working directly with these social media companies to suppress speech. We had the opportunity to take the deposition of Elvis Chan, who was an FBI, the agent in charge of Northern California, who admitted they were having monthly, then weekly meetings with social media giants. They were having censorship meetings leading up to the 2020 election. And they had the Hunter Biden laptop in November of 2019. The FBI had it. They knew it was real. Meanwhile, they're warning these social media giants in 2020 to look out for a Russian hack and leak operation, including the Hunter Biden laptop, trying to suppress the story before it ever came out. This far-reaching censorship enterprise, as the judge said, his words, not my words, perhaps the largest in American history, and was like an Orwellian ministry of truth. These direct communications extended, agencies you've never even heard of, CISA, Department of Homeland Security, of course, the FBI, Biden White House officials, coercing social media giants to suppress your speech. And we won in that lawsuit, and we're not giving up. There is more to do. There is more to do. You know, in the Senate, just this week, we're filing legislation that will make sure that that judge's order becomes law, that you can never have that kind of communication between government officials and social media giants ever again. And by the way, if you do, we're going to include a private right of action so you as a citizen can sue the government for doing it. And if the big tech giants want to participate in that too, well, guess what? They're going to lose their Section 230 protections. This is the fight. This is the fight to save our country, because the left doesn't believe in individual rights. They don't believe in individual freedom. They believe in this sense of collectivism. And they don't believe that America is even exceptional. We believe that America is exceptional. This is the place. This is the place where we said to the world, everybody else had it backwards. People, individuals, we are the sovereign. We give consent to the governed. And in that sense, we have to reclaim that from the administrative state. There's no way, if you think about it, the whole idea was you spread out power so that no one branch or agency or person ever got too powerful. It's our system of checks and balances. We have federalism, right, where we spread that power out in this country. We do that all with the idea that we're protecting individual liberty. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of this experiment. And it's up to us. It's up to us to defend it. Every generation has a really, really big challenge they have to tackle. You know, ours is coming from within, a growing segment of the population that doesn't think you're smart enough to make these decisions, that you can't decide what's best for you and your family, that you can't decide what is best for your kids. Because the level of indoctrination, it's not just at college campuses anymore. This is a K through 12 education. Teaching our kids to despise America. No country can survive that. We have to teach the next generation of why the United States of America is so special. It's unique in the world. And we have to be able to defend that. And I think you're hearing from a lot of folks here today, there's a new generation of leaders that are emerging. You know, you're hearing from Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley and J.D. Vance, and I'm here. You're going to hear from a lot of other folks. But this is our time. This is our time to reclaim the greatness of America. But we can't do it ourselves. We have to grow it. So the thousands of people who are here, we are approaching perhaps the most consequential election of our lifetime, certainly the most important decade in a very, very long time. Because the Democrats are on record. They are just a vote or two away in the Senate, if they had their way, of packing the Supreme Court. You want to understand why they're attacking Clarence Thomas? Because they want to undermine the legitimacy of the court so they can pack it. And I got news for him. Clarence Thomas, Justice Thomas, is a national treasure. A national treasure. There's no doubt about it. They want to pack the court. They want to add states to the union. They want to federalize our elections. They want open borders and amnesty. They want to remake this country to something that's unrecognizable. This is the freest country in the history of the world. We believe in those things. We believe in individual rights and liberty. We have to be willing to stand up and defend it. And so, I believe in freedom. I believe in liberty. I believe in opportunity. And first and foremost, I believe in America. Thank you. Let's do this together. Let's save this country together. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good morning. And I'm Perry Johnson, and I'm running for President of the United States. Let's face it, we have the greatest country the world has ever known. And I say we keep it that way. Now, I'm probably a little too conservative for this group, but I might as well let you know where I stand. I am pro-life. I am pro-Second Amendment. I'm anti-woke. I'm anti-China. And by golly, I think it's ridiculous that we're sending $113 billion over to Ukraine when we're going broke here. But I don't really think it's possible for you to ever vote for anyone without knowing something about them. And I will tell you that when I'm elected president, there are a few things that are going to be done right away. Because I am centrally focused on one theme, the economy. Frankly, we're going broke. And I wrote a book, 2 Cents to Save America. It's a very simple concept. Instead of having the government spend every single penny in our budget every year, we're going to do just the opposite. We're going to freeze the budget and cut 2 cents out of every dollar of discretionary spending. And that way we can start to systematically balance the budget. Now, do you think we spend too much money? I mean, we are $32 trillion in debt. That is costing every family in America $610 a month just in interest. But the second thing I'm going to do is bar the whole idea of any minor ever getting transition therapy. It has to stop. Now, third, you may not like this, but I am going to close the Department of Education. Do you realize that only 8 cents out of every dollar goes to grades K through 12? And we're spending $68 billion a year with 4,400 employees. And frankly, that 8% should just go to the parents and they go to school wherever they want. Now, number 4 is pretty radical, but I'm going to dismantle the FBI. The FBI has become one of the most corrupt organizations in the entire country. I want you to think about how ridiculous it is. They end up spying on Trump, and then they claim there's Russian collusion where they actually pay people to perjure themselves. They didn't care about they didn't care about what was going on with the Biden crime family. The Biden crime family literally stole $10 million indirectly by bribes. Now, is that acceptable? But it's okay with the FBI. I thought it's kind of interesting, too. Keep in mind that there was cocaine in the White House, but magically, the most secure place on the planet, they have no video, right? There are probably more video screens per square inch than any place on earth, but there was no video. And I say it has to stop. It hasn't been just here. The left was complaining about them when we had Martin Luther King and the civil rights. We get rid of it. Now, I actually have a reality show that I am showing so you can see what it's really like to run for president. And you'll see systematically what goes on. A lot of it's behind the scenes. But we are on Newsmax from 9 to 9:30 Eastern Time every Sunday. And you can watch the back episodes if you go to perryjohnson.com/backstage. But I'm going to tell you, I'm a guy that grew up in a middle-class family. My parents didn't have much money, but I worked in the steel mill to get through college. In grad school, well, it was a little tougher. In fact, I was getting eviction notices on pretty much a regular basis. I lived on sub sandwiches when I could afford those. But I finally got a job in the auto industry around 1980. Now, that was a time when the auto industry was in trouble. I worked for Borg Warner. The Japanese had come in with tremendous quality, and they were killing us. And I thought I knew how to solve the problem. And you know, in America, when you get an idea, you run with it. And that's what I did. I introduced statistical process control in all the operations with the supply base and the auto industry. And what we did was to iron out the variation. And systematically, in about 4 or 5 years, we had the best quality in the world. And we were able to do that and give a product to everyone for 20 to 30% less. And then I said to myself, why not a standard for quality? We have a standard for everything else. Why not one for quality? And I wrote a book, ISO 9000, the quality standard. And it took off like hotcakes. and now Perry Johnson registrars and Perry Johnson Laboratory Accreditation do business in 61 countries around the world. I live the American dream. I have the most wonderful wife in the world. I have 3 wonderful kids, and my oldest started college this year, and it's time for me to get something back. Now, I'm funding my own campaign. I don't need any money. I'm going to do it myself because I believe in America it's time that we have a CEO. And I have to admit, everybody knows that I love Trump. I actually voted for Trump, and I will vote for him again if I lose this. But I'm a guy that believes that it's time that we bring quality and efficiency to government. And I'm going to ask you, do you think our government has quality and efficiency now? It's ridiculous. But I will say that I have a requirement of getting 40,000 donors. I think I'm going to hit it. And anybody that donates will automatically get invited to the Big and Rich concert in Iowa on August the 12th. Bottom line is, we have a great country and we have so much that we can do. But I want to tell you that America is a very interesting experiment. And I want you to sit back and think about how lucky we are. I feel that being born in America is so special that once I was born here, I feel like I've won the lottery. And I want you to reflect a little bit on our country and how it was founded. We basically had an idea that we could have something that no one ever had before. A country by the people, for the people, with basic inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, to achieve this, we had to do the impossible. We had to go out and literally defeat the most powerful army in the history of the world. And we had to do it without guns. They wouldn't even let us have muskets. We had a fledgling general by the name of George Washington. But we did it. And we became the most powerful country the world has ever known. By golly, I want you to think about how spectacular this country really is. Because you look back and the people look at us and they say, wow, we won World War II because we had the best manufacturing the world had ever seen. And we literally did things that were impossible. And we look back and we see we have Carnegie, we have Henry Ford, we have Edison, and we have Elon Musk. And the world looks at us and says, wow, because we are literally an experiment that has proven to be the greatest thing that has ever happened in the history of the world. And I say we keep it that way. I say we continue to be the greatest country the world has ever known. And God bless the United States of America. Let's do it. Do it now, because we are going to do it. And we're going to win this election. Are we going to win? Yes! The greatest country ever! Enjoy life. You got it.
DNA, it is our birthright as Americans. Screw these authoritarian tyrants. Let's make better heroes. Whoa! Spark!
Very scary. Not yet. What's going on? Hello. Turning point. Action. West Palm Beach, what's up? What'd you yell? That's my dad. He's drunk already. I'm sorry, guys. My dad's been hitting mimosas in the bar. The left can't meme, sir, and that's why we're going to win. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Sunday morning. It is Sunday morning. The reason my dad's drunk on mimosas already is because he's all hyped up from Trump and Tucker last night. He can't stand it. He can't stand it. Sunday morning. I'm a Christian. Any Christians out there? On Sunday morning, where I come from, we preach. We ready to get into the good word? We got some happy warriors out there? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to defeat evil. Do you feel that energy? We're going to defeat evil. Were you here last night? Did you get that vibe? Ooh, baby. We're going to defeat evil. The way you defeat evil is you speak truth. That's the way Christ defeated evil. He spoke truth to Satan, and Satan fled. So we're going to speak truth. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have an announcement, however. I was just backstage with the great Lauren Tonsich, who is the events director here. Huge round of applause for the staff here. They had a rough go. They are doing their best. Insanely popular event, and they deserve an enormous amount of credit for being able to handle the amount of drama with Joe Biden's Secret Service. So I do have so they've texted me on a serious note here, a quick thing to read to you as an announcement. So there is from the local police department, there is a silver alert out. There's apparently an elderly individual who's gone missing from his home. Okay? Stop laughing. Very serious here. The issue is the old man continues to bite little children. Now, we do have footage of the perpetrator, and we have footage of him. This is very important. He did strike. We have another angle. He did strike again. This poor old elderly dementia patient has escaped his nursing home and is biting children. There are some small children I see in the audience. Young lady, how old are you? How old are you, young lady? You're 6? That's good. You're too old. You're in the clear. Okay, fantastic. All right, great. This isn't the first time that he's struck.
Don't tell mommy what I told you.
This complete degenerate perv tells little kids, "Don't tell mom what I just told you." We have this on tape. Luckily for him, he has been caught on film doing this multiple times, and the kids in this country are all right. Okay, watch how the children respond. The children know. The children always know. That's right. Get away. Okay. Get the kid out of here. Unfortunately, this old bastard, he even brags about his crimes sometimes. Watch this.
Come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
Oh, no.
Straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
What?
This sick perv. He brags on camera. So if you see anyone, local police department has asked us to read this. If you see him, call the police, okay? Please. You call the police. You should also call the Department of Justice, because according to the Department of Justice, child molestation is contact or interaction such as inappropriate physical contact between a child and an adult where the child feels like he is being preyed upon. That's our own Department of Justice. Why won't our own DOJ arrest Joe Biden? We got it on tape. Come on. I told you we were going to preach. I miss a president who knew how to respect children.
Do you want to go back to them, or do you want to stay with Donald Trump?
Trump.
All right. Beautiful. It's such a cute clip. Shall we watch it again? Here, volume up on that one. Volume up, guys.
Do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to them, or do you want to stay with Donald Trump?
Trump.
All right, boys, come on. Very important. The old man is confused. I miss a president with that energy. Do you? I miss a president with that energy. Joe Biden don't know where he is. He has no idea who his spouse is. Luckily, Joe Biden actually doesn't have an age gate. Check out what he does to Kamala here.
With her first hello, she gave a meaning to this.
Oh my! Oh! Ouch! Ooh! Joe, hands off, dude! How bad is it when your own vice president's like, get away from me! You smell like milk of magnesia. Kamala Harris is taking it out on the kids too, though. Listen to this. This clip is from yesterday.
When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water.
Huh? What? What was that? When we reduce the population? Did you guys hear that too? When we reduce the population. Okay, so on the same day that Joe Biden's eating children, Kamala Harris is talking about eliminating children from the population. Pretty sick stuff. Luckily, their population elimination tool, that is their favorite, was kicked out of the Supreme Court this year. Roe v. Wade is no longer the law of the land. No more baby murder for you sick cultist freaks. Go back to Epstein Island where you belong. You freaks. The babies are like, what's up? What's up? Clarence Thomas, he goes, oh my God. Oh my God, I got you. See ya, baby. No, they just want to date me. They're mad because they can't date me. Uncle Clarence, I'm on a sex strike now. Urgh. Please, save some for the rest of us. Look at this headline from CNN. This is a real headline, okay? The real headline. The job of the Hut liberal activist, that was a Photoshop. This is not a Photoshop. 32,000 fewer legal abortions in America. That's a win. I see this as an absolute win. What's up? Can I get a hallelujah for Donald Trump's Supreme Court? Hallelujah. Baby. They finally figured it out. It's not that hard. Very simple equation. That's your body. Okay, women, that's your body. That's someone else's body. Okay? That's someone else's body. And if your whole argument is going to be respect women's bodies, well, 50% of the time, that's a woman you're killing. So, stop it with the sick cultist behavior. We are a movement of life. That's my family. So sorry, Kamala. So sorry. No population reduction in the Johnson household. We're welcoming baby number 3 in a month. More babies. Any parents out there? Any parents out there? This is our superpower. This is our superpower. I mean, like on a serious note for a second, as a young father and as a proud father, it's hard to talk about this without getting emotional. It's easier to like own the libs, but like this hits close to my heart. This is our superpower. Christ calls us to multiply. Christ says that if you harm a hair on the head of one of these kids, it's better for a giant rock to be put on your neck and you be thrown in the ocean. Stop harming the children. It's our job. Christ orders us to protect our children, not to slaughter them, not to mutilate them, not to trick them into thinking they can change their gender. That's satanic. It's demonic. And a spiritual, moral people call out demons. Protect the children. As a parent, we just celebrated my firstborn's third birthday. That's her, Eloise, right there. She's eating the photo of her baby brother. I don't know what that means. I'm watching too many Joe Biden videos, I guess. We just celebrated her birthday, and it's like, man, y'all parents feel me when you hold your firstborn child? You feel that moment where like the time and space stand still in the universe, the matter and the dust that created the expanse and the spark of creation is being held by you in your hands. If you're not a parent, you won't understand it. But if you are a parent, you'll realize when that baby looks back at you, that's your Creator looking at you. That's God looking at you. That's the miracle of the universe. That's the creation miracle in your hands. And we must respect that. It's our superpower to be able to create that and to be able to share in God's promise. And so as a young parent, I get emotional thinking about it. And it's the same with every kid. I'm sure there's plenty of parents out here who have lots of kids. But man, with your firstborn, it really hits you right in the heart. And that's why I encourage you young people. I'm just serious here for a second. I encourage you young people. Go out and start families. Fall in love. Own land. Make babies. This is God's promise for you. You'll never have a fully actualized or realized life until you do that. Take that journey. We need better father figures out there. We need better mother figures. We need trad wives to demand respectful young men. Young men, you got to quit the trappings of this earth. Get yourself a beautiful woman. Fall in love. Make babies. You will become an alpha male. You will become a protector. You will become a lion. And that is going to be the greatest thing in your life. God calls you to do that. And that's just my PSA on parents. All right? PSA on parents. The race that they really want to eliminate is the human race. They talk about it openly. Oh, Kamala Harris, she made a flop. She said she wants population reduction. That's how we save the planet. They straight up say it. Bill Gates says it. You are the carbon they want to reduce. And I'm telling you that regardless of what your race is, God sees value in you as a person. God sees value in you, and that's why I'm glad affirmative action is now illegal in this country, even though an affirmative action hire voted to keep it. Makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Babylon Bee, for this incredible headline. Thank you, Babylon Bee. Speaking of not respecting kids, how many grandkids does Joe Biden have? He don't seem to know. This is the New York Times. How bad is it when the New York Times is blowing you up, man? It's 7 grandkids, Mr. President. Why don't we say it all together? Maybe Joe will hear us. 3, 2, 1. It's 7 grandkids. Yeah, that's right. Nobody called him Mr. President. Good job. Good job. That's how you know you're talking to Turning Point Action. 7 grandkids, okay? That's your grandkid, Joe. That's beautiful Navy Joan Roberts. That's her name. This is your biological grandchild, even though Joe Biden hangs up a Christmas stocking for the dog at the White House instead of hanging up a Christmas stocking for beautiful Navy Joan Roberts. I think that's sick. I think he's a monster. And I think one of the greatest lies ever told to our country was that Joe Biden was some type of like kindly old grandfather. He's not. He's a monster. You're a monster, dude. If you can't acknowledge your own grandchild, and I got a little piece of advice for my boy Trump, okay? Little piece of advice. Odds are Trump's going to be standing on a podium like this across from Joe Biden in a debate stage. Are you ready for that again? Odds are. And my advice to Trump, not like I'm some type of like trusted advisor, but here's my free advice to Trump. Yo, Trump, here's all you got to do. When they start the debate and they say, here's your opening statement, President Biden, and he mumbles applesauce, right? He, does the Coke at the White House. And then They give Trump 2 minutes to do an opening statement. Trump, PSA from your boy, Benny. Just go. I'd like to welcome someone to the stage. Yeah, no, she's good. Let her up. And bring this beautiful daughter up on stage, this beautiful child up on stage with you and go, hey, Joe, it's your granddaughter. Want to say hi? You've never met her. Would you like to meet her? I don't care. I love babies. I love all babies. Who you with, baby? And she'll go, Trump. We're having too much fun. Oh, man, what a degenerate slob. White House can't find the cocaine culprit. I don't know who it is. Who's the cocaine culprit? We're not sure. I don't know. Who the hell is it? We're not just Sherlock Holmes in the case of the mysterious powder. Who could it be? Repeat the line. Okay. Sure, Dad. Joe Biden cleaning up the Oval Office. It's very simple. Snort coke, sniff hair. We don't know. Which button? Hit them both. Joe Biden hits them both. 3:30 a.m. at the White House. Hunter attempting his first time travel. We're looking into it. Okay? This is tough work. Tough. Ladies and gentlemen, our incredible team here at The Benny Show, we appreciate you if you subscribe. We thank you so much. We got our executive producers backstage. We produce a lot of content. Thank you for following on social media. If this is your first time hearing me speak, we got a lot more memes for you, but we appreciate your follows. Whatever platform you like to use is at Benny Johnson, and we have a podcast called The Benny Show that we do every single day. We have an incredible executive producer backstage. His name's ALX. Anybody knows ALX if you're based. And he texted me. It was the middle of the night. He doesn't sleep. And he's like, I got it. I actually figured out who did the cocaine. I have the proof. I have video proof of who did it. He says, I can show you. And he sends me this clip. And he's like, watch. I can show you who did the cocaine is hidden in this clip. It's hidden actually in Joe Biden's eyeballs. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our best evidence. We have a great research team at my show. This is my best evidence as to who actually did the cocaine at the White House.
Folks, as we fight inflation,
You can't be pro-insurrection.
Bringing down gas prices is a big part of the job.
You can't be pro-insurrection, pro-democracy.
That's not the same guy.
Pro-insurrection and pro-American.
And here's the good news.
Look at the eyes. Look at what kind of an 8-ball is this guy on? Look at the eyes. It's not the same guy.
I like the courage to act.
It's Joe Biden number 2 and Joe Biden number 7. They rolled him out. So that's our thought. That's our thought, that maybe it was Joe. And then to follow up on this maybe, just maybe, we have video evidence of what happens when Joe Biden ain't on cocaine. Watch this.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Oh, no, Joe, maybe you should be on cocaine, buddy. Ain't nobody want to see you fall like that. Maybe this is what happened. Maybe it's not I don't know. I'm not sure. Give the sandbag the Congressional Medal of Freedom. Walk Force 1. It's time to upgrade, baby. Life alert. Everyone help. This is what the debate's going to look like. Oh, it's Bud Light. Oh, got it. Okay. We figured it out. Okay. He's out. What is he wearing? What kind of shoes are these, by the way? God, what the hell? What is this? Put that old mare out the pasture, am I right? Are these biking shoes? What happens when Joe Biden's on a bike, we all know?
When you fall and can't get up, an accident can turn into a tragedy. But with Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help.
Okay, Joe, what's happening? Tell me. How'd you get beat so bad? Crash economy, crash bike. Okay, all right, perfect. Oh, no. Come on. There we go. There we go. Maybe you should take some lessons from my boy. Donald Trump don't got no problems. Trump's got no problem. He can show you, Joe. We're here to help. We can help. We got you. Yeah, boy, we're here. We're here. Oh, no. Trump posted this on Truth Social. Okay, oh, no. Oh, it's a shame. Brandon Falls is it's actually a location on Google Maps. The kids go here. This is in Delaware. The kids actually go here and do the Brandon Falls. There you go. Oh, no. Oh, it's a viral trend. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, these people are such clowns. Am I right? They deny science. They deny basic biology. They steal your luggage at the airport. They sniff and eat kids. They want to talk about population, the reduction of the population for climate change. These people are sick degenerates. And like most sick degenerates who don't have a God, don't believe in God, they believe that they're in control of everything. And they have a lot of power. They control the Senate. 2 years ago, they controlled the House. They control the presidency, right? They at least occupy 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And they believe that they have all the power and all the control in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to say that these people who believe so harshly that they are in control of you and me and our lives and this nation, that they are wrong. God is in control. God has always been in control of this country and has brought us through harsher times than now. All that God asks to save Sodom and Gomorrah, and we're living in it, okay, is for good men, good women to stand up. Show me one, God says, through his angels. You gonna be that one? I'm gonna try as hard as I can with my children, as a father, as a parent, to be that one man. Will you join me? Because God will save us if he sees righteous people standing up and saying no to this garbage. He'll save us. He promises it. He says he'll save this land. He'll heal this land. They're not in control. God's in control. Don't lose hope. Keep the faith. Now, we do need moral leaders. We must have moral leaders in this country. We must choose our leaders wisely and correctly. Your leaders reflect who you are. They reflect the movement that you represent. And that is why I was absolutely and utterly astonished at what I saw just 24 hours ago in this interview.
Along the way, the Biden administration has been slow in providing military support. Make no mistake about this. We promised them 33 Abrams tanks in January. I heard again 2 weeks ago in Ukraine, they still don't have them. We've been telling them we'll train their F-16 pilots, but now they're saying maybe January we'll let somebody transfer some jets.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President, have you, I know you're running for president. You are distressed that the Ukrainians don't have enough American tanks. Every city in the United States has become much worse over the past 3 years.
Yeah.
Drive around. There's not one city that's gotten better in the United States.
Right.
And it's visible. Our economy has degraded. The suicide rate has jumped. Public filth and disorder and crime have exponentially increased. And yet, your concern is that the Ukrainians, a country most people can't find on a map, who've received tens of billions of U.S. tax dollars, don't have enough tanks. I think it's a fair question to ask, where's the concern for the United States in that?
Well, it's not my concern.
Boo!
It's not my concern.
Boo!
This country's in a lot of trouble.
Boo! He said it's not my concern. I don't care how you spin it. He said it's not my concern. How thankful are we for Tucker Carlson revealing true snakes, true people who do not have our best interests in mind as a movement. Look at me. You're not my concern. Got it. Okay. Tucker Carlson, Mike Pence's campaign. See those cities? It's not my concern. That's not my concern, says Mike Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are and should be deeply thankful. I only have a few minutes left, but I'm going to end with this. There is so many reasons to be joyous, to be happy warriors, to be thankful to be living in this time, at this moment. God actually didn't give you a choice, did he? Your parents decided when to have you, and God blessed them by you being here, and so God put you here for this time. You don't get to argue with God about the time you were born. All right? So enough longing for a bygone era, enough staring backwards. Let's look forward and be thankful for what we have right now. Because we have people that are able to break the matrix and finally ask the real questions, real champions in the press, for instance.
How many COVID shots did you take? 0.
That's one reason to be thankful. GOP field, it's a rhino horn. I think that's illegal. You can't poach rhinos. Tucker, the DOJ's going to come for you. We should be so thankful. Have you ever lived in it? You've never, trust me, I haven't been around super long. I'm 37 years old, okay? I have been covering politics my entire life. I can tell you, Tucker Carlson is a phenomenon. What a man to have on our side. Asking the right questions, rooting out the liars. And I'm going to paraphrase Star Wars, strike me down, and I will become more powerful than you can possibly imagine, Tucker Carlson says. The best, ladies and gentlemen, for Tucker is yet to come. If you can't handle this chair, you're not ready for this one. Who's with me? What an amazing time to be alive. The most powerful, richest man in the world tweeted, "My pronouns are prosecute Fauci." Whoa! Yo! The richest man in the world! Dude! Fauci's shivering in this little lab rat coat. Oh, I'm so angry. I can no longer censor Americans. These are the number of states that allow permitless carry the way our Constitution and our founders designed it. All gun laws are unconstitutional. This represents 26 states. So the majority of American states are going toward the Constitution, not away from it. Yes, this is the first time in my lifetime. These are the number of states that allow open carry. The green ones are the ones that allow open carry. And I think Florida has actually just recently changed as of this month. This might be an outdated map. So awesome. Don't live in Illinois or New York or California, but you already knew that. You already knew that. Look, even in California, they can't win the whole state. It's awesome. And people who try and take away our guns, they find out the hard way. Remember?
Hell yes. We're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47.
Welcome to the rice fields, mother.
You will never get this. La, 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 la. Yeah. Who owns a gun? Who owns a firearm? Who practices their constitutional rights? Yes. We said as a movement that is not men! And look what we did to Bud Light stock on the way. Officially canceled. We are powerful. We took down a multinational billion-dollar corporation. Thank you, men. We made it socially inappropriate to drink Bud Light. Us men got together and said, no, we're going to do some canceling. Good job, boys. And you ladies went and did it with Target. Can I get a witness? Thank you. Stay away from our kids, you monsters.
What's everybody bitching about this shit?
Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, you are not mentally ill. In fact, the left is mentally ill. This chart proves it. You parents, you have chosen the path to happiness. Literally, data shows that. Parents' lives are less lonely, more meaningful, and happier. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my daughter's birthday. This is why they got cake in the morning. This is from a day ago. I'll end with this. This is the key to happiness in life. Young people, this is the key to happiness in life. If you got gray in your hair, you know it. This is the key to happiness, okay? Don't let your children near Joe Biden, please. This is the final thing, okay? He might bite him. There's a silver alert. Silver alert still out. It's our superpower. Be parents. Be joyous. Be happy warriors. Ladies and gentlemen, you live in a red country. Act like it, okay? And final thing, they just told me you got to wrap it up. Final thing. We have an announcement about the silver alert, okay? We have an announcement about the silver alert. This is my favorite Bible verse. God has a future for us. You know it, baby. Jeremiah 29. We found him. Ladies and gentlemen, we found him. They figured out, I think this is Palm Beach somewhere. Okay, we figured it out. They got him. Okay, good. All right, fantastic. They just maybe need to work out a little bit. Got a little problem in the chest there, Joe. I don't know. Maybe he's transitioning. I'm not sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be judged by our leaders. So I ask you this final question before I will ask you this final question as I leave the stage. Who would you rather?
As you might expect for International Fight Week, a lot of people are in the building, but no one needs more security than the former president of the United States. Obviously, really good friend of Dana White.
Oh my word! I mean, listen, he's a massive fight. I mean, that just shows how big this event is.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Benny Johnson. God bless you. Be happy warriors out there. We are winning. God bless you.
One more time for Benny Johnson, everybody. How great was that? So at Turning Point, we have an expression called "big government sucks." And so do you notice how much easier it was to come in today? It's because we were in charge of the security and our federal government was not in charge of the security. So when I went out there and I told you guys it's not our fault, I was telling you the truth. So we are glad you guys were able to come in and get seats, and thank you guys for everything you went through yesterday. And you guys have been such great sports, and we have such a good program for you still upcoming. Couple things. I'm going to remind you to vote in the straw poll. The eyes of the world are on this event, and I want to encourage you to vote in the straw poll. You could do that. We sent an email to all attendees. Download the Turning Point Action event, app where you guys can vote in the straw poll. The world is very curious what you guys are thinking about your selection for 2024. Now, we have 6 presidential candidates that have decided to be with you. Obviously, you heard from President Trump. You heard from Vivek. You heard from Perry Johnson. I want to encourage you guys. You're going to hear from more candidates today. Please do your best to treat them respectfully, because they wanted to be here with you. You can do whatever you want, obviously, but try to treat them respectfully, because I think them wanting to be here says a lot about them. And honestly, there's other candidates that I wish would make time to be here. But you're your own free being. You can do whatever you want. In closing, if you are not yet involved with Turning Point USA, Turning Point Academy, if you're not yet running a high school chapter or a college chapter, if you are not yet a precinct committeeman or committee woman, if you are not yet involved in your state party, spend time in the exhibit hall. These sponsors in the exhibit hall help make everything happen. We want to make sure you guys are getting involved in Turning Point, get engaged, and get involved. The day is just starting, everybody, and you're going to love our next speaker. God bless you guys. Make sure you vote in the straw poll.
Welcome to Fisher Capital. My name is Andrew Angelo. I'm one of the senior account brokers here with Fisher Capital, and I was the 13th Fox in the U.S. Army.
My name is Tyler Grimes, and I started out as 11 Bravo infantryman and did Special Forces Q course.
My name is Nicholas Durst, and I was in the U.S. Army as a paratrooper.
My name is Parker Ellman. I served about 5 years in the United States Marine Corps. I was a crew chief for the B-22 Osprey.
My name is Ozzy DeSouza, and I was in the U.S. Army in Fort Bragg as a paratrooper.
Fisher Capital, I think, is one of the most patriotic Christian conservative companies I think I've ever came across.
I've talked to clients all across America here, and they seem very worried about inflation eating away at their savings.
From what I'm hearing from our clients, the way they feel in the stock market is unsafe. They don't feel protected.
A lot of them have lost anywhere from 15 to 20% this year.
One thing that separates Fisher Capital from our competitors is our values of both integrity and transparency.
Well, hello there, Alex and Nick. You guys are making big moves in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, big moves that are maybe allowing conservatives to gain a foothold in that city and maybe even the state of California. So God bless you guys. God bless everything that you're doing. Keep working hard. It sounds like business is booming and you guys are doing fantastic. So God bless you. Let's go, Brandon.
Integrity.
Family.
Legacy.
Fisher Capital.
They want to draft our daughters too. Washington is completely disconnected and seems to care more about sending our sons and daughters to a potential war where they do not belong.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. Well, some of you might have seen that I was on 60 Minutes. It's not a show that I usually watch, but I was on there. And one of the things that Leslie Stahl could not understand was why I called the Democrat Party the party of pedophiles. Yeah. So I've written a little explanation to help explain for those that can't see it and don't understand why I say the Democrat Party is the party of pedophiles. But I've done it in a little bit of a style that many of you in the room will recognize, and it's going to be sort of like a tribute to Jeff Foxworthy. You might be a pedophile if you buy your kids tuck-friendly bathing suits from Target. You might be a pedophile if your son lists you as Pedo Peter in his contact list on his cell phone. You might be a pedophile if you think your student's reading list should include the book Gender Queer. You might be a pedophile if you have more LGBTQ, pride, and trans flags in your classroom than the American flag Or why do you even have those flags in your classroom? You might be a pedophile if you tell your students not to tell their parents the special name you gave them. You might be a pedophile if your most played song on Spotify is "We're Coming for Your Children" by the San Francisco Men's Choir. You might be a pedophile if you were calling the great new movie Sound of Freedom a QAnon conspiracy theory. You might be a pedophile if you're a doctor that specializes in pediatric gender-affirming care. You might be a pedophile if you are a social media company that allows child trafficking on your platform. Looking at you, Zuck. You might be a pedophile if you flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane and you were on the flight log like 26 times. Mr. Clinton. You might be a pedophile if you make children's cartoons and movies that feature non-binary characters to make impressionable young children question if they are a boy or a girl. You might be a pedophile if you're a Hollywood celebrity and all your children under 10 years old are trans. You might be a pedophile if you sent a death threat to libs of TikTok. You might be a pedophile if your daughter wrote in her diary about inappropriate showers you took with her as a child while she was in drug rehab center and you were running for president hiding in the basement. You might be a pedophile if you were caught on camera repeatedly sniffing strangers' children over and over and over again. All right, you might be a pedophile if you cast your vote for the party that openly supports the genital mutilation, the sexualization, the grooming, and the targeting of our children, because that's what the Democrat Party supports. So what are we going to do about that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, I want to tell you, I have a bill called the Protect Children's Innocence Act. This bill would make it a felony to perform so-called gender-affirming care on any child under the age of 18, because children under the age of 18, they are not old enough to legally vote. They are not old enough to legally join the military. They are not old enough to legally buy alcohol. They're not old enough to legally buy nicotine. They're not old enough to legally get a tattoo on their skin. And it should be a felony. People should go to jail for amputating children's body parts. I'm going to need your help. Here's how you can help. Let me explain it to you. I've got good news. I've got really good news. I don't just have a bill introduced. I have a lot of co-sponsors with my Republican colleagues in Congress. And there's going to be a hearing coming up, and we'll be announcing that date very soon. So I want all of you to watch, but I want you to contact your Republican representatives and tell them you want to see Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill, the Protect Children's Innocence Act, passed. You want to see it a law. You want to see to it that we end this evil, barbaric practice of genital mutilation on children, because our children are from God, and it is our duty as Republicans to protect them. And we should never allow this to happen in our country. That's the first war. It is a war on our children. But I want to talk to you about a war I'm very concerned about. Last week in Washington, D.C., Congress spent the entire week debating the National Defense Authorization Act. This is a funding bill for the Department of Defense that happens every single year. It's the most important bill that we put together. The Department of Defense website states the mission is clear. The mission of the Department of Defense is, number one, to deter war. Number two, to protect our nation's national security interest. And so when I looked at this bill, I looked at it very simple. I looked at it through the mission of the Department of Defense. But my problem with the NDAA as it stands right now is that it has funding for a war in Ukraine. And that does nothing to protect our border. And that's your hard-earned tax dollars. Now, let me tell you the great things about the bill. The NDAA, as it stands right now, the Republican bill, gives the military personnel, our great men and women who serve, a pay raise, a good pay raise for the first time they've had in 30 years. And they deserve it. We fought this week and we removed transgender treatments in the military. We fought this week and put the Hyde Amendment in the NDAA so that none of your tax dollars fund abortion or abortion vacations. And Republicans worked hard to make sure that DEI and woke policies are removed from the military because that does not belong. We're funding them with equipment. We're funding them with ammunition. We have to build it back up because Biden's war in Ukraine, a proxy war with Russia, has depleted our military. Our military is the weakest it has been in decades and decades. And we all know that the only way to achieve peace is through strength. But let's talk about something. I'm going to tell you something very serious. The way I see the Ukraine war, and I have never voted to send any of your money to Ukraine. I'm one of only a few. But the Ukraine war, where it is going right now, is it is exactly the way the Vietnam War started. And many of you in this room recognize it. So I want to walk you through some things. Lyndon B. Johnson is very similar to Joe Biden. How are they the same? They're both Democrat socialists. Lyndon B. Johnson was the majority leader in the Senate. Does that sound familiar? He was vice president to Kennedy. Joe was vice president to Obama. He was appointed as the president after JFK was assassinated. Then he was elected. His big socialist programs were the Great Society. The Great Society were big government programs to address education, medical care, urban problems, rural poverty, transportation, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, and welfare, the Office of Economic Opportunity, and big labor and labor unions. Now, LBJ had the Great Society, but Joe Biden had Build Back Better, and he still is working on it. The largest public investment in social infrastructure and environmental programs that is actually finishing what FDR started, that LBJ expanded on, and Joe Biden is attempting to complete. Socialism. Meanwhile, we are now $32 trillion in debt. With record high homelessness, 40-year record inflation, we're losing the U.S. dollar as the #1 world currency. We're losing our freedoms. Our government is one big, fat, bloated machine. And it's killing the American dream. Our jobs are sent overseas, and America's manufacturing only is looming over small-town America like a graveyard of the American dream. And now we find ourselves on the verge of another pointless foreign war. Why? Why is this happening? I'll tell you why. Establishment Washington has a sick addiction. They have a bloodlust for war. And it makes me, it's horrid. It's horrid. So let's compare Ukraine and Vietnam, shall we? Before the Ukraine war, Joe Biden said, "We will not get involved." He said, "Ukraine is not a NATO ally of ours." He said, "The United States will stay neutral." Then, let me tell you what he did. Then Congress and Joe Biden, and I'm not in this group, just so you know, sent $113 billion of your dollars to Ukraine. Not only that, they fund the Ukraine government at $1 billion a month. That's not the $113 billion. $1 billion a month, that pays for the Ukrainian government. That pays their salaries. It keeps the lights on. While Zelensky runs around in a green t-shirt. Now, Joe Biden wants to send F-16s. He wants to send cluster munitions. I had an amendment on that last week and it failed. I tried to stop it. I had an amendment on stopping F-16s. It failed. Long-range missiles. I had an amendment on that. It failed. Because I do not believe our Department of Defense mission, which is to deter war, sending more war machines and more money to fund war, does not deter war, ladies and gentlemen. It causes war. It increases war. The United States should be about making peace. President Johnson, Lyndon B. Johnson, when he was running for president in 1964, you know what he said on the campaign trail? "We are not about to send our boys 9,000 to 10,000 miles around the world to do what Asian boys should do at home." Then, 1 year later in 1965, there were 184,000 United States troops in Vietnam. And by 1968, the United States had 548,000 U.S. troops in Vietnam, and 30,000 of our military troops were already dead. So you see where it starts, and you see where it's going, and let's talk about how it ended up. I think history is so important to know, because it always repeats itself. But it doesn't have to when we pay attention and we learn our lessons. The United States draft, the draft, where my father was drafted, by the way, God bless him. He served in the Navy as a combat veteran in the Vietnam War. Thank you. And thank you to any veteran that's here today. There were nearly 2 million of our young men drafted to serve in Vietnam, not our country. That was not one of the states of the United States of America. The draft sent them over, and by the time Vietnam War was finished, nearly 59,000 United States sons were dead or missing. Is that going to be the future for our country, for our sons, our daughters? Is that going to be the future? Because that is where Washington is taking us right now in Ukraine. I will not have it. I will not have it. The good news is the NDAA is not finished yet. We will have final passage more than likely in the fall. The good news is I have another chance to fight for our military, to fight for our country, because I'll be serving on the conference that will be put together between the House and the Senate. And I've been appointed to that conference by the Speaker. And this is where I get to go and say, no abortion in the military. This is where I get to go and say, no transgender surgeries in the military. This is where I get to go and say, fund our military and make it the strongest military in the world so that we can have peace. And this is the place that I get to go and say, no more war in Ukraine, Lindsey Graham. Thank you. Thank you. And this is an important message. I'll wrap it up with this. I'll tell you why this is an important message. Our future for the United States of America should be turning our Department of Defense's attention back to its mission statement: deter war and protect our national security interests. That is our border. And the biggest threat to our border and to United States Americans today is the cartels in Mexico, who is responsible for killing 300 Americans every single day that Joe Biden doesn't give a damn about. I urge you with this: pay attention to war. Pay attention to war. There's two wars: on our children and a future coming world war. And we do not want any part of it. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. God bless you, everyone. God bless you.
It seems like no one in Washington is fighting for the American family until now.
An NRA for families. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
The NRA of the American family.
As almost the NRA for families.
The American Principles Project.
A project that actually has principles. I am long the American Principles Project. Here's why. Terry Schilling and the crowd over there are workers, and they have focused on the American family as the building block of civic society.
You're not just speaking about these issues, you're taking action.
We want families to be the most important and powerful special interest group in the country.
He said at AmericanPrinciplesProject.org. You might want to find out a little bit more about what they're doing.
Talking about the value of early voting for 2024. This is going to be a game-changing partnership with Turning Point Action.
Oh my gosh. This is the first time I've been on the stage at Turning Point Action. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Scott Presler. I'm the son of a retired Navy captain. And today, I want to tell you about my mom and dad. They've been married for 41 years. They share true love, and my dad even still calls my ma his bride. And today, Mom and Dad, I honor you on this stage. I am that long-haired, flat-ironed Eagle Scout. And in 2021, I was honored to receive the Ronald Reagan Award at CPAC. But this journey was actually started by none other than President Obama. I'm serious. That night, he made me into the man I am today. I'm thankful for President Obama for inspiring me, because when he was reelected, I realized I was a part of the problem. Where was I taking action? Where was I registering voters? Where was I knocking on doors? Where was I getting out the vote? That night I created my Twitter account and I told myself, Scott, you're going to get a job in politics. I started as a dog walker. I was working in an elementary school, and I spent the entire Christmas vacation applying for jobs in 2013 in preparation for 2014. I knew it could be a big year. And the reason why I'm wearing cowboy boots is because my first ever job was helping to elect now Governor Greg Abbott in the great state of Texas. And more importantly, I was always thinking long term. Yes, the presidency was important in 2016, but I wanted to make sure that we had a conservative Supreme Court. And so I dedicated, with your help, 2 years of my life to defeating Hillary Clinton and electing Donald J. Trump as the 45th president of the United States of America. And it was President Trump who brought attention to the city of Baltimore, Maryland. And the same inaction that I felt from myself in 2012, I was reminded of by how people were talking about Baltimore. They were showing trash on the streets. They were talking about it. They were getting likes and clicks and retweets, but nobody was offering a hand up. And I said, I'm going to the city. The tweet went viral, and I was like, uh-oh. Within 7 days, we organized the cleanup, and with 200 volunteers from across the country, we picked up 12 tons of trash in 12 hours in one day. I went home to my ma. I was so excited. I was like, Ma, I'm really good at picking up trash. Her heart swelled with pride and admiration. But more importantly, bigger picture, I realized I don't need the government to solve my problems. We can do it ourselves. And I thought, why can't I do this everywhere? So we did. We went to Atlanta, Austin, Baltimore, Chicago, Denver, Duquesne, Detroit, Houston, Kenosha, Los Angeles, Miami, Milwaukee, Nashville, Portland, Pittsburgh, Philly, Salem. I was protested for picking up trash. I love this saying. Do y'all know what bless your heart means? When I first moved to Texas, I didn't know what it meant. And so it was getting real hot outside. I'm talking to all my new friends. I'm going, y'all, I'm so hot. I'm sweltering. They'd all kind of cock their head, look at me and say, bless your heart. I called up my ma, so excited. I was like, Ma, I love Texas. They're all so nice. They're all blessing my heart. Come to find out, it's a real nice Southern way of saying, you're dumb as heck. But you're cute. Here's the difference. Here's the big difference. Your mom is sick. Bless her heart. Your mama voted for Joe Biden. Bless her heart. And so, this is a full circle moment for me. And I want the viewer that's listening here today, and I want the viewer that's watching from home, and I want the viewers from across the globe to understand this is what we're fighting for. The American dream, that someone like me, somebody that started off as a dog walker because I had a will and I worked for it, I want it. And I want people to know that whatever your dream is, whether it's big or whether it's small, follow that dream. Follow that passion. But I'm on a bigger mission. January 23rd of this year, I launched an organization called Early Vote Action, earlyvoteaction.com. And I want to let you know, Turning Point Action has partnered with my organization and committed $5 million to a ballot-chasing statewide action in the state of Wisconsin. Thank you, Turning Point Action. Thank you for focusing on this battleground state. And guys, this is just the beginning. And I know this is a contentious issue, so please save your tomatoes for just a moment. But let me explain to you why I'm pushing for early voting. Here's the reason. We together must make Joe Biden a one-term president. Need I say more? Real quick, let's go through it. Number one, do you guys know who Kari Lake is? Who's that? And it's criminal what happened in the great state 48. It's criminal, but it showed something to us. We told the opposition what we were going to do. We told them our plan. Why in football would we tell the opposition where we're going to throw it? And 30% of machines go down in Maricopa County on what day? Election day. Then in Harris County, Texas, because look, I listen, and you say to me, Scott, one day, one vote, one paper ballot. I understand that. I hear that. I acknowledge that. Harris County, Texas ran out of paper ballots on what day? Election day. Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, Republican County, ran out of paper ballots on what day? Election day. Adam Laxalt lost by 8,000 votes in Nevada. It snowed in Washoe County and Reno because our people, we like to live in the mountains. We're mountain folk. It snowed on what day? Election day. So the Democrats, they weren't freaking out. They weren't panicking. They had already ballot harvested. They had already early voted. They already mailed in their votes. And Republicans were going, guys, please, I know it's snowing. Please go vote. Imagine what we could have done stopping the Democrats from having a majority right now, defeating an incumbent Democratic senator in the state of Nevada. And so I am calling for an all-of-the-above approach to voting. Yes, we're going to do election day voting, but we are going to use the tools of the Democrats to elect Republicans. We are going to early vote. We are going to go in person. We are going to do mail-in voting. We are going to do absentee ballots. And we are going to have ballot boxes at churches and gun shows. Two can play at this game. You didn't realize I was going to bring the fire. I'm not just hair, guys. Number two, do you guys know who John Fetterman is? Hey, we're gonna be classy. Bless his heart. See, was not a good setup? I got you. And so, but more importantly, I love the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's a shame what's happened. But the fact of the matter is when Dr. Oz and John Fetterman, before they debated, 500,000 Pennsylvanians already voted. And you know what's worse? 4 out of 5 of those voters were registered Democrats. So guys, the Democrats were going into Election Day with a bank of 400,000 votes. And imagine me being a Democratic operative. I'm going, this is great. I got 400,000 fewer people to reach out to. And you know what? I got time. And I got money. And those Republicans, they don't have time, they don't have money, and they're all waiting to vote on one day. So this is going to be great for us. We're sliding into base while the Republicans are marching this arduous, treacherous journey uphill. And we are wishing and praying and hoping that everybody's going to show up on one day, Election Day. And you know what? I do want to talk about the psychological effect. Let's talk about Florida for a second. Because this was a state that voted for President Obama twice. This was the ultimate battleground swing state. Do you know what happened in 2022? For the first time in history, Republicans won early voting plus mail-in voting statewide in Florida. That's never happened ever. And what's the result? Think about this. Pretend I'm a guy and I'm living in Broward County with Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Ugh. I know. Imagine if I see in 2016 that Hillary Clinton has an insurmountable early vote lead. Am I that guy in blue Broward going to be inspired to vote? Probably not. I'm going to be dejected. I'm going to be demoralized. But what if I'm a guy in Broward County and I saw, like in 2022, that Republicans were winning early voting in Duval County, Jacksonville, and Clearwater, Pinellas County, and Seminole County, and West Palm Beach County, and Miami-Dade County? If I see that Republicans are winning in blue counties with early voting, you bet your behind I am going to turn out. And that's how we're going to win, by getting those low propensity voters that have it in their heads that we can't win, and we're going to show them we can. And no, I'm not just talking about those swing states. This message is to every person that's in Washington and Oregon and Rhode Island and Connecticut and Delaware and Maine and Vermont, New Hampshire. This is to every person who thinks you can't. I'm telling you right now, we can. And more importantly, we will. I'm focused with early vote action to start on 5 key states: Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. We win those 5, the White House is good as ours. But more importantly, think about the name of this organization, Turning Point Action, and think about my organization, Early Vote Action. I'm glad you're here. It's so nice to feel this energy and excitement and love and warmth. But don't let this dissipate. Please, don't go home feeling so hyped up and just let this energy go elsewhere. I'm asking you, please, now is the time to stand up. Now is the time to take action, and now is our turning point. So, you're excited about presidency. I get it. But that's all the way in 2024. We got to focus on now. So what's happening this year in 2023? Here's the fun part. I live in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We have legislative elections this November. You guys know a guy named Governor Glenn Youngkin? Well, get this. Get this. If we take 2 Republican Senate seats and hold the House of Delegates, which we currently have as a majority, we will give Governor Glenn Youngkin a conservative legislature he can work and govern with. Oh no, baby, it gets better. It gets better, because I want all the lefties and the Democrats to hear what I'm about to say. When Republicans control the legislature in November, we are going to put Virginia on the table for winning the presidency in 2024. And without Virginia, the Democrats have no pathway. They will not get it without Virginia. We are going to make them burn that cash in the Commonwealth. Make them spend that dough. Louisiana, October. We're going to take that governorship. We're going to defeat that Democrat. But, guys, I know you're going to think I'm crazy. Election day is on a Saturday during LSU football versus Auburn at Tiger Stadium. So when people say to me, Scott, we have to vote on one day, can you imagine that some of those people may go to the football game and forget to vote? No, we want to elect a Republican governor on that primary. So then all those resources in Louisiana, we can focus to winning the Mississippi governorship in November and direct those resources and not waste our time. And then we can also help win the governorship in Kentucky. We have an opportunity to flip 2 Democratic governors to Republican this November. And New Jersey, I have not forgotten about you, and don't cringe when I say Joyzy. If we take 6 seats in the Assembly, we will take away Democratic Governor Murphy's ability to pass reckless and dangerous resources. My main message to you, if you've taken away anything from today, I'm here dedicating my life to this cause because I firmly believe in it. And I believe that we can fight for freedom and save it globally. And I'm asking if any of you have ever felt moved or felt that you had to take action and do something. Let now be that time. Let it move within you. Let it urge you to take action, and let it urge you to work together as a family, because whatever happens in the primary, fight for your candidate, do it positively. But as soon as we have a Republican candidate, we unite, we coalesce, we come together, and we make Joe Biden a one-term president. Charlie, Tyler Boyer, Turning Point Action, I want to thank you. Thank you for changing my life. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to all of my adopted moms. Thank you to everyone that's let me sleep in your homes. Thank you for letting me cuddle with your animals. Thank you. I'm humbled. Bye, guys.
There's a nutritional gap in our modern diet. 53% of the global adult population take food supplements to bridge it. 97% are not getting the desired results. Better health is not a one-size-fits-all quick fix. Test-based nutrition is the answer. You deserve to know if your supplements are doing their job. This is a revolution in omega-3 supplements. Let's take the guesswork out of a healthier way of living. Find out if you're in the clear, or if it's time to act now to maintain normal physical and mental functions in your body. Move to a life in balance.
The middle class in this country has been the big differentiator. If the middle class goes away or it's severely damaged, this will not be the kind of country that we've all grown up in.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here with all of you. Thank you for all that you're doing in your communities, and thank you for being here today and supporting this great event. My usual gig at a Turning Point conference, especially when we're speaking to students, has to do with entrepreneurism. I'm a business guy primarily early in my career. I was very fortunate to be able to take a startup company. I was 24 years old, started in my apartment, focus it on something I was interested in, which had been college cheerleading, take that activity, that student activity, transform it with athleticism and entertainment, and make it something that would be attractive to millions of people all over the world. That was the idea. There was a lot of work in between. I borrowed a little money from family and friends to start it. I hired college cheerleaders and developed a curriculum to teach schools these kind of acrobatic stunts, and away we went. I ran completely out of money before we got the first deposit in. I was really looking over the abyss, if you will. But then we got the money in, we did our clinics, we had a few thousand people, and we were off and running. Next, a few years later, came uniforms. We had to have performance-type uniforms to go with our new style so that people could actually do the things like what you see on television today. Created a catalog, got designs, hired a manufacturer, got all the orders in, sent it to the manufacturer. The manufacturer went bankrupt. So I'm, again, looking over the abyss for the second time. Was able to find a T-shirt manufacturer, set up sewing machines in his basement, and get the uniforms out. And we were off and running. We have our camp center uniforms. The third kind of leg of our stool was cheerleading competitions. There were no cheerleading competitions. The competition concept was born because we didn't have enough money to expand nationally. And we said, how can we let people see what we do? We know they like it. We're going to get cheerleading on television. We couldn't find any network that would take it. I stumbled upon this upstart cable company that's just when cable was getting going, frankly. They were only in 3 million homes. Nobody knew who they were. They were in Bristol, Connecticut. They were called the Entertainment and Sports Programming Network, ESPN. So we partnered with ESPN. As their footprint grew and our competition concept spread, the entire company was lifted up over several decades. Eventually, that franchise has 300,000 students at camp every summer. We do 1 million custom uniform pieces for nearly every high school and college in the country, and our competitions at Disney and on ESPN are seen around the world. We also were able to create an international federation to position cheerleading for the Olympics that has 120 countries now. There are literally millions of young people all over the world who are involved in this now. Now, I'd like to tell you, maybe I wouldn't, but that was all my vision and everything that I did alone, and we took the Harvard Business School concept of adequate capital and 5-year plans and built it. That's not the case, right? I had a lot of help. I had a concept that people believed in. I was able to articulate it. And we created a culture that made it possible for people to kind of hook their star to my dream. And that culture is the key for any of you who want to start your own company or you're part of an organization. It's been termed, not my term, the heart and the fist. Business is not just a team sport, it's a contact sport. The fist is frankly competitiveness, holding each other to a high standard, expecting the very best out of our colleagues every single day. The heart is when we wrap our arms around our colleagues. If you expect loyalty from your employees, you have to be loyal to them, okay? If you want them there in tough times, when they have tough times, if they have family problems, if they have issues, if they're having a hard time moving up in the organization, you have to be there for them. That's the heart. And the heart is also extended to our customers. So that is how the company was built. For those of you who are wanting to do that again, I encourage you to think about the culture, to think about that heart and fist. Now, after I got the company going, I had an epiphany experience. When I was at Disney and all of our events, 10,000 people, all of the different venues being used, 2 television shows, I stepped outside, I was overlooking the entire thing, and this hit me. This is when people go, yeah, you went, look what I did, right, over these 30 years. It was exactly the opposite. It was humility. It choked me up. I cried. I have no idea, well, I have an idea now, where it came from. But what that voice told me then was, you are blessed. You are the lucky one, because you've been able to do something that has affected positively millions of young people all over the world. And it was like the feeling, again, of humility. But the second part of it was, now, do something else. Take what you've done, apply it where it can be even bigger and better and more people. That's when I decided, with some encouragement from Charlie Kirk, frankly, to get involved in the political process. And I first wrote a book. I grew up in very much a middle-class family. I wrote a book called American Restoration, How to Unshackle the Great Middle Class. I was lucky enough for it to be an Amazon bestseller. I hope you'll read it. It's my ideas on how to lift up the middle class, which is under such an attack and an assault right now. The second thing was, what else could I do? Well, I kind of settled on political media and acquired Human Events to start Human Events Media Group. Many of you are familiar with it. You see Jack Posobiec, thank you. You see Jack Posobiec, Libby Emmons, Andy No, Charlie works with us as well. And then we acquired, to go with it, the Post Millennial, which is a hot property and having a big impact. We did this to hold disingenuous, duplicitous politicians, corporations, and media, to hold them to a different standard, to expose the misinformation they are spewing to our citizens, and to tell the truth. And I tell you, it's having an amazing impact. And I commit to you right now, we will be relentless in our efforts and our commitment to be there and fight for those things for you. You have my commitment. So, to close, let me kind of leave you with this. From this entrepreneurial background and now involved in the political fight, which I know all of you are as well, or you wouldn't be here. So thank you for that. You know, the great American economic engine just isn't based on technology and manufacturing expertise. It's built on companies that have emphasized creativity, opportunity, the free expression of ideas, and a culture that stresses egalitarianism and organic inclusiveness, respect, and kindness. But in order to have this type of environment that through the years has given aspiring entrepreneurs, like I was, the chance to do something really great and to make a difference for our entire country, we have to turn back the tide of overregulation, suppression of free speech and ideas, and governance in our companies by overzealous HR and legal departments. We need policies that encourage bold innovation, creative approaches, and risk-taking. And that also means pushing back on a political system and bureaucracy that has run amok. So that's why I'm here. That's why our entire Human Events Media Group team is here. It's what we're committed to. Thank you. My dream is this. I want each of you to have the freedom to follow your dreams and to get this country moving again in the right direction. It will take all of us shoulder to shoulder to get it done, but it can be done. So please, look for ways to continue the fight. Get involved in elections, Scott was talking about. Support conservative media platforms like Human Events and the Post-Millennial. Support businesses that refuse to adopt woke policies, and get involved in your local school board. There is plenty to do. It's waiting for you to get involved and make a difference. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the movement and for, frankly, supporting each other. You're the best. You're who we're depending on. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What's up, Turning Point? I'm John McEntee. I ran staffing for President Trump in the White House. I was a young conservative and wanted to get involved in politics. If you're like me and you want to get involved, you need to watch this next video.
On Inauguration Day,
the 4 years ahead
seems like an eternity.
It's not.
Because the left has engineered our government and institutions
To reject conservative ideology, the 2025 Presidential Transition Project
brings together over 60 conservative organizations
to ensure the policy and personnel are in place.
On January 20th, 2025.
Using 4 pillars,
we are laying the foundation
for the next president
to end Washington's bureaucracy and restore American prosperity.
If we had had this in 2016, we would have been able to hit the ground running. And if you want to be a part of it, go to project2025.org.
To think that our intelligence community has not been politicized would be naive. They're trying to criminalize free speech. They want to silence me because I will stand up for Donald Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I stand before you as living proof that Jesus Christ can do anything. You may recognize me from CNN. You know, the morning that 29 heavily armed, fully SWAT-clad FBI agents stormed my home They were fully kitted out in SWAT gear, brandishing fully automatic M4 assault weapons to arrest me for the non-existent fabricated crime of lying to Congress in my voluntary testimony regarding Russian collusion, which never actually happened. The whole purpose of charging me was to pressure me to testify falsely against my friend of 45 years, the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln, Donald J. Trump. They presented a list of 26 phone calls between candidate Trump and myself in 2016, and they said, all you have to do is testify that these phone calls had to do with Russian collusion or WikiLeaks collaboration. And they said, if you don't cooperate, we're going to hit you with superseding charges. You'll die in prison. And I said, you can go to hell. Now, I am a veteran of 13 national presidential campaigns, but politics has changed dramatically in America. There was a time in America when both parties were patriotic. There was a time in America when both parties believed in capitalism, believed in free enterprise. Yeah, the Republican Party wanted to tax a little less and spend a little less. The Democratic Party wanted to tax a little more and spend a little more. But the Democratic Party of John F. Kennedy, the Democratic Party of Harry Truman, who broke the backs of the communists in Greece, that Democratic Party no longer exists. It has been captured. It has been hijacked by a group of Marxist socialist lunatics. What we have today is not a fight between Republicans and Democrats. It is not a fight between liberals and conservatives. What we have today is a fight between good and evil. A fight between dark and light. A fight between the godly and the godless. And if we fail, America will step off into 1,000 years of darkness. Last week in Media Matters for America, they criticized me for saying that our opponents were demonic, that our opponents were satanic. I only said it because they are. Our problem today really are not the screwball socialist Marxist Democrats. Our real problem are the feckless, gutless, weak-kneed, lily-livered, white wine swilling, country club belonging establishment Republicans, and it is time to show them the door. Here is my message for Speaker Kevin McCarthy. It is very simple. It is time to impeach Joe Biden, or let's vacate the chair and make Matt Gaetz Speaker of the House. Joe Biden will be in 3 states today. The state of unconsciousness, the state of semi-consciousness, and the state of confusion. Chris Christie needs to run, not for president, he just needs to run. Now, as a veteran of many years in American politics, I'm going to tell you something somewhat shocking. Joe Biden will not be the nominee of the Democratic Party in 2024. Kamala Harris will briefly become president, But the only way in their party they can replace a woman of color is with another woman of color. And yes, you heard it here first. The Democratic nominee for president will be Michelle Obama. They have already rigged their primaries. The reason that they have canceled the Iowa caucuses and the New Hampshire primary is to put South Carolina, a state where a majority of the Democratic primaries or primary voters are African Americans, and they will allow Gavin Newsom to purchase the vice presidential nomination, but the Obamas will hold him up for $600 or $800 million to do so. You heard it here first. When Steve Bannon says it in 3 weeks, remember I said it first. Politics has always been a contact sport. I've been very forthright about the fact that when I hit rock bottom, when it was clear that I was about to be lynched in a Soviet-style show trial in which all my constitutional rights would be ignored, and that I would be lynched after being gagged. And I realized that my mentor, Richard Nixon, yeah, I have a tattoo of him on my back. It's about the size of a grapefruit between my shoulders. It's a daily reminder that in life, when you get knocked down, when you suffer defeats, when you are disappointed, when you reach for something and you fall short and you're ready to quit, that is the time to get up off the mat and get back in the game. You see, the story of Richard Nixon is the story of persistence. It's the story of resilience. It's an American story. But in the truth, I'm also the only man you know with a dick on the front and the back. It was my mentor, Richard Nixon, who said, "The greatness comes not when things go always good for you. The greatness comes when you are really tested, when you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes. Because only when you have been in the deepest valley can you understand the majesty of the highest mountaintop." He also said, "A man is not finished when he is defeated. He is only finished when he quits." When it comes to the fight for America, both Donald J. Trump and I will never quit. God bless you.
CEO of Kingstone Studios, located here in Central Florida. Kingstone is a premier creator of comic books, animation, and motion pictures. U.S. Comics publishes premium graphic novels for schools and libraries, detailing the great American story. Kingstone Comics provides the very best in faith-based graphic novels, including the most complete graphic adaptation of the Bible ever done, a finalist for Christian Book of the Year in the children's category. Our motion picture, No Vacancy, starring Sean Young, T.C. Stallings, and Dean Cain, opened in 608 theaters last year and provides an incredible true model for addressing homelessness and addiction in our nation. U.S. Animation is our expansion into entertainment for the next generation and sharing the true story of what makes America great. Visit us in the exhibit hall or online at kingstonestudios.com. Kingstone is here to assist you in reaching your communities, churches, and schools with conservative media content. We hope you will join with us in impacting the next generation of Americans.
How does that make you feel? Giving a child his freedom. Felt good. You have been at this for 12 years. Why are you doing it? cell. It is the fastest growing international crime network that the world has ever seen.
For Homeland Security, you know we can't go off rescuing Honduran kids in Colombia.
This job tears you to pieces. And this is my one chance to put those pieces back together.
And yet somehow, you have failed to bring me one real-world lead.
It's over, Tim. Close up and come back home.
So you quit your job and you go and rescue those kids.
South of that river is all rebel territory. No one goes in. What if this was your daughter?
So, she's gone.
Hear that? That's the sound of freedom.
Sound of Freedom is one of those films that can legitimately change this world. So we want to ignite a fire in audiences and open their eyes to the dark reality of millions of children that need our help. Let's make this film a historic event and the start, the end of child trafficking. Theaters across this country are already selling out. Pre-order your tickets today and you can send the message that God's children are no longer for sale.
I fight because there are millions of pedophiles that exist in this world. I fight because if we only rescue one child, then all will have been worth it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. It's nice to know that Thank you, guys. Wow, you're so kind. Thank you. Thank you. It's so nice to know that some people like me because for the work we've done rescuing children, we've been villainized by the left. I guess it's somehow evil to rescue children. I can't figure this out. So it feels so good to be with folks who get it and support us. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to tell you a story. In 2019, I was invited. I was on the Lori Ingram show talking about the border. I spent 10 years as a special agent, undercover operator on the southern border, and a total of 12 years working in that capacity as a special agent for the U.S. government, Homeland Security. And I was on Lori Ingram talking about the border, and on the way back to the hotel that night, I got a call that President Trump wanted to meet me in the White House. And I was like, what's going on? I had no idea it was a big conference. The media was going to be there, and I didn't get any warning other than I just showed up unshaven, and I thought it was a personal meeting, but no, everyone was there. And I ended up, they put me right next to President Trump in the cabinet room, and I just told the truth.
about what was happening at our border. See, it seems so simple to me. You build a wall, you rescue kids. You have no wall, kids get hurt. That's it. It's very simple. And I told 2 stories to the president, and it got on the media and everything. I told 2 stories. One was about a girl who was kidnapped at 11, 12 years old and taken through a wall-less section of the border, taken to New York City after that, and raped between 15 to 20 times a day for about 5 years. And I said, this is a crisis. Those who say this isn't a crisis, because this girl told me, had there been a wall that I was forced to go into, my traffickers would have been forced to go into the port of entry, then maybe, likely, I could have been rescued. And it's that simple. Who would fight against this? It's that simple. And then I told the other story. You saw the depiction of the Sound of Freedom. How many of you have seen Sound of Freedom? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. And the other story was simply that little boy. They filmed that on location. We pulled him out of that van. True story. The necklace story he gave me, also true, with my name on it. That's a miracle from God, and we're blessed that happened. And so that was it. I left thinking everything's great. I get a call from my office about a few hours after I left the White House, and they told me that we have lost 1,000 recurring donors. 1,000 donors who believed we were rescuing kids, but were willing to take that opportunity away because they didn't like that I met in the White House with Donald Trump. And my office, my CFO called, Tim, call these people, tell them you would have said the same thing to any president of any administration. And I thought about it for a half second. And I said, I'm not going to call one of those people. Because they just broadcasted something to me, a very important message. That there are people out there, and it was a shock to me, that there are people out there that hate one person or one party more than they love rescuing children from a life of rape. And that's when I realized we have a serious, serious illness in this country where children are put way down on the list of priority, and agenda and wokeness and leftism, whatever is the most important thing. It's spiritual warfare. Nothing else can explain this. It's spiritual warfare. So then fast forward a few more years and Sound of Freedom comes out, and I see another manifestation of this same craziness. You see what the left media is saying about this film? They're calling me QAnon. Okay, I don't even know. This is based on a true story. You saw the film. Was there anything in that film political, QAnon-ish, anything? These are real kids. We're bringing these kids up. They want to tell their story. So I invite Rolling Stone, The Guardian. By the way, all that mainstream media, in October of 2014, when this operation went down in Colombia, they all reported on it. They applauded it. They agreed with all the rest of us that child trafficking is real and that it's a good thing that we're getting rid of it. Same publications, 8 years later, it's all a lie. It can't be happening. And somehow it's QAnon the film was produced and written about 6-7 years ago, before anyone heard the name QAnon. So it's impossible that there's something in there. But they don't care. So then the question is this, and this is the most important thing we need to answer. Why? Why are they doing this? Why do they not want you to see Sound of Freedom? And they're going to expose the truth. And what truth? What conversation are they afraid to have? I'm going to tell you what it is. I was a few weeks ago, I was on the Hill talking to a group of congressional Republicans, and they were asking me about the border. And they were just appalled, as I am, as you are. In the last 2 years alone, 85,000 unaccompanied minors, thousands of them, according to CBP data, under 5 years old. Okay, what is a 3-year-old showing up at the port of entry or at the border alone? What's going on? Oh, and by the way, there's a bracelet around them. You seen this? I mean, they're branding the kids. I mean, this is an organized effort by criminal organizations to traffic children. And 85,000 of those kids show up at the southern border over the last 2 years, and they're lost. They're disappeared. And here's the important thing. There's something I call the economy of pedophilia. Okay? Did you know that the United States is the #1 consumer of child sex material in the world? Okay, so we are the demand. If 85,000 children show up at our border and are released into that economy of pedophilia, what do you think's going on? And worst yet, you know what happens? I've been down there. The traffickers give the kids a little piece of paper with a name on it of the sponsor. And Health and Human Services gets those kids by policy. All they can do is call the number, and George Smith or whoever picks up the phone. Oh yeah, Jose Gonzalez. Yeah, I'm the sponsor. Okay, they used to have to come pick the kid up. It's harder, by the way. It's harder to adopt a cat from a shelter than it is to come pick up a kid at the border. Do you know that? And now George Smith doesn't have to pick the kid up anymore. Your taxpayer dollars are putting that kid on a plane, train, automobile, whatever it is, and shipping that child to the sponsor given by a child trafficker in Mexico. And the United States government is therefore complicit. And the United States government is fulfilling and completing the final leg of a child trafficking experience. That's our country right now. And that's why they don't want you to see Sound of Freedom. They do not want to be compelled to have the conversation. But I told the congressman, because they said, Tim, why can't we wake up the left? These are children. And I said, you're not telling the whole story. Spiritual warfare, it's all encompassing. It's not just about the 85,000 kids. You know what else is about? It's about sexualizing our kids. They don't want to be confronted with that truth, that they are wanting to give our children pornography at 3rd grade and call it sex education. Sexualize their brains. They don't want you to know about the fact that the pedophile networks, which I've been hunting for 2 decades, they are salivating right now at all the leftist policies because it's all the things that they have wanted to have accomplished for the last 2 decades. And they're doing it for them. Sexualize kids. They want the kids sexualized because they need those kids to want to have sex. At 12, 13, 14 years old, another big point for the pedophiles is kids should consent to vote. Kids can consent to everything. Why? Because they want sexualized kids to now have the legal authority to consent to do anything. And why are they loving this trans foist on children? Because it's all about consent. We're being told by the leftists that children can and should have the ability to consent and demand that their bodies be mutilated, that their genitalia be extracted. I mean, I have 9 children. Okay, you can't tell you. I won't let my thank you. I won't let my 13-year-old consent to where they're going to go on a Friday night. But moms and dads in Washington, Oregon can lose their children if they don't if they try to fight the consent thing with their kids to gender mutilate or to inject themselves with puberty blockers. Now, why do pedophiles love this? Oh, they love this because if kids can consent to something so outrageous, it doesn't seem so outrageous that they can now consent to identify as a 30-year-old and have sex with a 40-year-old pedophile, does it? And that's what's coming next. It's already happening. Every piece of this agenda in spiritual warfare is the pedophile agenda that's being pushed by these leftists. And this is the conversation they don't want to have. This is why they're lying about Sound of Freedom. And we're going to force this conversation down their throats. And we're going to wake up this country. And so we're just getting started. The director of the film, Alejandro Monteverde, he said he made a movie that he wants this movie to begin when people leave the theater. And that's what's happening. We are just getting started. And what's so great about this film, it's breaking. I don't know if I'm shocked every day. They give me the numbers. I'm shocked. Okay. And we need your help because I'm like, oh my gosh, I have a lot more enemies than I ever had before. But because of this is drawing a line. Isn't it amazing? They're exposed. This is, I believe God's behind this movie, if for nothing else, to expose. If you are against rescuing children and you can't help your poisonous pen and you're writing crap and you're going in and you're posting about how this is wrong and this is bad and this is a lie. Oh wow, we know who you are now. So thank you. We know who you are. The lines are more defined than ever, aren't they? It's not even Republican, Democrat. It's just right and wrong. It's dark and light. That's where we're at. This is spiritual warfare. There's a line in the movie. It's the one line that Jim Caviezel actually ad-libbed. And he didn't know. When I saw it for the first time, I wept. This is in the beginning. It's a true scene. I'm in a coffee shop with a pedophile after having gone undercover, not as under a false name, but under my own name. If you remember in the film, it shows this, and it's a true story. I had to go undercover as Tim Ballard, special agent, and closet pedophile. And that's how I had to get to this guy, Oshensky. Again, you've all seen the film, so you know what I'm talking about. Right before Oshensky gets arrested, Caviezel leans over the table. Do you remember the scene? And he says to him, "Better than a millstone be hung about your neck. And you toss to the bottom of the sea than that you should hurt one of these little ones." And I remember thinking that wasn't in the script. In fact, the actor who's playing the pedophile, that was his natural reaction when he said, "What does that mean?" Right? But it worked perfectly in the film. It was beautiful. Caviezel's an amazing guy. I asked him to play me. I asked him to play that role. He was my first choice because he loves Jesus, and that's why. And what Jim didn't know, what I knew, is all the crazy crap you see us do and the dark places I've had to go into. I'm just as scared as anyone else, I promise you. Before and after, I'm scared as anyone else. But you know, in the moment when I'm in it, I'm not scared. And this is why, because I repeat that line from Matthew 18 in my head. Jim didn't know this. I repeat that. Why do I repeat that line, the millstone line? Because I think it may be the only time that Jesus gets violently righteous in his words. It's like mafioso righteous, right? This is cement shoe stuff. I mean, think about what he's saying. If you hurt one of these kids, I'm not going to put a millstone on your neck and throw you to the sea. No, that's not what he's saying. It's going to be worse than that, is what's going to happen to you if you do this thing. And why do I love that line? Because when I'm going into a dark place, I know where God stands on it. He has made it clear, even using violent language. It's Jesus, so it's righteous violence. But even using violent language, I know he's at my side, and he's at our side. And here's the good news. He's on all of your side with that kind of passion, because all of you are going to protect God's children because they are no longer for sale. Thank you so much. God bless you guys, and God bless America. Thank you.
In a fifth generational conflict. For every lie they tell, we're gonna get in their face and yell two truths. Christ is King. When I watch The Sound of Freedom, I thank God. I thank God for people like Tim Ballard. I thank God. But I'll tell you this. When it comes to the industrialized global pedophile networks, when it comes to the people in high places that are defending and supporting the global pedophile networks, like Jeffrey Epstein and so many others that we have yet to uncover in that black book, I say that it is not up to us to judge them. It is up to God to judge them. It's up to us to arrange the meeting. We will lay waste to the global pedophile networks. We will lay waste to these satanic, demonic networks, and they will never allowed to be operate anywhere in this world. This film, and by the way, you gotta say, boy, I wonder what poor schlub has to go up after Sound of Freedom and Tim Ballard, right? This film has struck a chord with our nation. It struck a chord with the people all around the world. We can't close our eyes anymore. We can't be silent about this anymore. And to all of the people within the sound of my voice who might be participating in this demonic process, we're coming for you. We're coming for all of you. We have your names. We have your addresses. We have the receipts. And we are going to take every single one of you down. And I'm not actually supposed to announce this yet. But I don't see anyone up here cutting this mic, so I might just have to say it. We are working on a new child trafficking documentary. And we are specifically going to focus on the child sex trafficking and child organ trafficking operations that are being run out of Ukraine right now. And they will tell you, they will say it's fake. They'll say it's not happening. They'll say it's not real. They'll say you're Q adjacent. They'll say everything under the sun to get you to stop talking about this. And you know why? Because that's what they want you to think. That's what they want you. They want you to go to sleep. They want you to shut your eyes. They want you to not pay attention. Well, I've got news for you. God's people are awake. God's people are wide awake. And we will never be silent about this again. We will never be silent about these criminal pedophile perverts that have been taking over our countries, that have been using processes like Ukraine and so many other countries around the world. The destabilization in Afghanistan, we're going to go through the whole gamut. We're going to go through every piece of this. And we will uncover every step of it. Because I remember when they went out there, and when Jim Caviezel spoke about this, and he put his reputation on the line, he put his career on the line, he said, I don't care if I never make another cent, I'm going to tell the truth. And that's how I feel as well. I don't care if I make another cent in my life. I don't care about money. I don't care about take away all my social media, take everything away. I don't need it. I don't want it. Because you know what I have? I've got my 2 little boys and my wife right in the front row right here. And that's what this is about. And 2 days after Jim Caviezel came out and did that interview on a little show you may have heard of called The War Room, over at Human Events, another great show, we broke a story, thank you, we broke the story that at the border between Ukraine and Slovakia, a child sex trafficker, a child organ trafficker, had just been arrested. And in the back of his car, he had an 11-month-old baby boy. He was posing as an adoption service for refugees. He goes to the women, because remember, Ukraine's under martial law, the men can't come out. The longer this war goes on, the more refugees it creates, the more destabilization it creates. And they go to the women with their babies, the most precious things in the world, our precious babies. And they go to them and they say, give him to us. We'll keep him safe. We'll send him to Paris. We'll send him to France. We'll send him to Rome. We'll put him in an adoption service. We'll give you $1,000 US cash as a finder's fee for helping us out. The Ukrainian National Police believe that this guy was tied to a Middle Eastern organ smuggling ring, and that child was going to be shipped off to have his organs harvested somewhere in the Middle East. And I thank God that that child was saved, that child was reunited with his mother, and that child is safe. So don't tell me it's a conspiracy theory. Don't tell me that it's not real. Why don't you go down to the mothers of Ukraine, to the mothers of the children that have been sex trafficked, and you tell them it's a conspiracy theory. You tell them it's not real when their sons and daughters don't come home until they find a picture of them in a body bag. You tell them it's a conspiracy theory. We're sick of it, and we're not taking it anymore. And we need to understand that you cannot be passive anymore in this fight. This is an action conference. There is a reason that we have established this as an action conference. Talk is not good enough. When Chris Wray goes up before the oversight committee, before any committee, and they ask him questions, and they grill him, and they say, oh, we got you on this. But then Chris Wray, guess what? He goes back to his office, he gets behind, and he keeps doing the exact same thing that he was always doing. And I say this, that I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the effort. But talk is not good enough anymore, and I'm done talking. I don't want to see these people grilled. I don't want to see them memed. I don't want to see them, with apologies to Benny Johnson. I don't want to see them mocked. I want to see them behind bars. For what they have done to this country, for what they have done to our people. The United States of America is not a corporation. The United States of America is not some illusory concept. It's not some figment. It's not some idea. It's not some, just one nation among others. The United States of America is our home, and we will defend our home. This is our last stand. There's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to go. And Uncle Sam will tell you, he's right here. Let's give it up for Uncle Sam, folks. And our home is hurting. Our home is hurting right now. Our home is hurting. And when your home is hurting, when you've got problems at home, whose job is it to clean the home? Whose job is it? No, sweetheart, I'm not going to say it's the woman's job. It's everyone's job. It's the adult's job to do this. We are going to say that we have to deal with hard truths. We are going to have to deal with those truths, even if we don't like it, even if it's not politically correct, even if it's not what we want to hear, it's not what we're taught. If you do not have the qualifications to be in the Ivy League, you should not be in the Ivy League. If you have committed crimes, if you're responsible for 50% of the violent crime in America, then you belong behind bars. It's as simple as that. In El Salvador, they've showed us the way. Okay, they've showed us. I'm done. I'm done with all of it. And I'm going to say something that might ruffle a few feathers. But once again, I have the mic, so. In the United States of America, there is only room for one flag and one pride movement, and that is American pride and the American flag. I will not allow my children to be raised to pledge allegiance to any other flag on the face of the nation. This is the flag that was given to us. These are the stars. These are the stripes. These are the stars and stripes that our ancestors fought for. For hundreds of years of Western civilization, it has been given to us. That is our inheritance. And as we were taught in the Bible, and I know it's Sunday morning, you do not squander your inheritance. You preserve it and you pass it along to the next generation. This is what we are called to do. This is what we are commanded to do by God. And God is watching. God is watching, and God is on the move. And I say this to everybody out there who understands what's going on. I say, you know what? We're on to you. We're on to all of you. And we can see what you're trying to do. We can see what you're trying to do by these same forces that I've talked about, the same forces that have given rise to BRICS, the same forces that have seen the decline of the G7, the same forces that are destroying the U.S. dollar, that are seeing the rise. And BRICS is embracing the gold standard, folks. They're already running away with it. They're running away with it. So to people like Klaus Schwab, who tried to put me behind bars, to people like George Soros, who's opened the floodgates at our border with mass migration and tried to do everything he can to overturn the rule of law in our cities, where it's spilling out into the countryside, into the suburbs, to kill our children, to come into our families. Here is what I say. This ends with you behind bars, not us. This ends with you locked up, not us. We aren't going anywhere, because I'll tell you what, you can lock me up. But you know what? You lock me up and there'll be 1,000 more Jack Posobiecs. There'll be 1,000 more Charlie Kirks, 1,000 more Steve Bannons, 1,000 more Donald Trumps. You can't lock up all of us. Bring it. You know where to find me. Because I can see the trajectory, all right? And it's very simple. They are trying to meddle in our elections before the elections even take place. Because we can all see, and look, there's a lot of candidates running, but I think it's very clear at this point. You cannot conventionally defeat Donald Trump in this primary. It cannot be done. You know, Ron DeSantis was invited, and I wish he had come. I do generally wish he had come. I genuinely wish he had come, because I would have said, Governor, what were you thinking? What were you thinking? Just wait. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. I don't know. Maybe it's an Italian thing. But here's what's coming up next. They're trying to take Trump out of the election. They are trying to decide our election unconventionally. How are they doing this? And I see the trajectory coming. They're using something called the Department of Justice. They're using something called indicting Trump. They're going to it, and it's not just about this Mar-a-Lago boxes, and I know we talk about this kind of stuff every day. They are going to try to indict him for January 6th, and they're going to call it a seditious conspiracy. And they're going to try to trigger something, and Norm Eisen and Andrew Weissman, the pit bull, you know, and all these people out there, they are going to try to say that he is disqualified from running for the presidency of the United States under the 14th Amendment. And here's what I say to that. If you try to strip Donald Trump off the ballot, it will blow this country apart at the seams, and every single person is going to write him in. We are never going to allow you to take him off our ballots. We will send tens of millions, hundreds of millions of ballots. We are never stopping. We will never falter. We will never surrender. I had an opportunity to travel to, and I'm sure everyone here's favorite city, Los Angeles, recently, because there was a group called the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. And these freaks were being honored by the Los Angeles Dodgers. They were being honored by the city and county of Los Angeles. And a group of people called Catholics for Catholics, Bishop Strickland, John Yep. We had a rabbi with us. We had evangelicals with us. We all came together. We all came together and we said, come to Los Angeles. Come to Los Angeles. And I flew out there and I went to my wife and I said, Tanya, I'm going to Los Angeles. She said, be careful. Right? Because, you know, at this point, right, and Kevin's here too, and Kevin and I went all the way into Ukraine. We went all the way into the train stations, Mykolaiv, Odessa, on the ground, guns in our faces, all right? And Tanya knows at this point, she's not going to talk me out of it. so she just says, be careful. Left her at the train station. I did. And give her a kiss, don't worry. And when we went to LA, though, we went to LA this time, I didn't know if anyone would show up. I didn't know it would just be, I thought maybe it would just be me and my rosary, a couple other guys. We had 10,000 people show up that day, marching with us, standing up for truth, standing up against the perversion that is being foisted and promoted in high places. Standing up, and I said, I'll tell you what, because I know how this works. For someone who studied communism, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, whether it's Poland, whether it's the Spanish Civil War, the very first institution that is targeted are the believers. The very first people who are targeted, the priests, the nuns, the pastors, that's who they lock up. That's who they defile. And I will say this to the sisters. I'll say this to the communists out there. I'll say this to Antifa. I'll say this to FBI. If you want to come for them, you got to go through Jack Posobiec first. You got to go through all of us first. You are not taking them ever. We don't have enough time for any more games. We don't have enough time for any more talk. We don't have time for anything but prayer and action. Prayer and action. This is the spiritual warfare that we are called to. These are the times that we were told would come. We were warned this would come. There's a book. You could read it. It's called the Bible. Everything that is happening today was foretold. And I say to all of you, as Christ taught us in the prayer of the Lord himself, and I ask you to repeat after me, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. I want to hold on that line for 1 second. Deliver us from evil. Deliver us from evil. Deliver us from evil. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless the United States of America.
Binkley, and I'm running for President of the United States.
Our goal has always been to pass this torch of freedom to the next generation, but there's no guarantee that that's going to happen today. We no longer share this belief that our true north is a nation that is strong, unified, and reconciled to God and to each other. When every American sees that great torch of liberty held high and that great bell of liberty ring clear, then and only then will we be the nation that God has called us to be.
I'm Ryan Binkley, and I approve this message.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Byrne. This is a first turning point for me. I'd like to thank Charlie Kirk and note what a interesting young man and fine entrepreneur he has turned out to be at 29 to have built this. So let's give Charlie Kirk a round of applause. I'm going to talk about Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass is the man we need to know for our time, and it's such a shame of all the history that's being scrubbed out of American schools that the fact that this is among the things being scrubbed out is so horrifying. I want to start by telling you a little bit about Mr. Douglass. He was really the most admired man of the 19th century, he or Lincoln. He was born a slave. He never learned to read or write till he was 11. He heard his master tell the wife, don't teach him to anything because it won't make him fit to be a slave. Don't teach him how to read. So from then on, that's all he wanted to do. And he taught himself. And he was raised, he had one book he had access to. It was called the Columbia Orator. And it was from 1800. It was basically a compendium of great documents of liberty back to, basically the tradition is Jerusalem, Athens, Rome, the Netherlands, Britain, and then it all flowers in the U.S. Constitution. That's really our history. That's the so-called passion of the Western mind. It is not about being white. It's not about being European. Christianity was an African religion before it was in Europe. It is an intellectual history, and that starts, with 10,000 generations of slavery, and then Abraham goes forth. And you get the Judaic tradition, which separates religious and political authority, and then you get Athens and Rome. And I spent years doing a PhD in philosophy trying to understand that intellectual history. That's what he was raised on. It was like you were raising somebody on Kobe beef all his life. That's all. And by the time he was 21, he could write. And he became really the greatest writer, expositor of our principles. If he'd been born 75 years earlier, we would have known him as the greatest writer among our founding fathers. Anyway, he wrote, but he was quite critical of the United States because he was a slave, he was an escaped slave. So you can imagine that. And he gave the greatest speech, the greatest July 4th speech in American history is generally credited to be his, 1852, Rochester, New York, where he talked about, and boy, if you read it, it is so right for our times. It's often quoted at length because of the criticism. He speaks of your nation, because he says, after all, I'm an escaped slave. It's not my nation yet. But he ends on this note that is overlooked. In that, while critical of our country, he understood its founding principles, and his criticism was along the lines of we don't live up to them, that we were built with this engine that we could crank and would lead to continuous improvement, and that we had to always remember, and there's this beautiful passage about no matter what comes, always remember the founding principles. That's the ring bolt that you are chained to, and your whole nation's destiny relies on you remembering that. And those principles are, in the elevator speech, is that we start with rights, we empower government, we trade some of those away, empower, but that ultimately it's just government derives from the consent of the governed. That's the founding idea. And he said, never, ever, ever let them give up. It is the consent of the governed that it all begins with. Well, what we are living through now is an attack on that very fundamental concept of consent in all kinds of ways. One, I hear everyone's talking about the sexualization of children. There's an obvious it's consent. What is consent? Who gives consent? Consent is something that occurs between rational agents. You can't say a guy out at Stanford raped a girl a decade ago, and his defense was, well, she was drunk, but she gave her consent. Yeah, she was drunk, but she gave her consent. He didn't understand there's no such thing. A drunk woman can't give consent. It's like saying a cat gave its consent. It can go along with it, but it's not consent. It's like saying my cat gave its consent to something. Well, the same is true of children. Children can't give consent. They're not rational agents. So all of this whole thing doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So that's one way they are trying to degrade this most fundamental concept in our intellectual tradition. Here's another way. All of this stuff about shifting our sovereignty, even in the most minute way, to the UN or the World Health Organization, is the most fundamental violation of that. You know, as Mark Stein has said, once you have world government, where do you move to if you don't like the way you're being governed? You know, that's the problem. And we've already gotten a taste of what they have, just a taste of what they have in store for you and what they really think of us. So that's another way consent is being eroded. The most dangerous way, or the way that you have to concern yourself about, if you care about things like child trafficking and such, the way you really have to, the way they are eroding the consent as the fundamental principle is this. How do we determine what it is we, the governed, consent to? We hold elections that are free, fair, and transparent. Does anyone think the United States elections at this point are free, fair, and transparent? Thank you. So it's not just me. We have learned so much in the last 2.5 years. One is, it was always, you know, the U.S. has been teaching the world for 70 years how to run elections. The first principle is an election without transparency has zero integrity. What we have found out is that now that people are digging into elections and trying to get to the bottom of it, there's no transparency. We are fought and fought and fought. That's because they're covering stuff up. It's going to turn out before the next election, you're going to learn that some of the craziest things you heard about in the days after the election are going to turn out to be true. Maybe some of the lawyers went off a bit half-cocked, but you're going to learn a lot of that stuff really is true. So no matter what you care about, there's something you got to care about more other than your immediate family. If you don't want to see, well, another thing America is facing is Maoism with American characteristics. Mao was a master of movement warfare. By 1966, Mao came to power in 49. By 66, he was kind of put out to pasture. So he did this Cultural Revolution. And in the Cultural Revolution, what they did was they named, there were 5 bads you could be. You could be a capitalist, you could be a landlord, you could be a rich peasant, you could be a anti-revolutionary element, or you could be a bad element. And if you were bad, you got tortured, beat up, walked around town with a dunce cap on your head, and your bad descended on your child. And the only way your child could escape it was by adopting a new identity, red. Well, what we're living, and that harnesses a whole bunch of psychological and social, I mean, Mao was a genius of movement warfare. And that's how he took the country back for 10 years. What we're living through now, there are different types of identities that are bad. Christian, white, male, all kinds of things. Have a job, who knows. Cis rather than any of the other 86 genders. Those are bad, and your way, but for a child who gets confused and can adopt a new identity that escapes that, and that's woke or anything LGBTQ, etc. So that's what's going on. This is an engineered takedown of our country. You got one chance to beat it, and that is in the election that's coming up in 14 months. If we lose that, you can expect a Venezuela-like event. You can expect a Chinese revolution-like event. I think we're very lucky to even have held out this long. If it had not been for this community that got going, this was all supposed to be over by June 2021 at the latest. This was all supposed to be over, and any other color revolution has been over that quickly. It is only because of this decentralized nature of patriotic Americans who have come together and gotten this movement going, and the legs it has that we've even gotten to this point, and I hope we make it. I hope we make it 14 more months. Let me tell you what they have in mind. They want to do anything they can to get it to go violent. They want to do anything they can to go violent, because then they can use all the forces of the state and those trillion rounds of ammunition that Barack Obama stored away and all the 2 million guns and such. They can use it. And your job is to keep things peaceful. If we are peaceful and can turn the other cheek, we'll be out of this in 16 months. Get involved in your precincts. Thank you very much.
gentlemen, and yes, there are only ladies and gentlemen. It is so great to be in a room with you, a room full of people who know there are two genders, one God, and 0 terms for Joe Biden. What an electrifying event to come together and know that we have the power to unite and take everything back. Take it all back from the socialists and the communists and the dictators who want to destroy our country. And even in the beginning of this Congress, me and 19 of my friends and I, we even showed that we can take back our country from the DC establishment because we are professional rhino hunters. I want to talk to you about the future of our great nation because there are things that worry me. I get worried when I see young people advocating for delusional and anti-American economic systems like socialism and communism. I'm worried when I see Chinese Communist Party's spy balloons flying over our nation with a pathetic response by the White House. I'm worried when our foreign policy is in such shambles that it results in the deaths of 13 American heroes while surrendering to the Taliban. Even placing corrupt leaders like Zelensky above the great American people we all swore an oath to serve and protect. I'm worried when the son of the big guy is taking bribes to finance hunters' bad habits, and 3-letter agencies are covering up for them. Speaking of, we've seen a lot of weaponization and covering up by these 3-letter agencies. Does anyone know what happened with the cocaine at the White House? Well, guess what, folks? We don't have an answer because the investigation is already closed. This is shameful. Even to bring in Secret Service in front of Oversight Committee members. And we learned that this is not the first time drugs have been found in the White House under this administration. How much more are they covering up from you? I'm worried when I see all of these scandals and when terrorists and sex offenders are easily entering our nation thanks to Biden's open borders. I'm worried when American families living month to month can't pay their bills and have depleted their savings because skyrocketing inflation, overspending in Washington, D.C., and over-regulating, and the attack on American energy. I'm worried about a lot of things, but guess what? Ooh, that was like a Joe Biden whisper. Guess what? I am hopeful because of you. You give me hope. You give me strength. Every time that I connect with you and hear your stories and hear your fight, I know that our nation has a strong future. It's because of all of you here today. You are fighting in the trenches in the war of ideas. Our ideas that are under attack. But I'm hopeful because even just this week, House Republicans came together. A lot of them didn't want to. But my friends and I, we proved that we aren't going to be bullied. We aren't going to be lied to. We don't care about the attack ads. We don't care about the pressure or the chairmanships or the status in D.C. We care for you. And it's time that Republicans govern as they campaign. This week, we came together to authorize programs and spending in our military. We took actions to restore the integrity of our military, took actions to remove the policies that are crushing recruitment because our servicemen and women don't want to fight woke wars. We even said, let's give these great men and women the largest pay increase they've seen in 20 years. We took action, and it wasn't easy to get there. It was a fight. But we took action to prevent the unlawful use of federal funds to pay for traveling to murder innocent babies. There are Republicans who didn't want to take that vote. Those Republicans better be glad that they did, because I and you would make sure that they did not come back to serve another term. If we can't stand for life, what is the point of this job? Besides, that's not where your tax dollars belong. Planned Parenthood can go fund themselves. In this National Defense Authorization Act, House Republicans took action to provide for the reinstatement of our nation's heroes who were shamefully and wrongfully discharged for not taking an experimental vaccine. You all give me hope, because right now your voices are encouraging my colleagues to take action to ensure that parents who are concerned about their children's education have a say in the curriculum that they're being taught. And our children will not be sexualized and groomed, and they will not have critical race theory in their schools. Because of your tenacity, the people who represent you are listening, and they know that you're watching. Because of your pressure, because of your love for our country, we took action to protect millions of veterans and gun owners by nullifying the ATF's unconstitutional abuse of separation of powers with their pistol brace law. Let's make this very clear. You're not a felon because you add a piece of plastic to a firearm. You're an American, and now a damn good marksmanship. They want you disarmed because they don't see you as free people. They see you as subjects. And that's why I have put my life on hold and left my 4 boys and my grandson to make sure that you have a voice across this nation to take a stand for your rights and your liberties. America is exceptional because of her people. Exceptional people in this room throughout the country. And I, for one, am very proud of American exceptionalism. And I know that you are too. I love that you won't back down and you confront lies with truth. That is what we need. There has been a moral decay in our country because too many of our leaders have traded the truth for a lie. But you speaking up and exposing that and speaking truth to power is changing the tides. When we see that the FBI established a revolving door with big tech, with the Twitter files, I spoke up to expose that unholy alliance. When I was forced in Congress to read unclassified documents in a classified room just to cover up and protect for the Biden crime family, I spoke up for you and the American people who also have a right to see this information. These unclassified documents that are being kept from your view. These documents where Ukrainian oligarchs are quoted saying why they put Hunter Biden on the board of an oil and gas company. In the quote, they made very clear, we know he's not smart. We know he's stupid. But his dad will take care of it. And if you pay one Biden $5 million, you have to pay another Biden $5 million. This is the information that they want kept from you. And I am still standing here today calling on Christopher Wray to release those documents or be held in contempt of Congress. This is the glorious power about speaking out and using your voice. Last Congress, I was able to get rid of the Orwellian Disinformation Governance Board that they established to keep you quiet. Your words move mountains, and that's why they want your lips closed. If you're silent, you lose by default. We need leaders who are willing to stand up for the truth. There is no limit to the good someone can do when they refuse to back down and bend a knee to the lies. But besides all of this, you are encouraging me, because when I look out here, I see the future of America. I see leaders. I see moral clarity. I see young people standing up for what they believe in, speaking out no matter the cost. And y'all, I've read the end of the book. We win. This is a time right now to send Joe Biden packing, take your ice cream, and go to a beach in Delaware, maybe assisted by a hospice nurse. He spent 40% of his administration on vacation anyway. It's time for us to say enough is enough. Enough with the confusion, enough with the corruption, enough with the lies, enough with the embarrassment, enough with the destruction of our country. I look out in this room and I see victory. We win because you aren't backing down. We win because you are America's exceptionalism. We win because of that fire that is on the inside of you that burns, that is not going to be extinguished. We win because we know that America is resilient and that she's worth fighting for. I want to speak encouragement over you and know that you are God's people and he is not removing his hand from you, and he has a plan for you. You are here on purpose with a purpose, and we will not relent. We are taking everything back from the DC establishment, from the corruption, from the Biden crime family, and I have your back and I know you have mine. So let's not hesitate. Let's play the rules that have been created. When we play by those rules, we can start taking everything that they have ripped from our grasp. And it's going to be glorious. Turning point. God bless you. Jesus is Lord. Glory.
This is General Mike Flynn, and I'm just doing a big shout out for Boomerang Air. Boomerang Air is a incredibly professional, small airline, but they provide large concierge level service like the big industry does. And they are just always on time, always professional. They are one of those companies that just a relentless pursuit of excellence. Every member of their team, all of the pilots, the administration is just extraordinary. And I can't say enough good things about them, and I just want to also offer that they are a bunch of just absolute patriots. So God bless you guys. God bless Boomerang Air for all that you do for others, and thanks so much. I'll see you on the other side. See ya.
This is insane here. We cannot continue to give the Department of Justice free rein. What we're seeing here is such selective enforcement.
Hello. Wow. It's good to see you all. It's amazing. It's great. It's great to be here. Thanks to TPUSA for having me. Thanks to all of you for being here. And thank you to this incredible room of patriots for getting together and celebrating our country and fighting for our country. It's great to be here with all of you. Now, I've got only about 15 minutes here, so I want to get to the point. I know you heard from Tucker Carlson, my dear friend, yesterday, right? I heard Tucker was pretty good. So one of the things Tucker told me, and he said it publicly that stood with me, is that we live in a weird era where you're encouraged to lie and you're discouraged from telling the truth. And so when I was thinking about what to say today, I thought to myself, what is the most important truth that I could come across in 15 minutes? What is the truth that the media and the culture and the political elites in this country are obsessed with silencing? And there's an easy answer, and that's the Ukraine war is a disaster, and we need to get our country out of it once and for all. Now, I say this, and I say it a lot, and you're probably sick of me saying it, but I'm going to keep on saying it. But the funny thing is, whenever I make this point, the Ukraine war, we're not doing anything productive there, and it's ultimately going to harm our country in very significant ways, I am always called by the media a Putin stooge. The media calls me a Putin stooge. That always gets on my nerves for a number of reasons, one of which I've never been to Russia. I've never met or spoken to Vladimir Putin. I don't care about Russia. It's not my country. I'm here to defend America, and that's exactly what we should expect from our politicians. But you know what? A few months ago, I was sitting at home with my kids, and somebody sent me a text message and said, you know, you are one of the 3 senators who was just banned from Russia for life by Vladimir Putin. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, well, the media calls me a Putin stooge, and I can't even go to Moscow for free pierogies. So this is kind of a lose-lose situation. But despite that, I'm going to keep on delivering this message. Here's the simple fact. We have all been told a series of lies about the war in Ukraine, and I think it's worth cataloging those lies to understand it and then understand exactly what the truth is. So let's talk about those lies. Let's just go through them one by one. Lie number one: the Ukraine war is a fight for democracy. For democracy. We all like democracy, right? Of course, we think the people should be able to choose their leaders. And yet, just a couple of months ago, the head of Ukraine canceled their next presidential election. How can you be fighting for democracy when the country that we're supporting is refusing to hold a presidential election? That doesn't make an ounce of sense, ladies and gentlemen, and it's ridiculous that none of our leaders have called it out. Lie number two: Ukraine is a fight for human rights and for America's moral leadership. And what did Joe Biden do just a couple of weeks ago? Decided to send the Ukrainians cluster bombs. Munitions that are illegal in almost 100 countries across the world. We're sending them there. It's going to lead to the death of innocent people from both Russia and Ukraine. That's not an enforcement of America's moral leadership. That is an abdication of America's moral leadership. It's shameful for Joe Biden, and it's shameful for the Republicans who support it. Now, here's lie number three. I hear this all the time. It's the most important lie because it's the thing that distracts us from the most important threat we face as a country, which is China. Lie number three is that if we defend the Ukrainians against the Russians, then we will send a message to China that they can't mess with Taiwan, they can't mess with the rest of East Asia. That's a joke, ladies and gentlemen. We all know, look, the people who are doing this, the people who are most in support of our Ukraine policy, they're like that guy Uncle Rico from the movie Napoleon Dynamite. Anybody see that movie? They're always reliving the glory days. They are constantly trying to fight the next war because the last one was such a disaster. Think about it. These people have never fought a war that hasn't went badly for this country. I'm 38 years old. I'm older than most of you, as I understand there's a lot of college students out there. At least I hope if you're a college student, I'm older than you as 38. If you're still in college, you're 38 years old, it's time to find something else to do. But ladies and a lot of the parents out there nod their heads. Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, said just a couple of weeks ago that we are sending so much of our munitions, so many of our bullets to the Ukrainians. That's why we had to send them cluster bombs. Well, what do the Chinese care more about, my friends? Do they care about us thumping our chest? Do they care about Uncle Rico talking tough about another country in the world? Or do they care about whether America has enough bullets to fight the next war? Well, that's an obvious answer. China doesn't care how tough we talk. They don't care how tough we act. They care about how strong we are. And if we're sending so many of our bullets to Ukraine that we can't preserve them for our own troops, that is a disaster. Our message is clear to Joe Biden. Stop sending our bullets to the Ukrainians. We need them right here at home for our own Marines, our own soldiers, and our own troops. Now, here's the crazy thing about this. You know, I was thinking about, I'm 38 years old. I served in the Marine Corps. I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. God bless you. Semper Fi. I enlisted in the Marine Corps in the summer of 2003, right after we invaded Iraq. And what I remember is that on my block, on McKinley Street in Middletown, Ohio, there were two kids who graduated from high school, and both of us enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. That's patriotism. That's the patriotism that exists in the heartland of this country. But think about this. Every single war that we have fought since I have been alive, every single war that I can remember, we're the world's largest Christian nation, the largest majority Christian nation in the entire world. Amen. And every single time that we fought a war, it has led to the decimation of the Christian population in the place we go and fight. Did the Marines and soldiers sign up for that? Did they sign up to destroy the Christian population of Syria, of Lebanon, of Iraq? No, I don't think so. They fought up, they signed up to fight for America's national security interests. And we've got a group of leaders who are so intent on what's going on 6,000 miles away that they're ignoring what's going on right here at home. And it's time to tell them enough is enough. Focus on your own damn country, build your own country, and that's how we deter America's enemies in the future. Now, I just gave you a few lies, a few of the lies that dominate what we're talking about when the media and the establishment are so obsessed with this Ukraine war. Well, let's talk about the truth. If every reason they tell us that we're fighting over there, that we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars to the Ukrainians is a lie, what is the truth? And the truth is simple. There are two reasons why we're really fighting in Ukraine, why we're sending so much money, and God forbid, we're right up to the point where we might find ourselves sending American troops to Eastern Europe. Right? Joe Biden just called up a lot of reservists, send them to Eastern Europe. God knows what for. I hope not to send our sons and daughters in Ukraine. But why are we doing it? And the simple answer is we're doing it because our leadership wants to distract from the fact that they are turning us into a third world country. Look at the crime statistics in our biggest cities. I serve in the United States Senate in Washington, D.C. We had a staffer of Rand Paul's get stabbed a couple of months ago walking down the street in broad daylight. This is what they're doing to America's cities. You know what the life expectancy is for a middle-class person in America compared to a middle-class person in Western Europe right now? 12 years lower. We have the best healthcare in the system in the world, at least we used to, and now we have people living 12 years longer in other countries than in the United States of America. Why aren't we focused on that? Why aren't we focused on the leadership failure that got us here? Why aren't we focused on the open southern border that's allowing the cartels to kill our people? Why aren't we focused on the fact that we send our manufacturing to China? We're not focused on it because the media has got this shiny object over here. Look at Ukraine, everybody. Don't look at the fact that they have failed in their leadership of this country for a generation. Well, we're not going to be distracted. We're looking at exactly what they've done, exactly what they've failed to do, and we're not going to let them forget it. We have got to rebuild our country. We have got to let our young people grow up in communities where they're not worried they're going to get mugged. We have got to find a way to allow young Americans to afford to buy homes in their own country. You know, one of the craziest things you hear in D.C., and you hear it among even many conservatives, and there's an element of truth to it. They'll say America is a nation of ideas. America is a creedal nation. That we're a nation founded around the ideas of the Declaration of Independence. And of course that's true, but we're not just a nation of ideas, ladies and gentlemen. We're a nation with a history and a culture. We're a nation of people who went off to foreign wars, who descended from the people who fought and won our own Civil War, who built this country with their bare hands. We're not just a nation of ideas, we're a nation of citizens. And it's time for American leaders to put the interests of those citizens first and to start rebuilding the country they've plundered over the last generation. Now, I'm guessing that a lot of you out there are fans of President Donald J. Trump, right? He spoke yesterday. He spoke yesterday. I know it went very well. Of course, he's a friend of mine, and of course, I've endorsed him for president in 2024. And I want to leave you with this thought. That there are a lot of things that I could say about President Trump's presidency. I could talk about tax reform. I could talk about the fact that we just for the first time during his 4 years started to push back against communist China. I could talk about the fact that he's the only presidential candidate speaking about the economic issues that matter, not just to the people in this room, but those all-important swing voters that we've got to win over. Those things are all true. But the strongest argument I can make for Donald Trump is where I started this speech, that when everybody else is telling lies about Ukraine, there is one man on the national stage telling the truth, and that's Donald J. Trump. You know, there was a really important moment during the presidential campaign, something that I would encourage you all, go home, go to Rumble or YouTube or whatever you watch your videos on, and go and find this clip. It was Donald Trump at the CNN town hall. You remember this a couple months ago? And the whatever mainstream reporter they had asked him the question and said, well, whose side are you really on? Are you on the Russia side or are you on the Ukrainian side? And of course, that's a stupid answer. I'm on America's side. That should be our answer, right? We should always say we're on America's side. We can like the Ukrainians. We can not like the Russian aggression. We're on America's side. That's the only answer we should expect from our future president. Now, every politician that I know, at least on a national stage, maybe even myself, would have taken the bait, right? They would have taken the reporter's bait, but Trump didn't. What he said was, I want the killing to stop, right? I want the killing to stop. That, ladies and gentlemen, that is the statesmanship that we need in this moment. That America comes first, and what is in the best interest of this country, and what is in the best interest of all of us as human beings for the killing to stop. We send that country, Ukraine, $200 billion. The idea that we don't have the leverage to stop this conflict with the snap of our fingers is a joke. And anybody who tells you we can't stop this war is lying to you. $200 billion buys you a lot, and what it buys us is leverage, and we ought to use it. But I want to encourage all of you, especially those young people who have not yet committed to a presidential candidate. I want to encourage you to get out there and support President Trump. And look, the reason is simple. There is a species of establishment Republican that if you had told me this 2 years ago, I might not even have believed you that this person exists, but they do. Now, you all know them. They're the establishment hack in Washington, D.C. They put the Ukrainian flag in their Twitter bio or their Facebook profile. They care far more about the people who live 6,000 miles away than they do about the citizens of their own country. We all know these people. Of course, I've been exposed to them a lot in the last 6 months because I've been in Washington, D.C. all about 6 months. But you know what I find so interesting about those people is how they never have that compassion for the citizens of their own country. For the mom who's mourning a son who died of a fentanyl overdose, for the young man whose dad has lost years off their life, for the troop who fought and bled and maybe died in a foreign land because America's leaders made a mistake. They never have that same compassion for the citizens of their own country. Well, what I'd ask you to do is to have that compassion, to have that love. When I say America is not just a nation of ideas, what I mean is this whole American project doesn't work unless you feel it deep in your bones, that love of your fellow citizens, of your countrymen. When you read about our great historical moments, you need to feel not just that they did heroic things, but that they were your people building something heroic that you and your children and your grandchildren deserve to inherit. And I love you, ma'am. Thank you. And I will say, there is no issue that these people with the Ukrainian flags in their bio are more obsessed with. They call it entitlement reform. But of course, what they're saying is that they want to cut Social Security for the people who paid into it for a generation so that we can send more money to Volodymyr Zelensky in Ukraine. Do we want to do that? Absolutely not. And the one person who's standing against it on the national stage right now is Donald Trump. So here's my message to all of you, and here is our message to everybody who's listening, whether you're in this room or on television. If you want to immiserate our grandmothers and grandfathers to send another yacht to Volodymyr Zelensky and his administration, hell no, make America great again. Let's go and show them over the next 2 years. God bless you.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? I want to remind you, last announcement, to vote in our straw poll. The QR code should be coming up, and there's a lot of important things. Thank you. We love you guys, too. So follow that QR code, please, to vote in our straw poll. We want to make sure all your voices are heard. I know we've talked about it a little bit this morning. Follow that and answer the questions, some very, very important questions there. So follow that QR code and fill it out, and we will be able to announce the results at the end of this conference. Also, I want to just say, make sure you spend some time in the exhibit hall, both on your way in or out in between speakers. They help make all of this happen. And we're going to continue with our programming with a very, very special speaker. Follow the QR code. Thanks so much, everybody.
We need to know what the truth is, and we need to get it right now. I don't know where Joe Biden is, but he doesn't appear to be in charge. We are at a critical moment in our nation's history, and I am not backing down.
Hello, hello, hello. How y'all doing? GP Action, it's great to see you. How are you doing today? Are you glad to be here? Are you excited? I'm excited. Oh, this is awesome. Hey, you've been listening to a lot of speakers. Why don't we do this? Why don't we just stand up for a second, stretch a little bit. That's right. Turn to the person next to you and say, I love America. I love America. Now turn to the other person and say, let's go, Brandon. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. News media friends. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, that's awesome. It's awesome. You can sit down. It is so good to see you. It is so good to be with you today. I tell you what, it is always good to be among God-fearing, patriotic Americans. Or as Joe Biden calls you, extremists who threaten our democracy. The only extremist who's a threat to democracy is in the White House. Amen? I mean, that's where the problem is, right there. Listen, I want to talk to you this morning in the time we've got together. I want to get away from some of the usual political stuff. I just want to talk to you really personally, if I could, about this moment of crisis that we're in as a nation and our responsibility to bring this nation through it. Can I do that for just a few minutes? For just a few minutes, because here's the truth. I think we've got to tell the truth about the time that we're in. Here's the truth, that we are gathered here today at a critical moment in the history of our republic. And it's not just a critical moment for our country, it is a critical moment in the history of liberty, because the truth is, God has chosen this nation at this time in history to carry the torch of liberty for all the world. That's what it means. That's what it means to be American exceptionalists. And you know, our friends in the media and on the left, they just don't get it. They say that, oh, American exceptionalism, that means that you think we're better than everybody else. Hey, we are the best nation on the face of the earth. I mean, let's just get that on the board. But American exceptionalism means more than that. It is an admission of responsibility. It is accepting the fact that at this moment in history, God has given us a high duty, a high calling. And that calling and that duty, I want to say to you, is also our destiny. Our duty is our destiny. Because what we are called to do now is nothing less than save our republic for the future of liberty, for the future of the world. That's our calling. And I just want to say a word or two about that with you today. You know, every great civilization in the history of the world, every great civilization is built on a great faith. And ours has been built on a great faith. We're not supposed to talk about it anymore. We're told we're supposed to keep silent about it. But the truth is, this nation was founded on the fundamental faith that goes back to the Bible, the faith that we are all created equal, that our rights come from our Creator. That's the faith of this country. Abraham Lincoln called it our ancient faith. But the left, for 50 years now and more, the left has been assaulting that faith. It has been gutting the foundations of this great country, and they brought us today to this moment of crisis. It's an economic crisis, yeah, it's a cultural crisis, but above all, it's a crisis of the spirit. It's a spiritual crisis that we face in this nation today. What is it for the last 50 years that the left has been doing? Assaulting every foundation of our great nation. Well, they've assaulted our national sovereignty, have they not? This is a left that has opened our borders, that has turned over the safety of our streets and our children to the cartels. This is a left that has surrendered American sovereignty to the global organizations like the World Trade Organization, like the World Health Organization. This is, yeah, exactly, the worst. This is a left that has surrendered control of our economy to the global corporations. Yeah, they are globalists through and through. They've attacked our national sovereignty. They've attacked the family. Oh, that has been attack number one from the radical left for the last 30, 40, 50 years. This is a radical leftist movement that now says there is no such thing as man and woman, that there's no difference between male and female. You know, I had the opportunity a little over a year ago when I was in the United States Senate in a hearing on women's rights, by the way, a hearing on women's rights. And I just happened to notice that the star witness of the left, a professor from an elite university, wouldn't use the word woman. You know, it went on and on and on, and she wouldn't say the word woman. She kept saying persons with a capacity for pregnancy. So finally, it got to be my turn. You know, there are a lot of senators before me. I don't know if you've noticed, senators love to talk. You know, have you noticed this? So I had to wait a long time. It got to be my turn, and I said, listen, I just have to ask you, when you say persons with a capacity for pregnancy, do you mean woman? And she said to me, get this. She said, oh, Senator Hawley, I would just like to point out the transphobic nature of your question. I said transphobic because I asked if you meant woman. We were talking about people who can get pregnant. She said to me, well, let me ask you a question. I said, sure. She said, do you believe men can get pregnant? And I said, no, I don't. She said, you're transphobic. And I said, you're crazy. This is insane. This is insane. The left has assaulted male and female. They've assaulted the family. They've sent our jobs overseas, the jobs that men in this country used to use to provide for a family. They've sent them overseas to China and then tried to replace men and fathers with government. That's what they've done for decades now in this country. And then they wonder why so many American kids are in crisis. It's because of what they have done to the family. And above all, the left has assaulted the very heart of our national faith. They've told us that we should do without God. Right? They've told us for years now that we can't pray at school, that we can't pray at work, that we shouldn't talk about God in the workplace. They've told you that when you leave your church doors or your place of faith, that you're supposed to leave your faith inside. And if you go into the workplace, well, my gosh, you talk about your faith, you're violating the diversity and inclusion and equity, right? You're violating that. Well, I tell you what, all of those requirements, those should die and faith should live. That's what should happen in the workplace and all over this country. They've tried to take faith out of every part of America. They've even said that if you have the audacity to want to bring your faith into politics, if you think maybe that faith has some relevance for how we live today, oh my gosh, you're a domestic extremist, you're a Christian nationalist, whatever the case may be. It is constant assault on faith in this country and our heritage of faith. And I'll just tell you what, here's what happens when you do that. You know, some people say that that's an assault on our religious liberty. And that's right, it is. It is an assault on our religious liberty. But it's more than that. It's an assault on our national character, because our national character is grounded in this faith. Listen, I've got right here the Declaration of Independence. And I'm going to read it now for some of our liberal friends who've never heard of it before. The Declaration of Independence, the founding document in many ways of this country, what does it say? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. That's right. And endowed by their creator. We are created equal. We're endowed by our creator with unalienable rights that the government cannot take away. But listen, if you take away the creator, you take away our equality. If you take away the creator, you take away our rights. And that's what the left has tried to do for 50 years. And here's what happens next. Here's what happens next. If you take away the Creator, you take away our equality rooted in our God-given rights, you take away our unalienable rights, as Jefferson wrote in that document. If you do that, well, then it's no longer we the people who run this country, right? No, it's not we the people anymore. It becomes they the powerful. So now we've got a country that is ruled by the powerful rather than the people. Now we've got a country that is ruled by the self-appointed elite rather than the people in this room. Now we've got a country that is ruled over by the corporations and all the wokeists and all of the activists and the crazies, the powerful. That's what the left has given to this country, right? And what has been their goal at the end of the day? At the end of the day, it is to take away our faith. It is to take away our families. It is to take away everything that we define ourselves by that makes us who we are. And what do they want us to be? They want us to just do exactly as we are told and to buy the cheap stuff from China that they tell us we're supposed to buy, right? They want us to be androgynous consumers who just sit and consume and buy their stuff. They've tried to give us an economy that is of the corporations, by the corporations, and for the corporations. What we want to tell them is we want our country back of the people, by the people, and for the people. And we're here to get it. We're here to stand up for it. What the powerful have done in these 30 and 40 and 50 years has given us foreign wars without end. And now they've got another one started in Ukraine. They're happy to spend billions of dollars on military contractors to send our young men and women overseas to fight and die in foreign lands, but they won't lift a finger to actually bring jobs back to this country. They won't lift a finger to actually bring back good paying blue collar jobs that a man could raise his family on. That's been their policy. Their policy has been to empower the big tech oligarchs who want to control our news, who want to control our lives, who want to control what you see and hear and think and say. Their policy has been to shut down our churches during COVID. Strip clubs could be open, but not churches. Go figure that out, right? Priorities. This has been the left's agenda. The rule of the powerful, taking away the rights of the people. And I'm just here to say, it is time we had a conservative movement in this country that was unafraid, that is willing to stand up for our ancient faith, for our core convictions. Because at the end of the day, the worst legacy the left has given us in their years of running this country is they have given us a soullessness that now is eating away at the heart of this country. Amen. You see it. I mean, just look at the numbers. Look at the number of young people in this country who are committing suicide, who are addicted to drugs, who are not even trying to work or find a job. Look at the number of people. I heard that. Look at the number of people who don't have a father growing up in the home, who don't know who their parents are, who have no hope for the future. It is a soullessness that they have put at the heart of our society. It is a crisis of the soul, a crisis of the spirit that the left has given to this country. And we need a conservative movement that is ready to stand up and answer the call that says we will fight for God, family, and nation. We will fight for the principles we were founded on. We will not be afraid. We will not back down. We'll give no quarter. And we will fight for the right of the people to govern themselves. We don't want to be ruled over anymore by the big tech oligarchs or the Dr. Fauci's or the experts in Washington. We want to govern ourselves. No, we need a conservative movement. God, family, nation. And as I just say this to my so-called fellow conservatives, Republicans, who for years have gone along with this globalist agenda, who've been right there happy to watch our jobs go overseas, to watch our whole communities be hollowed out, And all the time they come home and they talk about family values, family values. I just have this to say to them. There is no family value if there aren't jobs in this country for hardworking Americans. You cannot be for the family if you're not for jobs for the family. And there can't be a conservatism that just gives away our sovereignty to the global corporations. If you are for the globalists, you are not for America. It's just that simple. If you are for China, you are not for America. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. So here's the question. Here's the question I have for you. What are we going to do about it? What are you and I? What's our responsibility? And I just want to say this to you. I just want to say this to you. That everything the left has told us now for decades, it really amounts to this. What they've really been telling us is this, is that our lives are small, that our lives don't matter much, that it would be better if we would just sit down and shut up and let them run the country. Do as we're told, stay in our lane, let them run the country. And I'm just here to tell you exactly the opposite is true. Your life has a destiny on it that will control the destiny of this nation. It is your moment in history now to change the destiny of this nation and to change the course of history. That is our duty. That is our responsibility. That's our call. That's the call of this generation. To change this country's future and to change the course of history. That's the course of this generation. That's your call. You have a destiny on your life. You have a destiny on your life. You know, it was John Adams, I think, who said that the Constitution of this country, the government of this country, the nature of our republic, it is fit only for a moral and religious people. It won't work for anybody else. You know, here's what he was saying. That liberty requires a great people. Liberty requires greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you it is a time for greatness. It is a time for us to respond. What kind of greatness do we need? We need the greatness of heart, the greatness of character, the greatness of courage. That's the greatness that we need. And it is up to us to rise to the occasion. This is a time for us to become, again, a great people who will rescue this nation, who will steer it toward a new destiny. And if we do that, we will change the course of history. Let me just tell you this. I know that these are difficult times, incredibly difficult times for our country. I mean, did you ever think we'd have a president, in all seriousness, did you ever think we'd have a president who would call half or more of the country domestic enemies? I mean, that's what the Constitution, the Constitution refers to traitors by that. Did you think we'd have a president who would say anybody who disagrees with him is a traitor? Did you ever think that would happen in this country's history? But here's the truth. Here's the truth. Is that in this moment of crisis comes an incredible moment of opportunity. And I tell you what, I got 3 little kids at home, my son Elijah, who's 10, my son Blaze, who's 8, and my daughter Abigail, who's 2 years old. And I tell you what, whatever else is true about this moment in history, it is a moment in history that matters. We don't live in quiet times. We don't live in times where everything is just going along easy, but we live in times of significance. And what a great privilege to live at a time when the choices that we make today will determine the future of this country for a century to come. That's a privilege. It's a privilege. And it's a responsibility. So I want to tell you this. I want to leave you with this. It is time for us to stand up and to answer our destiny. It is time for us to stand up and say that we, the people, are here to take our government back. It is time for us to stand up and to reclaim the conservative movement so that we can rescue America. It is time for us to stand up and to fight for our ancient faith on which this country was founded, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator, and we will not compromise on these truths. This is the time. This is the time. This is the time. It's now or never. So let's stand up together. You and I and people of goodwill everywhere. Let's stand up together to fight for this nation, to fight for our faith, to change the course of our lives and our history. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
have always been a runner. It's the best place to charge my body and clear my mind. We lived right here in Miami. This is where my parents began their American dream. This is my school. When I became mayor, I wanted to make sure every child had a shot at a great and relevant education. I started a program that helped every child open up their own bank account. For many, that's where their American dream starts. When I was elected, the city was broke and broken, but we came together, and I won my mayoral election with over 80% of the vote. I lowered taxes to an historic low, and our economy took off, and our tax collections skyrocketed. Today, our city is a major technology hub, and we have the lowest unemployment in America because we chose to embrace innovation. Construction is everywhere. Our city is the future. Like every big city, we have problems with homelessness. We built tools to help fight addiction and mental illness. Now, instead of 6,000 homeless, we have 608, and I'm not finished yet. In Miami, we stopped waiting for Washington to lead. America's so-called leaders confuse being loud with actually leading. All Washington wants to do is fight with each other instead of fighting for the people that put them in office. My dad taught me that you get to choose your battles, and I am choosing the biggest one of my life. I'm going to run for president. I'm going to run for your children and mine. Let's give them the future they deserve. It's time to take things into our own hands. It's time to get things started.
The most dynamic city in the country. We've created something special, and we've done it by following 3 simple rules. We keep taxes low, we keep people safe, and we lean into innovation. That's it. That's all we do. It's time for a leader who can connect with segments of our country that Republicans have historically lost, like young voters, and segments we can make gains with, like Hispanic and suburban women. And that is why just yesterday, I filed paperwork to run for president of the United States of America.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the beauty of our country. That's the beauty of our country. My parents were kicked out of their country of birth because they could not do that. So she's entitled to her perspective, and the beauty of this country is she can give it, and that's what makes it great. I want to thank Charlie. I want to thank Turning Point. I was listening to him on Patrick Bet-David's podcast the other day, and it was incredible for me to see what he's done with this organization. He has done something that Cubans would say, a duro y sin guante, meaning he has built this organization from the ground without any help from anyone or any government subsistence. And before I go any further, I'd like to acknowledge my wife who's in the crowd here today, if she could stand up for a second. We are living the American dream. On July 21st, we're going to be celebrating our 16-year anniversary. My parents have been married for 47 years. I have 3 younger sisters. Yes, thank you. 3 younger sisters, all of which are married, have beautiful children. She is also the oldest of 4. We're both the oldest of 4. And she has 3 siblings as well, all married. So we're very blessed. We have an incredible support system. But I want to tell you why I'm here, and I want to tell you why I'm running. And first, it starts with understanding where I came from and where my parents came from. You see, despite people who would scream things that maybe are oppositional. The country my parents were kicked out of, you could not do that. They were two Cuban refugees that came at 12 and at 7 years old. My grandfather was jailed by Castro. His brother died in a Cuban jail. His grandson works with me on my campaign and never got a chance to meet his grandfather. My grandmother went to visit him in that jail, and she put her tiny little fingers through the bars, and my dad watched traumatically as he did not know whether that would be the last time he would ever see his father. Like all of the communist leaders of the past, what they do is universal. They promise and they promise and they promise, but they never deliver. The only thing that they ever deliver is misery and equal suffering for all. They strip us all, and they strip their people all of the things that God has granted us. Inalienable rights as human beings, the right to worship, the right to express ourselves against our own government, and they take our guns. They take our guns. And let me say something about this as an urban mayor. I think this is an important point. People often criticize America and say America's a very violent country. And they cite the fact that we are 7th in the world in per capita gun violence. What the liberal media will not tell you is if you take out the top 5 cities in America, and do you think the top 5 cities in America are red or blue in terms of homicides? You got it, they're blue. If you take out the top 5 cities in America in homicides, you know what that does to the number? We go from 7 to 90 something, middle of the pack. And these are the cities where they have the strictest gun laws in America, right? In my city, that's right, that's the truth, that's a fact. And you're not gonna hear that from the liberal media, I promise you that. In our city, where we believe in human empowerment and freedom, we had the lowest per capita homicide rate since 1964 last year. I was born in 1977, okay? What were democratic cities doing? Defunding their police. What were we doing? Increasing funding for our police. And supporting our men and women in law enforcement who have the hardest job in America, folks. They have the toughest job in America. As the only mayoral candidate running for president, I can tell you that there is no job in America where people work for less money, with more scrutiny and more risk to themselves. So let's give our first responders and our police officers a round of applause. By the way, I'm proud to say this year we're almost 40% below last year's record homicide number. So that's right. But communist governments don't just stop at taking your guns. They take away your right to speak, which is why I'm happy that I had at least 2 hecklers. Thank you, hecklers. I appreciate you. If they're not heckling you folks, if there's no hate, you're not relevant. So it's okay to have a little bit of hate. They take your assets, they take your hope, they take your businesses, they eliminate the ability for you to educate your children in a communist country. And they spend their time and their energy indoctrinating us. That is their playbook. Does it sound familiar? Very familiar, right? Very scary too. Hollywood and even the Biden administration go to the communists in China just recently and they bow to them, right? They go to the Venezuelans and they tell them, can we buy your oil? When at the same time they go to the Saudis and they say, increase oil production in advance of the midterms when they claim to have a pro-environment agenda. It's a hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen. And those on the left conveniently ignore the moral and economic destruction of communism. They embrace the Chinese, and I thank Senator Hawley for talking about it. By the way, when I came out here and I saw the pyrotechnics, I thought to myself, oh, this feels like I'm on a WWE match. Maybe I should challenge Senator Hawley to like a wrestling match or something. But I think Elon and Zuckerberg are taking care of that. In Joe Biden's America, ladies and gentlemen, the poor get poorer through inflation and rising interest rates. We see their savings being eaten away. In Joe Biden's America's, parents groups and Catholic churches are placed on FBI watch lists, and cocaine addicts and tax cheats get a free pass. Does that sound like a fair America? In Biden's America, 7 million people illegally cross the border and are given a free cell phone and airline tickets. And fentanyl is killing hundreds of thousands of America. Does that sound like an America that you want your children to be living in? Me neither. In Joe Biden's America, crime in inner cities are rampant. We just talked about the 5 cities in America with the highest gun violence and their impact, and they're all blue. And then we hear about this thing called Bidenomics. I mean, is that a joke? It's got to be a joke. Let's call it what it is. It's socialism Bidenomics. That's what it is. That's what it really is. And they claim they want to make us equal. They do. They want to make us equally poor, equally miserable, equally destitute, equally desperate, which is why so many people are trying to get into this country, right? They're poor, and the Chinese and their own socialist governments are imposing poverty on them. And so, of course, many of them want to come to the greatest country on the planet. In Miami, we built a Republican majority, understanding that the year before I got elected, Miami-Dade County went plus 30 for Hillary Clinton. I got elected in 2017. In 2016, it went plus 30 for Hillary Clinton. Okay? One person that likes that? Okay. What I'm going to say is I was elected by 85% in 2017. And in 2021, I was reelected by 80%. And in 2022, Miami-Dade County went 10% for Republicans. That's a 40-point swing. 4-0. 4-0. No one has a record like that. And how did we do it? What did we do? It was simple. It wasn't hard. We stuck to 3 things. We kept taxes low. Shocker. Okay? I reduced taxes to the lowest level ever. And what do you think happened? We grew by 12%. That's 3 times more than the state of Florida, and that's 6 times more than the United States. We grew by 12% because we kept taxes low. What else did we do? Something the federal government is incapable of doing. We balanced our budget. Shocking proposition. When I was elected to the council in 2000, I already forgot about my notes. When I was elected to the council in 2009, I'm going with it. We were on the verge of bankruptcy. We had $15 million in reserves. Today, we have $200 million in reserves. We have annual surpluses. And in the midst of the debt crisis, as the federal government was deciding for us to get into more debt, which is insane, okay, in the middle of that, we got upgraded by Standard & Poor's as having the best credit rating in the history of our government. And I'll promise you this, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you this. The courage and the skill set that it takes to balance a budget. And I would tell you this, as you look at the candidates for president, I would urge you to ask the question, one question. Which one of you have ever cut a public sector budget? Think about it. Think about that question. Which candidate has ever cut a public sector budget? I'm not sure, I can't speak for the other ones, but I can tell you I have. I cut it by 20%. 2-0. Does anybody know how out of balance the federal budget is right now as a percentage of the whole? Take a wild guess. 20%. The difference between the revenue that we take in and the money that we spend is exactly 20%. We need to have the courage We need to have the skills to get away from this fiscal insanity that we're living. We are passing this debt on to our children. As the senator said, he has 3 kids. I have 2, a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old. And I am scared to death of the world that they are going to inherit. I don't want them to inherit a world where China is the lone superpower. Do you? I don't want them to inherit a world where we are mortgaged our future. Do you? I don't want them to inherit a world where they're paying the vast majority of the money they make in taxes. Do you? Why is Miami winning? Why do we have... What's that? We did take back the school system, and I created a tech charter school because I believe in school choice. And I believe in disrupting and giving people opportunities in all our communities. Of course. I've been blessed to be married for 16 years. All my siblings are married. And my parents have been married for 47, so it's been very much a blessing for all of us. And I will agree with one of the other candidates. I said this: the family unit is the essential governing unit of our society. I agree with that. And I'm not afraid to say that I agree with someone. You know, we're living in a political world where we get up here and we're always trying to fight with each other or create contrast. There's no contrast. We all believe a lot of the same things, okay? The key is, how do we execute? How do we accomplish them? How do we create a future that's beneficial for you and your children? That's my focus. That's the only reason why I'm running. Whether I have a chance or don't have a chance, dale! I'm doing it because I love this country. I'm doing it because I feel an enormous debt to this country. I'm doing it because I love my children and I'm concerned about their future. And what I like is an opportunity to keep having this conversation. So what I'm asking all of you, first of all, you've been super great and very attentive, and thank you for wolfing out the hecklers on my behalf. Thank you. What I'm asking you is to please visit my website, francissuarez.com. Consider, this is not an endorsement. I'm not asking you to endorse me. I'm not asking you to vote for me, even at this point. Consider making a $1 donation. And it's important because I'm not going to get on the debate stage. I'm not going to have an opportunity to keep having this conversation unless I have your support in the form of that contribution. And by the way, we are doing some gimmicks like a lot of other candidacies, particularly since I just got in 3 weeks ago into the race. And one of the gimmicks is that I don't know if you guys have heard of this person, Lionel Messi. You guys ever heard of Lionel Messi? Well, we just acquired Lionel Messi in Miami. By the way, I would argue, and again, this goes to my qualifications, that we did the best sports deal in America. Do you know how much public sector money we gave to the Inter Miami soccer team to build their stadium? Take a guess. The exact number that's right here. Tell me I have zero time. Zero. Right? Buffalo gave $1.4 billion. Tennessee gave $1.2 billion. And I think Nevada's giving like $1 billion or something like that. We gave zero. We're going to make $2 billion. And so if anyone who wants to see him play his first game, I think it's July 21st, we have, what's that? Just give $1. Venmo to @Suarez 2024. Consider that contribution, and we're also going to be giving away 2 free tickets to see him on the front row. So thank you. Yes, we got one Messi fan here. I have to tell you, I'm so grateful for this opportunity. I thank you for listening. I thank you for transmitting your energy. I thank you for inspiring me. I know when my wife and I go home today, we're going to say, you know what? What an amazing crowd there was today at Turning Point. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Remember the compass that guided us and got us here to begin with. Remember the guidepost of unity and transparency and wisdom, and let's find our way back to freedom again. All right.
Well, good afternoon, Turning Point. It's great to be with you this afternoon. Many of you may not have met me yet or heard of our campaign. My name's Ryan Binkley. I'm a businessman from Dallas, Texas, and a pastor as well. And God put a message in my heart for our country, and I'm excited to share with you for a few minutes what I believe is God's heart for our nation. Several years ago, the Lord spoke to me that He's got a great plan for our nation and began talking to me about this journey. You know, our nation was created by God to be this lamppost of freedom so we could enjoy a foundation of freedom that's protected by liberty, where we have freedom of the press and freedom of speech, and we've seen those things being attacked. But also freedom to gather like we're doing here today, and freedom to talk and to converse and even protest peacefully. And we see all the effects of socialism and Marxism begin to attack and dampen that lamppost of freedom. Haven't you seen that today? We've seen also this incredible amount of debt and corruption begin to attack, I would call it this light post of liberty. And here we are at Turning Point. I actually think it's a prophetic moment that it's the past time. But how many would believe it's a turning point time for America? I do believe that. It's past time, but it's time more than now that we turn our attention, I believe, back to God and back to each other to solve our biggest problems. We've never been more divided in my lifetime than we are right now, except maybe when I was 5 or 6 years old. In the 70s, if you remember that time, we just came out of Watergate. We just came out of the Vietnam War. There was difficult times. Patriotism was at all-time low. And that's the way it is today. Only 39% of America thinks that patriotism is important. And here we are as a country and a party that's really, really broken. In fact, it's the goal of the other party to make sure the executive office, regardless of where it is, fails today. And the reason is because we're so polar opposites in what we believe. But I believe God has a message for the Republican Party, and this is what I'm sharing. It's time for us to actually lead and broaden the tent of our party, to take our freedom message into a new way. In 1989, I had a chance to work with IBM. How do you guys remember IBM, the big company of old, right? We thought we were pretty good, and back then, Big Blue was what we called ourselves. And I showed computers to college students like the University of Texas in Austin. And that was my job, and we always thought we were great. We had new computers, pretty cool, until this company called Apple came around. And darn it, I have 2 people at my table. They'd have 20 people at their table. And you know what Apple did? They started thinking about the next generation. They started looking ahead. And this is what I really feel for our country and for our party, that it's time for us to start looking ahead to the future about what are we going to do and how are we going to relate to urban America today? How are we going to relate to college students? I'm so glad. How many young people we have in today here, under 30, 25 years old? You're refreshing. My wife and I did young adult ministry for 17 years before we started our church, and I got a message for young people today, and I'll get to that in a second. But it's time for us to start thinking about the next generation. So in our platform, we have 4 key things that I'm actually calling the Republican Party to start thinking big in. I'm running for president not because of a small vision. I'm not trying to pull the party 3 feet over to the right. In fact, you got a lot of candidates that can do that. I actually believe we have to lead a culture revolution that turns our country back to God and back to each other again. But how can we do that? How many want that? But we're broken. And it's going to take a revival. It's going to take an economic revival, an awakening, and a spiritual revival for us to accomplish this. But here's some of the ideas that I have for we can do that. First of all, we have to get back as Republicans this message of who we are as fiscal conservatives. In fact, it's been Reagan. How many of you like to see that again? I heard Mayor Suarez talk about that, but it's been 40 years since a Republican president has said these words, I want to balance the budget. Oh, we need it so bad. You know, our next generation is counting on this. Is this what I really felt? Right now, we're on track to leave our kids in the next 8 years, 9 years, about $50 trillion in debt. That's the path we're on. But the Republican Party, if we're honest with ourselves, if I talk about the elephant in the room, our symbol of our party, talking about things we don't like to talk about, Republicans have spent as much money in the last 40 years as Democrats, just on different things. It's time that we change that. I'm actually putting together a 7-year plan to balance the budget. You guys remember a guy named Joseph in the Bible when he saw good times and lean times? And this is what we have to do. I actually want to put together a 7-year plan that we can, by the end of that 7 years, we'll be able to make the first payment on the principal of our debt in over 40 years. How many of you guys would like to make a principal payment? So we're going to reduce earmarks. We're going to get wasteful spending. We're actually going to put our country on a path to prosperity because it's time to prune. As a business person, I don't have to cut everything. I just have to cut off the things that don't work and invest in things that do work. And we need to take a business person's approach to that right here at our federal government. I also want to lead this. Yeah, go ahead. We need to do it. It's going to bring prosperity back to America. It's going to bring growth for the next generation. And more than that, it's going to bring an opportunity for our kids, because I believe this: if we don't do this, and my generation doesn't fix this, 50 years from now, we'll be known as the generation, I think, that prospered the most, but sacrificed the least. What have we sacrificed for the next generation? The greatest generation sacrificed their lives for freedom. This is our opportunity to do this for our next generation. How many guys want to contribute to that? I want to start a Republican-led healthcare system. We saw what Obamacare did. That was no good, right? But how about a Republican-led system? What would that look like? Well, I've got a whole plan for Republican-led transformation healthcare that does a couple things. First of all, it puts the patients back in charge. It gets rid of the oligopolies and monopolies in the healthcare exchanges. It requires price visibility so you know what you're paying for when you get there, and that'd be good. It also gets rid of the patent protection we have for big pharma, because right now we spend twice as much on healthcare as any other developed nation in the world. And it's time for us to start funding the globe in healthcare. And that's what we're doing today. You can look at our patent laws. They go 36, 40 years, and we are funding the world in big pharma, and we have to stop. The other thing I want to do is do something amazing in the Republican Party. I actually want us to lead in a new era. I want us to start thinking like Apple and not IBM. How are we going to grow our party? How are we going to connect to people in new ways? I believe it's time that we lead on immigration, and I'll close in this, leading on an urban renewal and revival movement with education. So immigration is one. We have to close the border. How many would agree with that? We have to secure it. President Trump did a good job of getting that started, but we actually can't just do half of it in Texas. We have to go from Texas all the way to the Pacific coast, because if we do not, a guy named Gavin Newsom is going to put a big welcome sign, and fentanyl is going to come in, cartels are going to be welcomed, everything's the corruption that we see today is still going to be there. That's why it has to go from the Pacific coast to the Gulf Coast for the border. How many would agree? That's going to take billions of dollars, technology people, and I'm recommending that the Republicans lead in this way with a comprehensive plan. It's going to take a budget to do that. And unless we get 60 senators and have a supermajority to overturn a filibuster, it's going to take leadership. And this is what I believe. If we lead well, they'll vote for us. There's so many legal immigrants. I pastor a multicultural church, legal immigrants that vote here today, and they'd said, Ryan, if you would lead them this way, if you would do it, I would say this: Jesus pays attention to the widow, the orphan, the poor, and the immigrant or the stranger at the grave. I'm not for illegal immigration. I'm just saying if we will lead in this discussion, we'll win the hearts of America. We'll lead for the next 20 to 30 years. We cannot ignore this issue. The last thing I'm standing for is actually an urban renewal environment. Think of this. Right now, what's the Republican message to the poor? Socialism's pretty compelling if you don't know where next week is coming from. If you're struggling financially and you have a food shortage problem, which we do in America, and you don't know how you're going to survive. Well, socialism is free healthcare, free food, free tuition. What's the Republican alternative? Many times our message is, hey, you can do and become anything. Good luck. My plan is to start a volunteer movement of corporations, churches, and charities to get in and do community centers for an after-school program that educates kids on how to do this amazing thing, learn to read and write and do math again. That's what we have to do. We have to end the poverty wage gap, but that's out there by teaching trades again. Many people aren't going to go to college, but this is what we do. Start teaching them how to be plumbers, electricians, craftsmen again. And this is the big thing. We have to believe in God again. We have to believe that God's got a plan again. We have to believe that He can get us out of this division. How many have faith that God's got a plan? He can do it. I was in Iowa on my way to a town hall. I got stuck in mud. There's a lot of dirt roads, and we were short on time. I was speaking with the governor at night. They prayed for rain. It came. I saw cornfields for miles. I didn't know how I was going to get out of there. If a tow truck was there, we still couldn't have got out. I stepped out of the car, and I was 3 inches in mud. And I thought, I'm speaking with the governor in 4 hours. How's this going to happen, God? One of my friends walked to the top of a hill, and a pickup truck came by, and it was a woman named Faith. She said, "Can I help you?" She sent a friend over with a tractor, and the tractor pulled us out. I made it on time to that meeting. 12 people stayed 45 minutes late. That's what I love about Iowans. They're amazing. But I made it on time that night. I bought these shoes at the town square in Shelby County for $95. Contributed to the Iowa economy. But this is what I'm telling America. It's going to take faith. I had faith that day. It's going to take us believing in God to come out of this division, to see the plan that God has for our country. I'm asking you to do this. Believe again. Don't get caught up in the disruption of division. Let's believe God. I believe in God. I believe in America. I believe in you. And I'm asking you to believe in me. If you would go to our website and pray for us and pray that God's will would be done in this election. I believe that God's got a great plan. I'd appreciate any support. You know the requirements that are needed. If you want to see us begin to speak this message with greater clarity, I would appreciate your support. God bless you. Thank you very much.
America's in crisis. Your children, my children, our families are less safe because Joe Biden is president. Everything they have touched has gone garbage.
This is a rowdy crowd out here. I like this. So you guys are going to get to do something fun today. You are going to be in our podcast that we are going to record here live. So I hope you're ready. So you're going to get to download it. You'll get to see it. And you'll also be able to see the video on YouTube as well. So we're going to start our podcast like we normally do. But when I introduce you guys, I need it to be very loud. Extremely loud, okay? You guys ready?
I'm not sure they can do that.
I don't know. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. So if you guys, are y'all ready? All right, here we go. You ready? All right, here we go. Welcome. It is The Verdict with Senator Ted Cruz, Ben Ferguson with you. We are live at Turning Point in Florida with an audience. I like it. That's a rowdy crowd.
We've got a room full of 3,000 young people who are ready to transform America and take this country back.
It's nice to see a rowdy crowd that's ready to take back America. I love this.
And this is a very different gathering from, say, a Joe Biden political speech.
One, we can understand what's being said.
Well, there is that, and there are more than 6 people here, and they're not sitting in little circles really far away from each other.
They're not staffers.
And I feel relatively confident that neither one of us is going to wander off the stage looking for the Easter Bunny.
That's true. Or finding cocaine.
Or for that matter, let's just talk for a second. What the hell was Biden doing, like biting that little kid? I'm sorry, that's weird. Just weird.
Yeah. It was weird. This is a week, Senator, and it's going to be a really fun week, especially for, I think, this country to see what's happening on the issue. You mentioned the Bidens.
Yep.
Of Joe Biden, the Biden family corruption, and we're going to be sitting down with a man that knows a lot about this, James Comer, for a 2-part series this week. You are not going to want to miss that on Verdict, the podcast. It is a phenomenal moment, I think, for this history of this week to kind of hear from these whistleblowers. But let's talk about where we are going into this week, because these whistleblowers have risked everything. And I don't think people understand. They're risking not just their lives, they're risking their careers. They're going to be ruined if the Bidens have their way. And they're coming to Congress this week to say, here's what we saw, here's what we know, and here's what was covered up.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. This is a big week, as everyone here knows, because the folks here at Turning Point, y'all are engaged, you're following what's happened, you're informed. But I got to say, the evidence that is coming out of Biden family corruption, it keeps growing and growing and growing. In this podcast, we do it 3 days a week. We do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And it is every month we're getting just under 1 million unique listeners. We're beating CNN every single week.
You can clap for that one.
And what's powerful about it is we try to walk people through and give them the information that doesn't get covered on TV, that doesn't get covered in the ordinary meeting. So, for example, the Biden family corruption evidence. This week, we're going to have, hopefully, both IRS whistleblowers on Wednesday testifying before the House of Representatives. Immediately after that happens, that night, Wednesday night, we're going to have James Comer, the chairman of the committee that is going to be having both IRS whistleblowers, is going to be a guest on Verdict. We're going to do 2 episodes, record them Wednesday night, and put them out Thursday morning and Friday morning. If you look at what's come out now, you've got 2 senior career employees at the IRS who've come forward and said, we are seeing a pattern of corruption. We're seeing a pattern of corruption, number 1, of Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And listen, the important thing to keep in mind, this is not about whether Hunter Biden is running around on crack with guns and prostitutes. He is. But if it were just that, it would not be an issue of national concern. The issue is, did Hunter sell access to Daddy, then the Vice President of the United States, now the President of the United States? And was Daddy corrupt? And the answer, the evidence at this point is overwhelming. Look, you look at the WhatsApp text that Hunter Biden sent. And I want to revisit it because this is as close to a smoking gun about corruption from the president as you're ever going to see. Here's what Hunter Biden texted to a senior Chinese communist official. Quote, I am sitting here with my father. By the way, count how many times you hear references to Joe Biden, not Hunter, Joe. I am sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand, and now means tonight. And Z, if I get a call or text from anyone involved in this other than you, Zhang, or the chairman, I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me, that's 3, and every person he knows, that's 4, and my ability to forever hold a grudge that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. 5. Now, I got to say, last week, Chris Wray, the director of the FBI, was asked in a congressional hearing, was that a shakedown? And he refused to answer the question. Look, that is as transparently a shakedown as you will ever see.
And it's not just the shakedown. It's the fact that we have evidence after the shakedown that it worked. You had $5+ million, Senator, come into a bank account connected directly to the Bidens.
5 for Hunter and 5 for Joe.
Right. But a week after that was sent, within a week, the money came in the bank account. And these are all the suspicious activity reports, all the LLCs. And we even know that the Bidens at one point said there's so many LLCs that we've set up, shell companies, they'll never be able to figure it out.
And by the way, let's be clear that there are potentially defenses to this text. You could say it's fraudulent. Well, Hunter hadn't said that. He doesn't deny that this is a real WhatsApp message he sent. You could also say Hunter was lying, that he wasn't in fact sitting next to Joe Biden, but he hadn't said that. The White House hasn't said that. They haven't denied that Joe Biden was sitting right next to them while he was shaking down a communist Chinese and trying to extort $10 million from him. And now we have new breaking news. So you're looking into, so I got to say, Hunter and Joe had a great business. They shook down just about every rotten, corrupt enemy of America they could find. So they went to the Chinese. That was very profitable. But they also went to Burisma, the natural gas company in Ukraine. And what broke this week, so the Ukrainian oligarch who owns Burisma, Michael Zlochevsky, not a good guy. What we have seen now is an email that went on November 2nd, 2015, from an executive at Burisma, a guy named Vadim Pajharsky, who emailed Hunter Biden, Devin Archer, and Eric Schwerin about a revised proposal. And here's what the email says. My only concern is for us to be on the same page re our final goals. With this in mind, I would like to formulate a list of deliverables, including but not limited to a concrete course of actions, including meeting communications resulting in high-ranking U.S. officials in Ukraine, U.S. ambassador, and in U.S. publicly or in private communications expressing their positive opinion and support of Nikolai, who's the oligarch, Burisma, at the highest level of decision makers. Mind you, we've talked on Verdict before about what expertise did Hunter have in oil and gas and natural gas. He didn't speak Ukrainian. He probably couldn't find Ukraine on a map. Well, we now know what his expertise was. His expertise was daddy. His expertise was his last name. And just to show there was no subtlety here, this is the sentence that is most important, which is the ultimate purpose to close down for any cases, pursuits against Nikolai in Ukraine. Now, that is in writing. From Burisma, the ultimate purpose, why did they pay Hunter Biden $83,000 a month? The ultimate purpose is to close down any cases, pursuits against Nikolai in Ukraine. Well, you know what? 3 months later, Joe Biden traveled to Ukraine. 3 months later, Joe Biden sat down with leaders in Ukraine and he engaged in a quid pro quo. Remember quid pro quo?
Oh, yeah.
He made a very explicit quid pro quo. He said, we're going to hold up over $1 billion in U.S. aid unless you fire the prosecutor who's investigating the Ukrainian oligarch. And Joe Biden, who's on film saying it, his response was, well, son of a bitch. They fired him. Now, this email is really significant, and this is why the podcast matters, because it takes you into the substance. Why is this email significant? Because the ridiculous Democrat talking point that their cheering squad in the corporate media repeats is they say, no. That prosecutor was fired because he wasn't vigorous enough in prosecuting corruption. It really is a ludicrous point, but that's their talking point. Well, you know what? We now have in writing 3 months before Joe Biden got on the plane, the ultimate purpose is get that guy fired. And I got to say, the oligarch got what he paid for. He purchased a vice president, he got a vice president, and the vice president got the prosecutor fired in Ukraine.
I want to ask, you can cheer for that. I want to ask you this question about these whistleblowers and just how brave they are this week. They're coming forward. We mentioned this a moment ago. They're risking everything. They're risking their careers. They're risking, I would argue, their lives. They are risking retaliation from a DOJ and an FBI and the Biden administration. If they come forward with what we expect them to come forward with, how damning is this to Joe Biden specifically, and does this put his presidency at risk now?
It absolutely does. This testimony, look, it's important to understand this testimony is not from right-wing Republicans. It's not from people that have an axe to grind against Joe Biden. These are career IRS employees. One of them, Gary Shapley, has testified as a senior supervisor and agent. Another one, who we only know as Mr. X, but we also know he is a gay Democrat married to a man. And he's a career IRS employee. Now, on the face of that self-identified information does not suggest some right-wing activist who hates Joe Biden. What it suggests is someone who looked at this and said, this is fundamentally corrupt, but what those whistleblowers have testified to is that Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, lied, and he lied under oath to Congress in response to questioning that I asked him.
Let's say that again. That's big.
So I asked him in the Senate Judiciary Committee, and Merrick Garland said under oath there is zero political interference in the investigation into Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. The whistleblower said he was lying. Not only that, the whistleblower said that he conducted conduct that is obstruction of justice. And let me be clear what should happen. Number one, I've called for this already. The Department of Justice needs to appoint a special counsel to investigate and prosecute Merrick Garland for lying under oath and obstruction of justice.
Amen to that.
Number two, the House of Representatives should impeach Merrick Garland. And number three, if the evidence confirms what that text says and what the whistleblowers are saying, that the President of the United States took bribes from foreign nationals, then the House of Representatives should impeach Joe Biden. And let me be clear, that impeachment is not for high crimes and misdemeanors. Remember all the discussions about high crimes and misdemeanors? The Constitution provides for impeachment for treason, bribery, or other high crimes or misdemeanors. Well, bribery is explicitly listed, and if the big guy, and by the way, the IRS whistleblowers say they were prevented from investigating the big guy. Merrick Garland said no questions about Joe Biden, including, one thing they weren't allowed to ask? All right, Hunter Biden says this text, I'm sitting next to my father. The investigators said, hey, can we look at GPS to see if Joe Biden was sitting next to Hunter Biden? And DOJ, according to the whistleblower, said, nope, don't want to know that. No, that would be a problem. Don't look at that at all.
Is it because maybe they know that they were actually sitting next to each other? Is there a good chance that that might be the reason why?
So what I'm wondering is when he was sitting next to him, which one was holding the bag of cocaine?
Yeah. Well, the text was well written, so
and to be
I doubt
clear,
that was
by
Biden.
the way, you go into one of the most secure buildings in the world with cameras everywhere, with Secret Service agents everywhere, and really, who can figure out whose cocaine it is?
Right next to the Oval.
Who hasn't taken a Schedule I drug into the White House, left it right there, and suddenly the Secret Service, oh, no, can't figure it out, don't want to know.
What's even more shocking is, did you guys see this story? And this was amazing. You and I talked about this on Verdict the other day. When the Secret Service were asked by Congress about the cocaine, they're like, oh, we found other drugs there, too.
Oh, yeah,
they
we
found
find
a
pot
bunch
all
of
the time.
weed.
I mean, look, these are Democrats. We're surprised when they're not stoned. All right. So for the end of the podcast, we're going to do a couple of things. One, we're going to do a Q&A with you guys now. So you guys are going to get a chance to be on Verdict. I have no idea what y'all are going to ask, but that's okay. I have no idea what we're going to say in response. So we're going to do that. Microphones are where? Microphone right there, microphone right there. All right, so come on up. We're going to ask you because this is going out live. If you have a question, ask it briefly. We do this, by the way, on lefty college campuses. And our rule on a college campus, we say if you have a hostile question, if you have a mean and antagonistic question, come to the front. So, all right, let's start. Who's first in line?
Hello, Ted. My name is Caden Smith. I'm from the great state of Nebraska. And my question for you is, how do we control the narrative here with the Democrats? Like, how do we get them out of our schools? How do we just, totally shut down leftist ideology?
It is a fabulous question. So let me say thank you for being here. A big part of it is what you're doing right here. A big part of it is being here, being smart, being engaged, being educated, knowing the facts, and understand what you're dealing with. Understand that you're dealing with, number one, a corporate media that lies. They are not journalists. They are not trying to inform. They are propagandists. They are the left wing of the Democrat Party. Number two, for young people, the Democrat socialist agenda is to control every aspect of your lives, to control what you think, what you believe, how you worship, how you act, everything. These are the same idiots that shut the country down, that shut schools down, and that shut skate parks down. They literally brought bulldozers to put sand to stop people from skating because,
that's where you get COVID.
You get COVID by skating outside. By the way, I got to say, a joke that I tell that my wife Heidi hates when I tell. But you ever notice a guy driving down the road, alone in a car, wearing a mask? And I got to say, every time I see that, that's kind of like a guy laying alone in a bed wearing a condom. Like, what exactly is the point here? What are you trying to accomplish?
I'm not sure I want to know.
You definitely don't want to know. But look, I want to say what y'all are doing, young people are getting screwed by the agenda of the radical left. And every one of you have a platform in your high schools, in your colleges, with your friends, with your family. Use your platform. Listen, how do we communicate and win the narrative? We started this podcast now nearly 4 years ago to do that. So I want to ask everyone here to do something to help control the narrative, which is pull out your cell phone right now and text the word verdict, VERDICT. Text the word verdict to the number 24005. Let me give you that number again. 24005. Text the word verdict. What you will get is a link to subscribe to Verdict. And the reason we put this out is to give you the information, look, discussing the email that just came out saying the ultimate purpose of Burisma was to get the prosecutor fired. You know where you won't find that? CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS. And sometimes Fox. And look, to be honest, on the networks, they don't have the time. I go on Fox all the time. I go on Newsmax. I go on OAN. You can go do a 5-6 minute interview. You can get into a little bit of this. But when it's complicated, what a podcast like Verdict lets you do is go through the substance and get into the meat. All right, next question.
Mike from Arizona. I am so tired of hearing we're going to hold them responsible. I want to know why, after 6 months, we can't put anybody in jail.
It's a great question. Senator,
So, Mike, thank you for that question. You are exactly right, and it is infuriating and frustrating. And let me tell you why people haven't gone to jail. Because under our Constitution and the federal government, the only people who can bring a prosecution is the executive branch of the government, and in particular, the United States Department of Justice. That means no member of the legislature can bring an indictment. No member of the legislature can convene a grand jury. No member of the legislature can prosecute a case. Likewise, no member of the court, no judge can say, I'm going to prosecute someone. It is only the executive branch, and it is why it is such a tragic disaster that we have a Biden administration led by Merrick Garland, the most political attorney general in history, who refuses to enforce the law. And so the chances that Merrick Garland will prosecute Joe Biden or Hunter Biden or anyone else, and to be clear, the deal with Hunter Biden is not a prosecution. It is a sweetheart deal meant to insulate Hunter and protect Joe Biden, the big guy. The chances that Merrick Garland will prosecute them are zero, which means here's what we need to do. In Congress, the House can impeach, and I believe the House should impeach Alejandro Mayorkas, should impeach Merrick Garland, and should impeach Joe Biden. That we can do constitutionally. Now, to be clear, when all three of them are impeached, the chances that the Senate will convict are zero, because Senate Democrats don't care. They could have videotape of Joe Biden taking bribes from foreign officials. They don't care. They wouldn't vote to convict. I joke that you could have videotape of Joe Biden strangling children under a full moon while listening to Pat Benatar. And no Democrat would vote to convict. And you know what the media lost their minds about?
Pat Benatar.
Pat Benatar.
Yeah.
They're like, what has he got against Pat Benatar?
Yeah.
I'm like, guys, you're missing the point here.
Yeah.
Stay focused. So what I will say, and state attorneys general, you're right that local prosecutors, if there have been local crimes, can bring cases. But let me say, what we can do is every person here can educate and inform and help people know about the corruption and illegality, and we can hold people to account politically, and then we've got to throw the bums out of the executive branch and get a new administration that will enforce the law and prosecute the criminals. All right, last question.
Denise Nystrom from Bonita Springs, Florida. First of all, Senator Cruz, I just want to thank you for your leadership. You have integrity. We love you.
Thank you.
So I am a grassroots conservative candidate who ran for school board, but like many people, we get up against the machine and they have more money than they know what to do with. How do we win?
Fantastic question. First of all, thank you for running for school board. That is a big, big deal. And let me encourage everyone here, get involved in elections, and get involved in elections at the presidential level, at the Senate level, at the House level, but also at school boards. We are winning school board races all over the country. You want to know the power of what y'all are doing? Take a look at Virginia. Virginia, in 2020, Biden won Virginia by 10 points. A year later, Glenn Youngkin, a Republican, won Virginia, and it was over the issue of schools and critical race theory and the radicals in those schools who were covering up sexual assaults by a boy dressed as a girl in a skirt who assaulted a teenage girl in a bathroom. And I got to tell you, the moms in Virginia were so upset that a whole bunch of moms who had voted for Joe Biden said enough is enough is enough, and they flipped over and voted Republican. That's the power of what y'all are doing. And Miami-Dade is an example. We've seen school board races throughout Texas where this has happened. And let me make this final point. You want to understand how insane it is. There's a story that broke just a couple of days ago. New York is paying teachers who flunked the proficiency exam to be a teacher, paying them $1.8 billion because when they flunked the proficiency exam, they lost their job. And they brought a lawsuit, and New York just settled. Mayor Bill de Blasio, in his final weeks going out, he's giving teachers who flunked basic proficiency, they're getting checks of $1 million, $2 million apiece. Now, New York spends about $38,000 per student in its public schools. It has terrible results. Many of the kids come out not being able to read. And now, you want to know what happens when Democrats are in charge? They write $2 billion worth of checks, and they ensure you can't actually have qualified teachers teach your kids. You can't expect teachers to know how to do reading or writing or arithmetic, and that is hurting low-income kids throughout this country. In New York, if you're a low-income kid, if you're an African-American kid, if you're an Hispanic kid, the Democrats say, you don't have a right to an education. What we care about is the teacher that can't pass the test, and we're going to give them $1 million and let them keep teaching you when they don't know what it is they're teaching you. That is idiotic. And so what I want to say to everyone on Turning Point, everyone watching this on YouTube, everyone listening to it and downloading the podcast at home, share this with your friends. Say, is it a good idea for kids, and especially our most vulnerable? Is it a good idea to have them taught by teachers that don't have basic proficiency and that flunk the test? Because that's what New York Democrats are doing. And those are the kind of issues that turn suburban moms who voted Democrat previously into saying, this doesn't make any sense. I'm going to stand with our kids. And I'll tell you, the high school and college kids here, y'all have a better platform and a better voice to speak the truth than anyone.
Amen.
So thank you, Turning Point. Thank you to the men and women. God bless you.
This campaign is about courage. It is about making the tough decisions to rebuild our economy and to renew the American spirit of freedom.
Welcome, everybody. I am
delighted to be here today to express my support for young people being engaged in the political arena and fighting for the conservative cause. Young people, you are leading the charge that's ahead. I just finished 8 years as governor of Arkansas, and I was happy to be able to say, after 8 years of conservative leadership, I handed the reins of state government over to Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And that's the first time in the history of Arkansas that that has happened. Whenever I was governor, I had the opportunity to go to Cuba. I was the first governor that went to Cuba after we restored diplomatic relations. And there I saw communism. I saw the effect of communism in killing businesses. But I also got to do something that helped build some fun and some relationships. I actually got to play basketball in Cuba. And they know I like to do pickup basketball, so we went to the gym, and I thought it was just going to be a pickup basketball game. And I go in there, and they had the Cuban national team warming up on both ends of the court in uniform. And then I saw referees there, and I said, I better back out. But it was too late, and so we played basketball. It was me and Mike Preston, 2 gringos and 3 Cubans against 5 Cubans. They brought the ball down. They threw it to me. I turned toward the basket to shoot, and I noticed that all 5 Cuban defenders backed up. And I said, isn't it great to be governor of Arkansas? And so I had to call a timeout and say that you can foul me, it's okay. But building relationships is important, whether it is dealing with business or whether it is in the political arena. And as Republicans, we need to be able to fight for our cause. We need to be able to build the spirit of our cause and to bring in independents and those like-minded folks that can support us to win in 2024. As governor of Arkansas, I was able to handle times of crisis. We had the pandemic, as you know. And during the pandemic, I made 2 decisions that I believe will stand the test of time. First of all, whenever it came to our businesses, there was enormous national pressure to distinguish essential and non-essential businesses. And whenever you enormous national pressure to say we're going to close down non-essential businesses, and essential businesses we're going to allow to stay open. And I looked at that and I said it doesn't make sense to me, because every business that provides a job for a family is essential in my judgment. And so we did not issue a shelter-in-place order. We kept our businesses going. I called up a candle maker recently, and he said our business tripled during the pandemic in Arkansas. And I said, how did that happen? And he said, because our competitors were in blue states and they shut them down. We kept our businesses going. Our economy recovered quickly. The second decision that was important, that will stand the test of time, is that we all went virtual across the nation after the March 2020 breakout. And I said, that's not going to work for our families here in Arkansas. I said, we have to go back for in-classroom instruction. And so I saw how important it was to students. And if you want to look at your power, students, what persuaded me the most was the letters from students that said, this is our last chance to play sports, or it's our last chance to participate in our senior year. We don't want to be without it. And so I said, we're going back for in-classroom instruction. Nationally, the cases went up. Everybody backed down across the country. I held to my principles. I had protesters out in front of the governor's residence in coffins saying, "You're going to kill us." I said, "We're going back to school." We went back to school, and the result is that Arkansas ranked number 2 in the nation for days of in-classroom instruction during the pandemic. And that's important. And so we made mistakes, but we also got a lot of things right, and those are 2 decisions that I'm proud of. While I was governor, we lowered taxes, 7% down to 4.9%. That's $700 million a year that goes from the government coffers back to the taxpayers. Created 100,000 jobs in Arkansas. Brought United States Steel to build a $3 billion steel plant in the state. I left my successor with a $2 billion surplus. And that is saying that we need to make sure that we can grow the private sector more than the government sector. That's how I think it is important to lead a state. It is important to lead our country as well. And whenever you look at what we did in terms of women's sports, for example, I wanted to make sure that women's sports were protected, and I was proud to sign a law that said biological men cannot compete in women's sports. I am the 6th child of a poultry farmer. I went to law school on a student loan. I hitchhiked across America to see my sweetheart. I don't recommend it. I fought for justice in the courtrooms from Arkansas to New York to Dallas. I have served this country in times of challenge and in times of crisis. And as a United States attorney, I confronted an armed terrorist group in the hills of Arkansas. So I understand crisis. I understand challenge. I was head of the DEA. I was Undersecretary at Homeland Security. And whenever you look at what our nation needs, let me cover a few things. First of all, Joe Biden's policies are the wrong direction for America. We need to have a pro-growth energy policy that produces energy from a variety of sources, from every sources, so we don't have blackouts and brownouts in our country, and we don't have a president that's going to Venezuela or Saudi Arabia and say, "Can you please produce more oil?" We need to produce in the United States of America. Secondly, whenever you look at the challenge that inflation and high interest rates have on our families, we get hit with a double whammy. We have both the higher interest rates that are student loans, or whether it's a car loan, or whether it is a credit card debt. It hurts our families. Inflation hits just as hard. And so it all starts with the root challenge of too much federal spending. As governor, I reduced state government employment by 14%, 3,000 fewer state workers when I left government than when I started it. And so when I look, thank you, and when I look at Washington, D.C., I want to reduce the administrative state. I want to reduce non-defense employment by 10% at the federal level, and that will help us to control that administrative state that can get out of hand. We have to control the border, declare the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. I went down to Mexico when I was head of the DEA and met with President Vicente Fox. And I said, we need your help in going after the cartel. Then it was the Tijuana cartel, the Ariana Felix brothers. We got their cooperation. And the result was that Ben Amin was captured, Ariana Felix, and Ramon was shot and killed in a shootout. We have to once again pressure Mexico to help us go after the cartels. We've got to stop the fentanyl that's coming into our country. that is the leading cause of death between those that are 18 and 49. I understand the challenge of drug abuse and what it means to our families. These are things that are important for our country. I was appointed by Ronald Reagan as United States Attorney. I was the youngest one in the nation. And whenever you look at the challenges that we faced then and the challenges that we face now, they're a little bit different. There we were building the federal law enforcement to be able to go after the drug abuse and the cartels and bringing in the poisonous drugs that impact our country. Today, we have a greater challenge with law enforcement, and that is to rebuild the confidence of America in a system that provides equal justice. And so tomorrow I'll be announcing my plan to reform federal law enforcement, to make it more accountable, to make it more responsive, to focus it on the serious issues of violent crime in our society. And so these are ideas that are important for our country. And yes, I'm running for President of the United States. We've got some great people that are running. And what we need is respect for those that might have a differing opinion. I'll end with this. I was in Iowa, and I had the greatest compliment of my political life. And that is, and I'm talking about as a candidate, I was with some Iowans and I was shaking hands and I was telling them about myself and I asked them about themselves. And they told me, we had a good conversation. At the end, they looked at me and they said, "You're running for President of the United States and you seem normal." And I said that if anyone knows normal, Iowa knows normal. And I think it's okay in the United States of America to have leadership that fights hard for our conservative values, for leadership that understands we need to shrink the administrative state, the regulatory burden that is on our families and our businesses, that understands that we have to grow the private sector of our economy, that we've got to balance the budget, just like I did in Arkansas for 8 years, and I did in Congress 20 years ago, which was the last time the federal budget was balanced. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a challenge with these young people here that we don't want to leave them with the debt that they're fixing to face. We've got to do something about it, tighten the belt of federal government, and let's get a handle and make sure that we can leave them with the future they deserve. I have great hope for America when I think about our faith in God, when I think about His providential care that He has given through us and provided for us through the last centuries. I have faith when I understand our Constitution and how it protects our freedom and liberty. And I have confidence in the future of our country when I see young people that are engaged as you are today. And so we seek God's blessings. We seek His power. We seek His wisdom. And I have confidence in our future because of the hope that is represented in the next generation. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hey guys, my name is Tyler Boyer. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Turning Point Action. How's AtCon going for you guys today? We doing good? Well, we wanted to come out. I wanted to introduce something that's really cool. Should show up on the side screens here. Turning Point Action is excited to announce an official partnership with America First Works, which is the sister organization of America First Policy Institute. And who here knows about America First Policy Institute? Yeah, we got a few knowledgeable. Well, you're lucky. It was founded by Brooke Rollins and Linda McMahon, Trump administration officials, and they do incredible work across the states. And so I want to introduce you to the beautiful and wonderful Ashley Hayek, who is the executive director, is here to share a little bit more about America First Works, and we're excited to be in a partnership with them. Now, part of what we're doing is this is a part of our alliance for chasing the vote in all the key target states. So specifically Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and so on. And so we're excited to be working together closely with America First Works. Ashley, take it away.
Thanks, Tyler. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. At the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776, Ben Franklin said, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly, we will all hang separately." He is referring to the signers and the states they represented to stick together against their greatest enemy, Great Britain. Today, it's clear who the enemy is, and it's closer to home more than ever before. I'm a mom of 5 little kids and the wife of a U.S. Marine. Thank you. I'm also a proud Catholic, and I've never been more concerned about the direction of our country. The radical left wants to mask our children, force them out of school, force racist education, and mutilate their gender. They want taxpayer-funded abortion on demand until the moment of birth. They want to silence you. If you go to the wrong protest, say the wrong thing, recite the wrong prayer, they will come for you. But we will beat them if we hang together. America First Works launched Project 19, targeting the 19 counties that will decide the future of the country. Think about it. Of 3,100 counties across the country, only 19 will determine the future. 19. With our partnership with Turning Point Action, we will be able to chase the ballots and make sure we have every single vote we need to win. So thank you so much to Charlie and Tyler and all of you for our work and your commitment to save America. On September 29th, our organizations will host the America First Revival in Greensboro, North Carolina, and we hope that all of you will join us as patriots and believers. Now, speaking of patriots, I have the privilege of introducing a woman who's been working on the front lines to save America. I had the honor of working with her on President Trump's campaign, the wonderful, amazing, stunning Kimberly Guilfoyle. Thank y'all.
Want to remake America in the image of their far-left woke puppet masters. So disheartening to see what the mainstream media and the press has become.
The things that they are doing, even liberals are saying, wait a second, what is going on in this country right now?
To those who don't think that elections have consequences, take a look around at what we are seeing.
This is everything that people despise about big government.
Because we will take this country back.
Well, hello, Florida, and hello, Turning Point. It is great to be here today with all of you. It is freedom-loving, fighting patriots like each and every one of you in this room, and that's why we are going to take this country back. You all get what it means to be an America First conservative. You get what it means to stop playing the left's games and to not be afraid of being canceled. We know what we stand for, and we're going to make sure that we restore this country to the greatness that we enjoyed when President Trump was in the Oval Office and not that occupier, Joe Biden. We are going to go on offense against a corrupt political class that is driving this country off a cliff. These are the same people that have cocaine in the White House. Let's get rid of them. We got rid of Pelosi. Let's impeach Joe Biden, Mayorkas, and Merrick Garland while we're at it. You with me? They gotta go. We are at a point in our incredible country where we now have a justice system that has been hijacked by an unhinged swamp bureaucracy to interfere and steal our elections. We are at a point where censorship would show up not just in college classrooms, but inside major businesses like Target. And at a point where everywhere we look, we see far left extremism trying to take over every single aspect of our lives. We got here because for far too long, the Republican establishment, people like we saw in here before, Asa Hutchinson, right? They did not do right by this country. We're not for people that want puberty blockers, are we, for our children? How about they leave our children alone? So whether it is in academia, entertainment, media, or government agencies, Republicans have been on the defense trying to stop the progressive rot from spreading. But Turning Point is changing all of that. We are done playing defense. We are going on offense. We're done with business as usual, and we're done with being told how to live our lives. We decide for our family and for our children. They don't decide. Those days are over. And we're already seeing the success in action with businesses like Public Square and growing platforms like Rumble. We are building our own. And remember, don't ever let the left convince you that they have your best interests in mind. This new extreme Democratic Party has one overarching goal: to destroy your life, to exhaust you into obedience, and then somehow convince you that you're racist if you challenge them in any way. But those tired politics aren't going to work any longer. I am sure that a lot of you get asked, what does it mean to be America first? Well, here is your answer. It means border security, national sovereignty, lower costs, lower crime, higher wages, energy independence for the United States, ending endless wars and no involvement in Ukraine, school choice, free and fair trade deals, equal justice, and building the patriot economy. And sending a message to every corrupt left-wing radical that we're done playing nice, we are going to win and prevail in 2024, and that, yes, there may be a few mean tweet folks along the way. Biden has sold out America, Trump loves America, and America loves him. And not a single one of their witch hunts will stop our support for President Trump. It just makes us love him even more. Because starting in January 2025, Donald Trump takes care of all the unfinished business. This isn't the time for training wheels. This isn't the time to roll the dice on a rookie or a rhino. It's time to elect a proven leader who is ready to fight and win on day one. Years and even decades from now, our American legacy will not just be the abuses and uncorrupted and the corruption that we have uncovered, but the actions we took to stop it and the leaders we forged to reignite a new American era of triumph and achievement. America's future is in our hands, America's destiny is in our control, and American prosperity is in our hearts and souls. I want to say God bless Charlie and Erica Kirk and his great team in Turning Point. God bless you and your families. God bless our first responders, veterans, and military. God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Together, we will make America great again. And it gives me the pleasure to introduce son of the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump Jr.
Donald Trump Jr. are the second most popular person in the GOP behind your father.
They can't run on economy. They can't run on jobs. They can't run on energy. We're on the brink of war. There's not a single metric by which they're succeeding.
That will sell their souls to try to create, this narrative.
America is on to their nonsense. They're not going to let them get away with it again. They can't hide from it anymore. That's how sick our mainstream media is right now.
I have a little bit of that Trump gene, which is like, okay, we're going to fight now, so let's fight.
Hello, Mikey. All right. You good? What's going on, Turning Point? So good to be here with you, Kimberly. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Thank you. I say this is a slightly better welcome than what Asa, also known as Ada, got a few minutes ago. No, listen. Listen. I was impressed. He's made an incredible recovery since being murdered by Tucker Carlson on Friday. So it's good to see him here and recovering nicely. Hey, I'll say this. At least he had the balls to actually be here. Unlike our absentee governor, who's been on a perpetual book tour. So, guys, why are we here? Because, well, true. Guys, we're here because we've seen the disaster that is the Biden administration. We've seen the disaster that is Democrat policy. We see that we are literally at the closest point and the brink of World War III since the Cuban Missile Crisis. And no one cares. Yeah, you know what? It's interesting. I saw Lindsey Graham last week say, it's the #1 issue for Republicans. I said, you know what's kind of weird? I travel the entire country. I have yet to meet a Republican outside of the United States Senate who actually thinks it's the #1 issue. Or even a top 10 issue. We can't finish our border wall, but we have $130+ billion to send to defend Ukraine's border. Now think about that. What was it, like $3 billion left to finish ours? 130 to Ukraine. Now, that doesn't include the other $6 billion that just got lost last week. There was an accounting error. $6 billion more for Zelensky and his oligarch buddies to become billionaires. Right? That doesn't include the $220 billion that the Pentagon lost a couple months ago. Remember that one? It's strange. The same government that wants to audit your Venmo account if you spend more than $600 seems to be awfully quiet about losing $220 billion. What's $220 billion between friends? I remember a time where cluster bombs were bad and we're not supposed to use them or send them anywhere, but just last week it seems like now it's all the rage. It's wonderful again. Right? It's hard to believe. We've seen the hypocrisy. And guys, I get it. I understand where I come from. I'm pretty self-aware. But if I'm pissed off when I go to the grocery store, think about that. I'm not supposed to notice, but if I do, imagine what that means to the average American family, what's going on right now. And this is what you get. Right? We're told Bidenomics is doing wonderful. I don't know where. I literally don't know a single person that's benefiting from any one of these policies, and yet they will continue. Thank you, sir, for giving me that opening. Well, according to Twitter, it was mine. You have the world's most famous crackhead in residence. And somehow it was mine, according to Twitter. I haven't been there in 3 years. I mean, think about that. I had a Secret Service detail. I've been through all the security protocols. I get it. My guys who I stayed in touch with, many of them just dear friends. They're like, hey, dude, there's no way you would have gotten away with that. I go, I know. Luckily, I don't snort cocaine. It's not my thing. But when I make fun of Hunter, then they go, oh, Don, you're a terrible human being. You're making fun of someone with addiction. I go, wait. Like, addiction does not absolve you from being a piece of crap throughout every other aspect of your life. No. I have a feeling that if it was the Don Jr. laptop from hell, you all would have heard about it. Right? I mean, do you think that if I was videoing myself going 172 while smoking meth, I have a feeling magically CNN would find it to be relevant again? You know, you got $1 billion from China, millions from Ukraine for no-show jobs, money laundering for Russian oligarchs with ties to human trafficking and sex trafficking. No big deal. It's Hunter. It's fine. It's totally fine. 10% for the big guy. I have a feeling if that was my text message, we'd be at like impeachment 37. I don't know. Like, where are we? I can't keep track. It's too many. It never ends, right? And those are the people in power. Those are the people deciding what happens to you, your children, your family's well-being, right? They are the arbiters of decency, according to the media. That piece of crap. I mean, think about it. Like, do you know, let's talk about this for a second. Do you know what my father would have done to me if it was my laptop? Like, yeah, my dad would have sent me to Gitmo. You're right. You know, I think Hunter could have used some of that tough love from Joe, but it seems Joe only loves sniffing children and maybe Hunter's sister. Where's the lie? Again, another thing that if it was my family, it would be a problem, because I read about all the things that are supposedly problems. They're all bullshit, just like everything else they started, but it doesn't matter. And that's where we are. So, with Trump, you had peace. Right? Remember the CNN? Well, who do you want to win? I just want everyone to stop dying. Like, at what other time in history was that not the right answer? Or a reasonable answer? And yet they lose their minds. It's funny, I was having a conversation with Tim Ballard. He's going to be on my podcast. He's the subject matter. He's going to be on my podcast this week, and we were talking about it. And I made 2 phone calls that were, you know, maybe somewhat political just for them to look at, right? I don't get to, you know, lobby for the government while my father's in power. I would have been in Gitmo, as we say, and they tried to do that anyway. One was for like the Pebble Mine. I thought that was an important environmental thing. So I just said, hey, you guys should look at this because here's the other side of the story. And they canceled that, which could have been a fiasco and a disaster. The other was I had met Tim Ballard in like 16 and he's telling me this story. And I'm like, you know it's a problem, but you don't realize the volume. You don't realize the severity. You don't understand. Like, you can't even fathom that. And I remember Tim goes and meets my father at the White House, and they're sitting there. My father announces they're gonna create a council looking at child sex trafficking and fund it with $200 million. The first person to actually do something about it. Yeah. And what happens? The left lost their minds. I mean, think about that. That's where we are. That's where we are as a country today, where if Donald Trump says, hey, let's take care of the problem of child sex trafficking, all of a sudden, that's not a problem. We're not going to look at that. We're for keeping it the way it is rather than doing something about it. That's today's Democrat Party. They're sick, right? And yet, no one even asked the question. No one asked the question, are we making decisions that could take us further into World War III because of stuff that maybe someone else has that we haven't even seen yet? Now think about that. You've seen all the stuff on the laptop. It's pretty damning. Imagine what, like, Hunter was like, I don't know, maybe this is too much to video. Right? It's like, you know what? That's a little far. I'm not going to video that. I'm sure someone has it. Because every decision we've made has been about making China first, putting America last. And so I saw this amazing thing. I saw this amazing thing. ABC News, I think I wrote it down here. They said something like, Trump's unprecedented campaign pitch. Elect me to get revenge on the government. I was like, wait a minute. You had me at like really strong economy. I was like, I love that. You know, peace in the Middle East, pretty good. Ending the never-ending wars. But now, you're adding that. They think that's like a bad thing. I'm like, that's all I need. Like, I'm good. I'm in. Okay? And that's what he's going to do, because that's the reality now. Right? He came in as an outsider. He came in with actual real-world experience. He'd signed the front of a paycheck, not just the back of one. Right? He understood that. Remember the old Obama? Well, Donald Trump says he's going to fix the economy. He's going to create energy independence. There's no magic wand for that. Abracadabra. Like, oh, there's a magic wand. You just have to know something about anything. You just have to be able to put America first. Not kowtow to the Chinese. Not fold and bow to every dictator that's out there. Right? Now, Trump came in, he knew that business side, but what he didn't know was D.C. So you trust people. You listen, like I mentioned. You listen to Chris Christie. He said, this guy could be great for the FBI. Okay, you know. Well, disaster. Fine. But now, after 4 years, after seeing just how bad that swamp is, after seeing how they don't care about you, your well-being, they don't care about the Constitution, they care about furthering their power, their agenda, and ultimately getting on a board seat of big war or whatever it may be. That's why the D.C. Beltway, they don't produce anything, and yet they're the richest counties in the world. Right? That's why they're so against Trump, because now he knows that part of it too, and that scares them more than anything. That's why he's going to implement Schedule F. You guys know what that is, right? Where you literally fire all the bureaucrats. Get rid of them all. And again, get rid of them all. And now, you don't have to run for re-election after that. You don't have to please anyone in the swamp. You don't care because, in all fairness, those people have tried to put him in jail for 450 years. So, let's just say you may have something, a little motivation to go after and do it. But not just him. They tried to do it to me. They tried to do it to our family. They continue to try to do it to our businesses, whatever it may be, and that's fine. But that's why the Uni Party is so against it, because that hurts their power, their ability to make decisions that benefit them and screw you and your families. They've been doing it for decades, but now it's been exposed. And there's only one guy, folks. We've seen it. Well, I think Tucker ended a few careers on Friday. But I think, guys, there's a few more that have exposed themselves in the last few months, right? It's all right, sounds pretty good. Oh, they flip-flop because they got a call from the donor. Oh, they flip-flop because, you know, the Washington Post is going to write a mean article about them. Guy, there's only one person who doesn't care, who only cares about you, who, if he decided not to do any of this, all of this nonsense would go away in 2 seconds. You know that's the case. But there's one guy who knows that it's worth going through. There's one guy that knows that all of our freedoms, our liberties, your family's well-being are worth fighting for, and that is Donald J. Trump, and that's why... And that's why we got to fight. So thank you very much, Turning Point. You guys are the best. Awesome to be here.
What's up, Turning Point? I'm John McEntee. I ran staffing for President Trump in the White House. I was a young conservative and wanted to get involved in politics. If you're like me and you want to get involved, you need to watch this next video.
On Inauguration Day,
the 4 years ahead
seems like an eternity.
it's not.
Because the left has engineered our government and institutions
to reject conservative ideology. The 2025 Presidential Transition Project
brings together over 60 conservative organizations
to ensure the policy and personnel are in place.
On January 20th, 2025.
Using 4 pillars,
we are laying the foundation
for the next president
to end Washington's bureaucracy and restore American prosperity.
If we had had this in 2016, we would have been able to hit the ground running. And if you want to be a part of it, go to project2025.org.
They're not going to secure the border, so forget that. Can't have chaos with law and order. They're opposite ends of the same coin. We're reaching the point of no return, the event horizon, quickly. For sane people, Marxism, socialism, communism has the same parent, and that is government control, tyrannical control of the means of production. That means government control of the economic means and the political infrastructure. And if you dare speak out, by the way, cancel culture comes free. The vultures, they'll still wiggle right in. They smell blood. It's causing people to self-censor.
Thank you. Wow. Hey, how are you? Thank you. Keep it coming. I'll take it. Hey. I don't get out of the house much, so I'll take it all. Thank you. Thank you. I never had a hype video before. That was crazy. You like my shirt? Don't get dead. Here, you want one? There's one for you. I should have one of those shirt cannons, you know? Gosh, that was so great. Thank you so much. What a crowd. Man, left, right, all filled up. Then you got to speak after Don Jr. How do you do that? I was just talking to him backstage, but you had to put me on after you? Couldn't be on after someone else? After like a Bernie Sanders or something? I got to come in and talk after Don? Hey, good to see you all. If you heard me speak here at the event, I don't know, a year ago or 2 years ago, down in West Palm, I don't like to travel too much. I told you, I don't get out of my house or my studio much. The radio show, the podcast, that's all from my house and my studio. So I get a little like Jack Nicholson in The Shining, you know, all work and no play. Remember that? Makes Jack a dull boy? That's me. I see those 2 little girls in red rum sometimes every time I walk down my hallway. So it's very good to see actual people. And I guess you all like the show because you seem to have a pretty good response to that. So, yeah, that's pretty awesome. Thank you so much. That's where Don't Get Dead comes from, by the way. You know about that? You know about the... So I have these golden rules on my show, right? You know, one of them is a kind of a terrible one, but it's true. It's that the golden rules of the Dan Bongino Show. Rule number 1 is most Republicans up on Capitol Hill are sadly Democrats, but no Democrats on Capitol Hill are actually Republicans, which is sadly true. But rule number 2 is don't get dead. And where did Don't Get Dead come from?
My wife was like, hey, what are you going to do? You know, how are you going to talk about it? I said, I'll think about it in the car. And I had this shirt. I'm like, maybe we should explain to him where Don't Get Dead came from in the show. So liberals are not really smart. They're, a matter of fact, I'm going to say not all Democrats, but liberals are just plain dumb. They're like imbeciles. Like you have to me and Charlie were doing an interview on the podcast, and Charlie and I were sitting there in disbelief about how many times communism and socialism fails, and yet we have to keep coaching liberals on why this thing sucks. It's like, I don't know, 100 million body bags, starvation. That's kind of a really bad resume. So they're not really that bright. So I'm a messaging guy, and I'm like, we got to punch through to liberals and make it super simple. So I thought one day, I'm like, well, what does nobody want? Everybody understands. Well, nobody wants to get dead. And I found it really, you're laughing, but it's true, right? And I thought, what is the common theme of just about every liberal policy, right? They all help you get dead quicker. It's the most, right? Name one. I'll tell you how liberalism gets you dead quicker every single time. So I'm just in the car and I'm going through some stuff. I'm like, what do I do? What do we do? And I'm thinking, just randomly throw some stuff out, Paula. Energy. Okay. If you're a liberal, you are going to get dead fast on energy because you're probably going to freeze to death. Your gasoline car is going to go away. So I don't know if you're going to Fred Flintstone it or what you're planning on doing. I mean, I live in Florida. I see the Florida crew. We got Linda and Larry, my homies from down here in South Florida. Is that Mike? Hey, what's up, buddy? Yeah, Mike. Go buy some My Pillows. I sleep on that pillow. So think about energy, right? Thank you. It's 172 degrees down here in the great state of Florida in January, right? And you're going to get on what? You're going to get in your Fred Flintstone car and you're going to what? You're going to bike it 25 miles to your job every day? You better have a lot of damn electrolytes. Maybe an IV in your arm like this or something like that. Maybe doctors on staff. This is what they want. Did you read about this? I'm trying to take away your gas car. This stuff is all real, by the way. It's not some kooky conspiracy theory. They keep piling on new regulations, so you have to go buy an EV car that you probably can't afford. They're like $100,000 for a good one, right? But here's the kicker: how liberalism helps you get dead super fast with just energy. They want to make these electric vehicles with these rare earth minerals and mine all this stuff. And here's like the real kick in the teeth, right? We don't even mine it here because the environmental crazies are like, no gas, but no mining either. So this is where you're like, gosh, can these people get any freaking dumber? Like, how is this even possible? So the Chinese Communist Party is like, yeah, we'll mine the hell out of they don't even have any environmental regulations. And then we'll screw up the environment you claim to be supporting while we move to an economy that'll help you get dead. And liberals are like, yes, this is awesome. These people are so stupid. It's like, it's hard to break through, man. You like want to shake them. You're like, you guys are nuts. Hey, what's up, man? I wish it was like a Morgan Wallen concert where he grabs the phone and stuff. I love Morgan. My guy's awesome, man. No. So all these people want to do on the left, and remember this when this election comes up. It's a simple question, right? You're going to have either Trump or DeSantis or Vivek or someone versus the rotting bag of oatmeal in the White House, right? So your choices are this: get dead or don't get dead. Like, that's it. There's no option C. There's no all of the above. There's no none of the above. Those are your choices. Think about it when it comes to a very serious topic, something I know is on your mind. Folks, this culture war we're undergoing right now with the left's weaponization of sexual identity politics and the just endless attack on our kids. You want a society to collectively, ideologically get dead fast? Start corrupting the minds of the kids. Yeah, it's happening. It's happening right now. And there's a reason. I talk about this on the podcast a lot. If you want to check it out, it's on Rumble, the free speech platform I'm proud to be a part of. Yes. Thank you. Rumble.com. Check it out. But I talk about this all the time. I don't want anyone in this room to be confused about why they're coming after the kids. There's a lot of chatter and stuff that goes on Twitter. And people say things like, well, you know, they're all perverts. And you know what? Listen, attacking kids with sexual things, they're not mature enough with their brains. Certain people have taken advantage of that. And I'm not telling you there aren't people who are really corrupted doing that. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not the primary reason that the left is doing this with this war on our kids and pumping inappropriate sexual content to kids. This was the kind of stuff you were arrested for just a few years ago. And now all of a sudden it's like a mainstream position on the kooky left. There's a reason. I want you all to remember this. Don't forget it. Because if you don't understand the enemy you're fighting, you are going to tactically lose the battle because you're not prepared. They're doing this because these socialists always understood you can't have communism without the kids. You can't. Because it doesn't make sense. No one wants body bags and starvation. Everybody wants to own their private property and work for a wage. No one wants to give their stuff to other people. So you're saying to yourself, yeah, Dan's right. Like, communism sucks. I want to own stuff. I'm not giving my iPhone to some guy who doesn't work because, you know, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. That's crazy. So you're probably saying to yourself, too, well, if it's crazy and it kills people and starves people, then why is it still around? I mean, Fukushima told us it was the end of history when we conquered the Soviet Union, right? And Reagan won 49 states. So how are we back at square one again? With Bernie Sanders, a billionaire, and Elizabeth Warren, she doesn't even know what she is. She thinks she knows what you are? Yeah. How are we back? She's confused. She doesn't even, she should take a 23andMe or something. She doesn't get it. So how the hell are we back here discussing the ravages of communism and socialism again? And the answer, folks, because they beat us in the education system. We got our asses kicked, man. It's that simple. We did. We fell in love with the Republican Party a long time ago, and I love being a conservative. I'm so proud of it. But we fell in love a long time ago with the Republican Party, at least at the swamp level, not with you in this room. Don't take it personal. That really believed, hey, man, here's our message. Tax cuts. Stay away from that other stuff. No, bullshit. That other stuff is the stuff. That's the stuff that matters. That's the stuff that really matters. How do you have a society not anchored in God and higher values and we're arguing about tax cuts? Listen, I love the Trump tax cuts. Greatest thing ever happened to me. I love it. I will advocate for economic freedom till the day I die. But make no mistake, folks, that's not what our party's about. We have to be about saving the kids and the next generation and the education system. They stole it. They took it. They kicked us all out. There are almost no conservative teachers left in liberal states. They stole it and they took the kids from us and they weaponized instruction in the classroom to get these kids confused. Because remember, you will never have commies without the kids. They have to confuse the kids. And the best weapon in this fight, the best weapon to confuse kids is to feed them something they don't understand, which creates a sense of confusion and dismay. What's the perfect weapon? Sex. Kids don't understand it. They're not ready to understand it. God didn't create human beings to understand that physical act. It's for a reason. It was genetically efficient. The designer, the intelligent designer we call God, did it that way on purpose. So they feed these kids essentially porn in classrooms, this grotesque stuff, because it confuses them. And then there's step two. Because remember, you don't have commies without the kids, right? So how do you confuse the kids even more? Once you've effectively fed them all this stuff that they don't understand at all, and you've softened them up, you tell them, hey, your parents are old fuddy-duddies. Those crazy conservative parents, you know, they just don't understand. They don't understand you. And you get this sense of disillusionment. Do you see how this was all thought out? Folks, listen, man, none of this was by accident. I have dedicated my entire adult life. I walked away from a great career I loved in the Secret Service. Although yesterday that magnetometer, you guys must have been sweating. I want to come down and run the magnetometers myself. I felt so bad. I'm like, here, just go in. I'll frisk you or whatever. So, but I love my job. They screwed up this cocaine gate thing, but that's for another day. So I walked away from that because I've studied these people my whole life. Nothing they do is by accident, folks. Nothing. Everything they do is for a reason. They know government sucks. You think they want more of your money because they believe government can spend it better? They don't want any of that. What they're doing is buying off constituencies to keep them quiet so they can enact their agenda. That's it. That's all this is. Right? And what is it? It helps you get dead. Because now you've got no money, you've got no car, you're Fred Flintstone in it. And then you go back to, say, health care. Why do they want centralized government control health care? Oh, because they think government's going to do such a good job. Health care's expensive. No. You ever listen to my show where I do the Clarice? No, Clarice. That's not what they covet. I do it all the time from Silence of the Lambs. What does the left covet? What do they covet? Power. And you will have no greater power over society when you control their money, their kids, and whether they live or die. You actually believe they think healthcare systems run by the government are more efficient? Who in this room believes that? Can we get a show of hands? Okay, it's unanimous. I don't need a show of hands because I know you're all smart. No idiot believes that. If they control the healthcare system, they control everything because they have the power to make sure you live or you die. They know full well that when you have a healthcare system run by the government, there's only two ways to allocate a doctor's time. Only two. If you can tell me a third one, I'll give you the Nobel Prize for economics. You can price it or you can ration it. There ain't no other way, folks. That is it. We live in a difficult world with difficult choices. You can pay for it or you can ration it. And then, who gets the rationing? Who gets the health care? The answer is the people with the hooks, the connected few, while you all die. That is power, man. That's real power. Listen, I'm running a little low on time, but I don't think they care. But anyway, I don't want you to leave the room tonight without understanding that very simple thing, that nothing they're doing now is by accident. Nothing. The voting systems, the kids, the war on the kids, the attacks on health care, the attacks on energy, the attacks on the economy. None of this stuff is by accident. They use useful idiots to do it, and they are at war for this culture. And if you ever wanted a society to get dead and get dead super fast, the quickest way to do it is to centralize power with swampy idiots in D.C. who know absolutely jack about anything going on in your life. It is the single stupidest thing I have ever heard. I got about 5 minutes, so I want to end with this because this is important for you in the room. A lot of you are Turning Point, generally a younger group, although I'm noticing like getting some people my age here too. It's pretty cool. I like that. Having said that, if you're 48 like me, or maybe a little younger, or maybe a little older, I know Larry's like 25, but whatever. You look good, Larry, for 25. Larry, stand up. He's 25 years old. Larry said, look at this guy. Look, he looks good. I may be past my turning point, but to the younger kids, really, I turned a long time ago. I'm on kind of the back end now. But, you know, I went through a lot with my health and cancer and all that stuff. It ain't a sob story. Who cares? You know, everybody's got their, really, it doesn't matter. But, you know, thank you. But it was a powerful moment in my life, and I don't bring it up because, you know, I'm looking for anybody's sympathy because, you know, when you're sitting there at MD Anderson in Houston, this cancer hospital, and I was like 46 at the time, and I had stage 1 lymphoma, which was pretty manageable, and you see these 13-year-old kids, you know, no hair, leukemia, stage 3, 4, they're dying. They wheel them in on gurneys for radiation, and you look up at God and you're like, you know, I don't pretend to understand all this, you know? I should never bring that story up because I don't pretend to understand any of this. But I learned so much, you know, in that moment. When I eventually recovered from it, I kept thinking back to my childhood. And I used to love comic books. It's this kind of Manichaean part of me, like good versus evil fights, you know. I've always had that in me. I think it's why I became a police officer, right? And it really brought me back to my childhood, because you start to think when you come to these life-changing moments like a cancer diagnosis, you start to think like a child. You don't think anymore about long-term time horizons. Kids don't think like that, right? They think about the wiffle ball game at dinner. They're not thinking about, like, what am I going to do when I grow up? Adults do that. But when you get these moments that I'm sure a lot of you in this room have tragically had yourselves, do you notice you start to think like a child again, right? Everything's on a horizon of 10 minutes in the future. Like, holy Moses, man, if I don't survive this, like, I'm not going to see my daughter's wedding. You're like, what? You become that kid again. And I remember I used to go to this cigar store when I was a kid, and they sell comic books, and I loved comic books. And I used to love Daredevil and Batman. And the reason I never bought Superman comic books was because Superman could never be hurt. And I thought to myself, like, I love Superman, but he's not really brave. Like, he can't get hurt, right? And I thought, like, Batman's just a dude. Like, he's got no superpower. He's got this fancy belt or whatever. Maybe he's got a MyPillow. Maybe Mike gave him the slippers. He's got some My Slippers. Batman My Slippers, right? That may be his superpower. But Batman was real to me because, folks, there's no courage, without fear, right? Can we all agree? Like, there's no courage without fear. And I used to buy Daredevil, and I got to thinking after this whole bout with this disease, I got to thinking to myself, it was Daredevil, the man without fear. And I thought, no. That's totally wrong. Like, Daredevil didn't have any superpowers. He was blind, but he just had this radar, but it only compensated for his vision. Like, the reason Daredevil was cool was because he was scared. We're all a little scared. That's okay. That's a gift, man. That's a gift. That failure and that fear is a gift. I wrote a whole book about it. It's called The Gift of Failure. It's coming out next month. About everything I screwed up in my life. Fear is natural. Well, thank you. I screwed up a lot. It's a long book, believe me. It's embarrassing at times, but worthy of time. But there's no courage without fear. There's none of it. So to everyone in this room, especially, if I may, just for a moment, to the young ladies and men out here, 25 or younger, listen, I know it's hard to be a conservative. I know it's hard to be a liberty lover. I know it's tough. I mean, if you're the safest place for you, if you want safety and security, I'm going to give you some hard news right now. No fake news. Don't be a conservative. If you're looking for, a soft landing in your life, don't be one of us. Because we're the renegades now, and we're the misfits. And this ragtag army, you're damn right. We are the misfits now. We're the renegades. We are the counterculture that some of you older than the 25-year-olds remember from the 60s. That's us now. And you know what? For as much as you didn't like them, it took a little guts back then to say, hey, I don't know about this Vietnam War thing. Like them or hate them, they decided they were going to throw it out there, maybe smoke a doobie and do their thing. They were the misfits, right? Now, I don't smoke doobies. It's bad for you. Don't do drugs. Remember the Nancy Reagan egg thing? Don't do drugs thing, right? Having said that, I am begging you to please stick with us, man, because there is no courage without fear, and there is a second creation out there. There is a God out there, and you are one day going to have to go there with your CV resume for life. And that better have some suffering in it, because it's only through that suffering that you are going to understand real joy and real pleasure, that look on your kid's face as they hit that single to win the game. You are only going to understand that. And it is only going to matter if you intentionally put yourself through suffering and pain. God put you here to enjoy your life, but make no mistake, He put you here to suffer too. You would never understand happiness if you can't contrast it with the unbelievable sweat equity you have to put into getting through your everyday life fighting for freedom. There is no courage without fear. So go forward. Embrace it. Be afraid. Be a little scared. That fear is natural. Fail. Fall down. Get back up. But understand, you are on the right side of freedom and liberty. You are the tip of the spear. And this country won't get dead if you keep it up. It's been an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Turning Point America, how are we doing? Let's hear it one more time for Dan Bongino.
Yes, it's good to be back. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Alexander Spillane. I am the CEO of Fisher Capital, and tonight we are the diamond sponsors of the event. That's right. I want to give a big thank you to Charlie Kirk. Everybody give Charlie Kirk a round of applause. All right, I like this crowd. Charlie Kirk has really built something amazing here, and we're really, really happy to support it. I'm 100% certain that Turning Point USA is the most important organization in the conservative movement. Who is with me on that? Let's go. All right. Most important organization. Where else do we get speakers like this? In one room. I want to thank also Patrice Murray for joining our team on this trip. Thank you for all the prayer work that you do for this organization as well. Really happy that you're here. My mother is here tonight. Give it up for my mom one time. I'm especially grateful for the opportunity to take my mom to meet President Donald Trump. I know I'm a good son. I'm a good son to have, what can I say? And I hope that makes up for the last time you came and visited me. And that's an inside joke. So you guys are an amazing crowd. We're from Los Angeles. We don't get crowds like this in Los Angeles unless Donald Trump comes in. So really happy to be on stage here with you guys. I don't know if you've seen this in the news. We are proud to say that Fisher Capital is the #1 employer of veterans in the precious metals industry. That's right. Make some noise for our veterans back at home in Los Angeles at the office. They are in California, so don't hold that against them. On a personal note, I almost did not make this event because I was supposed to fly out Friday morning, and my lovely fiance went into labor Friday morning. So I missed the first flight here. This is very special because we did a home delivery and canceled my flight, was able to hand my baby girl directly to her beautiful mother. Alyssa and Angelina, I know you're watching. Thank you for allowing me to come to the event and do this. I love you both. Thank you. It's scary being a dad in today's world. You know, I think I learned sex ed in 6th grade, and today you see elementary students being taught about gender identity. I mean, this is like completely absurd to me. I'm sending Angelina to Turning Point Academy. That's right. So I'm not really here to talk about myself or Fisher Capital at all. I'm here to talk about something important. But by the way, that is FISHER capitalgroup.com. Go check it out. So we're going to play a little game. I'm going to shout out some companies. And you give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down when I say these names. It's actually okay to boo. Bud Light? Boo! Okay, I hear that. Starbucks? Does anyone know about BlackRock? BlackRock? Okay. Okay. What about Target? Okay, I'm glad we're on the same team here. Guys, this is going to be really hard, but we've got to get our wives to stop shopping at Target. Come on. So Turning Point has done a really amazing job exposing how the left has infiltrated schools, big tech, social media, churches, big corporations. But what I don't hear so many people talking about is how they've infiltrated the financial sector. And this is obviously, to me, it's one of the biggest and most important topics. And that's simply because if you've got money invested with banks, at all, brokerages like Vanguard and BlackRock, you don't have a choice. So do me a favor, turn to your left, look at the person next to you. Is everyone doing this? Look at the person next to you. Then look at the person on your right. Now you can tell me, how does it feel to know that you are all supporting the woke causes that you don't believe in just by having your money in custody? It's terrible. What about anyone who, did anyone go to an ATM today? Anyone get a Starbucks coffee this weekend? Okay, praise God. I'm with you guys. We got to stop doing that. Who in here has a retirement savings? Okay, well that, you can't help. BlackRock's got a hold of that. So does Vanguard. That's the big one. These accounts are major. So look, if your wife can't live without her Amazon packages or her Starbucks, and if you can't go through a weekend without having a couple of Bud Lights, at least, can you at least give your grandchildren a chance by not keeping everything you've worked hard for with organizations that do not have our best interests? Guys, we got to get this right. We really got to get this right. Because when you give your money to these companies, whether they're investing the funds in the S&P 500, those top 500 companies for the majority are woke. You guys know this. You've got to see it. And what's worse is the institution maintaining custody is also giving money to those causes. So you're getting hit twice. So now that you know, it's not your fault if you didn't know, but now that you know, maybe it's time to take a step in a different direction. When customers trust their business to Fisher Capital, they can rest well knowing that our profits are not going to a woke, liberal, Wall Street-backed institution. Can I hear a round of applause for that? That's what I'm talking about. And we have a right to take control of our finances, don't we? Come on. Because if we don't soon, we might all get screwed by that big black rock. Just saying. Sorry if that's too much, but supporting Fisher Capital is voting with your wallet. And you can rest assured knowing that our company's profits are always going to be used to invest in the future of America and organizations like Turning Point USA. I want to say again, thank you all for being here. You guys are an amazing crowd. Give it up for the great speakers that we have here. It's unbelievable. We did America Fest last year, as I said, and we will continue to support this organization. Come see us on Media Row. Thank you for being here. Have a great rest of your day. And everybody get ready for Steve Bannon.
The Democratic Party is owned by Wall Street and the corporate interests. I will never back off. I support Trump and the Constitution, and I'm not backing off 1 inch. If you think they're going to give you your country back without a fight, you are sadly mistaken. Look what happened since Trump left office. You got the merger of the KGB and the CCP. You have our great allies in Saudi Arabia already taking and transferring oil to Chinese currency away from the U.S. dollar. The convergence of these crises is going to lead us into a third world war.
Yo! We are at war! You know, we're first at war with all day yesterday, last night, and today. You know where 1 second of this great conference is not played? Fox News. Not 1 second. Look at, thank you very much. Fox does suck. And let me tell you why it sucks. You're the vanguard of a revolution. It takes 4,000 political appointees in the third Trump victory, second Trump term, 3,000 non-Senate confirmed. We have, 6,000 or 8,000 here. You are the cadre that is going to inform this government. You're going to take over this government. You're going to take over the administrative state. That's why old man Murdoch doesn't want to show it. He understands you're about action, enough talk. Think about it for a second. Charlie Kirk and the Turning Point team have come from nowhere. And now we heard last week that Fox is not going to cover them. They're too activist, etc. What other gathering in our country over the last couple of years has had the kind of speakers you guys have had?
Look at this. Look at this. From leaders in the House, you got Boebert, MTG, Matt Gaetz, Josh Hawley in the Senate, J.D. Vance, Ted Cruz. You got every guy running for the presidency that's serious. Donald Trump comes here and gives an hour-and-a-half primetime speech that is... It's not a rally speech. It's got gravitas. He talks about what he's going to do. Not 1 second. Not 1 second on Fox News. You know what they're doing this afternoon? On the Howard Kurtz show that gets like 50 people to watch it, they got a tragic figure on there right now. Governor Ron DeSantis. He's a tragic figure. You know why? He bought into the Fox narrative. Remember, Tucker Carlson told us it's all about narrative control. If the globalist corrupt globalist Murdoch family can't control it, they don't want to have it on there. That's why not 1 second of this conference and not one speaker's been on there. But this afternoon, they got Ron DeSantis, who they have destroyed because he made a fatal mistake of thinking if I can go on Fox and have enough T-ball and coach pitch for a year and a half, that the rubes will just follow me. You're not rubes. You're the smartest people this country's ever produced. You know why? Because you don't buy the bullshit. Old man Murdoch, that decrepit cretin, is out in Sun Valley with the other Davos billionaires cooking up how they suppress and rip off the American people. His family, it's reported, they're off the coast of the Amalfi Coast, right, in Italy, on their 4 or 5 $150 million yachts, arguing with each other who leaked what so it could go in succession. The last time real Americans were on the Amalfi Coast, they were fighting up there to take Italy in World War II. Murdochs, why are you not in Daytona Beach? Why are you not in Myrtle Beach? Why are you not in Virginia Beach? Why are you not down in Imperial Beach? Why are you not in a motorhome in one of the great national parks? You know why? Because you're not Americans. You're a bunch of foreigners. The one time Ron DeSantis, a tragic figure, went off the plantation and talked about Ukraine, they go, oh, no, let's get Lindsey Graham on here. Let's give him a nice, come on, heel boy. No. Ukraine, oh, no, we got to send all kind of money to Ukraine. To think what idiots you are. Think about Sound of Freedom this weekend after having a great Sound of Freedom. Sound of Freedom. Another $35 or $40 million at the box office, no marketing money. Sold out everywhere. And hell, half the theaters are cutting off the air conditioning, cutting the sound, not putting it up. People giving standing ovations in Times Square. Of course, now the GOP, have you seen it, GOP? The Senate GOP just came out with a 4-minute video of how they're so tough on child trafficking. They're sitting there with knitted brows, John Cornyn and Lindsey Graham, and they're sitting there with knitted brows going, where are the 350,000 people? Where are the 85,000 people? We don't want to hear it. You're there to draft all Sound of Freedom, and you're there to raise money. It's a bunch of crap. Why did you approve the omnibus bill? Why did you just give him $15 trillion to spend? If you want to stop the child trafficking, stop the child trafficking. Cut the money off. I'm going to give you the Sound of Freedom. The Sound of Freedom is on the afternoon, 44 days from now, or 584 days from now, on the afternoon of the 20th of January, in the year of our Lord, 2025, when Donald Trump takes his hand off the King James Bible, when Trump takes it off the King James Bible, we're going into every alpha. We're going to CIA, the FBI, the DNI, the CIA, all of them. And we're going to release every single person that either traffic people or look the other way to traffic people. We're going to put it all out for the American people. All of it. We're going to let the American people see how these kids got trafficked into the United States and who helped them. Who either looked the other way, which makes you just as guilty, or who helped them. And your tax dollars, where it goes. So I don't need John Cornyn, and I don't need Lindsey Graham with knitted brows going, this is very serious. And we don't need any more detailed, tough letters over to DHS. We need names. We need information. And the American people are going to weigh and measure it. On the afternoon, by the way, this primary is a joke. Ron DeSantis is a tragic figure. Good governor, could have been a great governor. He drank the Kool-Aid of the Murdochs and the donor class. You know why? They're neoliberal neocons. And he was going to be their boy. Oh, Trump without all the baggage. They weren't going to have any Trump policies. That's a misdirection play. You know that. And now that Ron DeSantis has worn out his welcome and he's doing Howard Kurtz on a Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock with an audience of 50 people saying, well, Donald Trump didn't really execute. No, come on, man, knock it off. Grow up. And I got news for Glenn Youngkin and Kemp and anybody. It's the next guy in because Murdoch's out there. He's out there in the Davos and Sun Valley. He's going, I think Youngkin could be a very serious or Kemp. Come on down, bring it, because we'll destroy you just like we destroyed DeSantis. We don't have time for a diversion. We need to be focused right now on the election apparatuses in Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, and to get behind Donald Trump and get serious about taking this country back. This is a crusade. This is a holy war against the deep state. Donald Trump is our instrument for retribution. I don't want to hear Glenn Youngkin in a vest. I don't want to hear Kemp with his Georgia accent. I don't want to hear it. Donald Trump is our instrument for righteous indignation. And it's not going to be Biden. They're gonna have Newsom or Michelle Obama. Sometimes I can even feel the Murdoch's pain. Come on, you guys are unruly. You should be unruly. General MacArthur said you're not going to be remembered for the rules you didn't break, right? This is a crusade, a jihad, a holy war against the deep state and the administrative state. Here's what Trump's going to do. Here's what Trump's going to do on the afternoon of the 20th after he takes the oath. Going to go up to the White House. No lunch. No lunch with the big swells. No lunch in the Capitol with all these guys. Forget that. Forget that. He's going to go up, and before he even has the parade, he's going to do the following. He's going to declassify everything. Who are they trying to hold we know the enemies, the Chinese Communist Party, the KGB, the mullahs, and the administrative state. They're trying to keep the information from you. You're the most powerful force in the history of mankind. The Revolution, the Civil War, World War II. There is nothing ever defeated the American people. And an informed American citizen with the consent of the governed that does not comply needs that information. You know what we're first going to do? We're going to release all the assassination files on John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Bobby Kennedy, and I'm going to throw in two more for bonus. The assassination attempt on George Wallace, so we covered everybody. And under Bill Barr, we're going to take the file on Jeffrey Epstein and see who murdered him under Bill Barr. And every foreign intelligence apparatus that worked with him, it's all coming out. We're going to go over to the CIA. We're going to release everything. We're going to declassify it all. You know why? We're going to start with declassification of the 25 heroes that were CIA agents embedded in Beijing and throughout China that were murdered. Why? Because the mole turned their names over. We need all the investigative files. Can the American people handle that? You think they can handle it? We're going to release it all. All of it's going to be declassified because the reason they classify it is to keep the information from you. So once you're empowered, there's nothing to stop you. And that is why Fox does not have this on. You got better coverage from BBC, CNN, MSNBC. You know why? They understand news is being made here. They understand this is political power. They understand this is a populist nationalist revolt. You're not a Fox globalist Republican. You know what a Fox Republican is? A Fox Republican agrees that Kevin McCarthy's doing a great job. Except for Tucker Carlson, hold it. It was going to be anarchy and chaos. Remember, if Kevin McCarthy wasn't put in immediately. If we didn't have the mighty six that stood up in the first week of January, have nothing. On the NDAA, we're sitting there begging for scraps. Oh, can I please get some of the woke out of here? Can I please get some of the weaponized out of here? Begging like a supplicant. And not even one mention of Ukraine, and not forcing Joe Biden to come to the table with a war powers resolution and tell us what's the plan for Ukraine. If we're going to send hundreds of billions of dollars over into their bioweapons lab and who knows what else, can't you come to the American people and describe it? No. Fox Republicans say he's doing a great job. Fox Republicans don't mind that McCarthy gave Biden $15 trillion in 2 years and $4 or $5 trillion in deficit to add to the national debt. Think about it. Think downrange. Trump's going to come in office. We're on $37 or $38 trillion of debt. Interest rates through the roof. You have another 9 or 10 on the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve. In addition, the Trump tax cuts come due. That's another $4 or $5 trillion. Trump's going to be handcuffed from the beginning, and they know that. That's where they're doing it. That's a Fox globalist Republican. You hear it night after night after night. If you don't believe me, look at this new GOP ad for, all of a sudden they're so concerned about the kids. Where were you when you had the ability to shut down the funding? Don't sit here with the little tennis shoes and the dresses and all that. Don't sit there and tell me how much concern you have. You have no concern. This conference is about action. We're tired of talk. We're tired of committee hearings. We're tired of stern letters. We want action. And we're going to turf these people out. The reason it's not going to be Joe Biden, you already tell. They understand this is not working. You really look at the real polling. Trump's up, 7, 8 points. They know they got to go to the bullpen. They need Newsom or they need Michelle. Or who? Who? You're so good. You're so good. Oh my God, you're so good. Think about Biden for a second. They talk about, Senator Scott, Tim Scott, he's a good man. He's a good man. He's a good man. He's got a good heart. But Senator Scott, he's wrong about one big thing. He keeps talking, it's morning in America, and we're sitting on a hill, and I'm going to do all that. No, Senator Scott, Ecclesiastes tells us there's a time and a season for everything. This is the dark of night in America. Because the administrative state and radical Marxist, atheistic Democrats control this country. That's what we're fighting to take back. That's what this fight's about. Think about the city on the hill. The city on the hill. Look at how we portray the United States. Joe Biden's over there. He's sniffing some young girl in Lithuania. You see that? You see that? You see that? It's terrible. He's sniffing. The Daily Mail's got to be sitting. The little girl's petrified. She's clinging to her mom. Her mom doesn't know what to do. She's terrified. Hey, Biden, I got a recommendation. If you're going to sniff a little girl, go down to Arkansas and sniff your 7th granddaughter you don't take credit for. Go down there to Navy Joan and sniff her. Her mother probably clutched too, you creep. And just so that we're fair, and no, you can't take Air Force One down to see the 7th granddaughter that with Dr. Jill Biden. You can't see the 7th granddaughter you don't claim. I talked to Mike Lindell, and we'll do a promo code for MyPillow. Promo code pervert for Joe Biden, so he can go down and sniff. I couldn't believe it. Guys sitting there sniffing. The poor little girl's terrified. She's traumatized. I thought they were going to call child services in Lithuania. He'd be locked up in Vilnius. He looked like Hunter on a pile of blow. We know where Hunter got that sniffing ability. That's one thing. The only thing I disagree with Rudy Giuliani, really said I put them all in prison, all in jail for the Biden crime family. I said, they're not a family. It's a pack of feral dogs. Hunter's laptop, Dr. Joe Biden, she's one of those selected people in the state. The Delaware's got the toughest laws in any state in the union because of the Bo Biden, conference, the Bo Biden Institute, whatever. Toughest on messing with children. Throughout the whole laptop from hell, it's nothing but the daughters-in-law warning about the little nieces and Hunter Biden. Where's Joe Biden in that? Where are you, Dr. Biden? You're lecturing the rest of the country. Where are the pack of feral dogs you raised? Hell yeah, I'm going to go there. We got to turf these people out of the White House. They've made a disgrace of the White House. Look at that transgender ideology flag they got hiding in the place of honor instead of Old Glory. Look what they got going on in the White House. And then afterwards, oh, they're so sorry they didn't know it was going to happen. Zen Master Jean-Pierre, oh, I didn't know it happened, right? She's giving you one hand clapping all the time. Okay, here we go. I love audience participation. War Room Posse at it. Of course they're all in business with Soros. And they got the Soros boy. He's going to take over all the money. He's there with the Pope. He's there with the Pope having an audience. How many of you have had audiences with the Pope? How many traditional Catholics? No, because the FBI is spending their time calling you guys domestic terrorists. That day is over. Donald Trump said it, and he said it best. It's not the CCP. It's not the KGB. It's not the mullahs. The number one enemy of this country of freedom and liberty is the administrative and the deep state. And on the afternoon, they have to understand something. We're going to hit you with a blowtorch, okay? No more games. We're going to hit you with a blowtorch. That blowtorch, we're going to not just deconstruct it, we're going to rip it apart. We're not just going to change policy, we're going to start by bottom-blowing personnel. And for every person in there today, you've got time enough to come forward as a whistleblower. Talk about what happened to the children. Talk about what happened on the assassinations. Talk about taking the liberties of your fellow citizens. If you don't come forward by high noon on the 20th of January, you're guilty. You're guilty. You're nothing more than the Gestapo. You're nothing more than the SS, and you're guilty. Come forward now. We'll have an altar call. Come down here and tell us exactly what went on. Do it for your honor. Do it for the country. The reason Fox is not showing this is a political and information war, and they understand you're warriors. You can smell the fear coming out of 6th Avenue. You know why? They can't control you. They can't control Charlie Kirk. They can't control Tucker Carlson. They can't control it. They've lost the narrative. And they're going to back and fill now with sitting on the White Couch where Glenn Youngkin's raising a lot of money. And isn't this, it's all irrelevant. Donald J. Trump will be the Republican nominee. Donald J. Trump's going to get north of 80 million votes. And Donald J. Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States. And just like in ancient Rome, like Cincinnati, he's going to come back from the plow and he's going to lead us to liberty and freedom. There's nothing to debate. You're either on the side of liberty, you're on the side of freedom, you're on the side of this republic, or you're on the other side. And there's no excuses. This is as black and white as it can get. But it all depends on you. Trump's the instrument, but you are the power. And remember, this is everything. You cannot relent. You cannot give up. Every day you must hammer, hammer, hammer. For Scott, this is not morning in America. It's the middle of the dark of night. But I can see the sunlit uplands 5 or 6 years out after toil and struggle and fight and victory after victory after victory. You put fear in them because they can't control you. Are you with me? I can't hear you. Generations from before the revolution, every patriot grave down to the present day is looking to you and holding you accountable for what's going to happen. Are you man and woman and patriot enough to answer that call? Are you prepared to answer the call? God bless you. God bless Donald Trump, Charlie Kirk, and most important, God bless this Republic of the United States of America.
Steve, I'm going to have you pay for that. Did something. Sorry. It was worth it. It was a good showman thing. All right, everybody. What a couple days, right? Amazing. Jeez. It's the ultimate Genesis 50-20 throughout the last couple days. What the enemy meant for evil, God will use for good. And this was a good couple days, right? It really was. So I want to share the straw poll results with you, brought to you by Trafalgar Group. Stand up, Robert Cahaley, the great Robert Cahaley. So I'm going to share the straw poll results, and then I will give you 5 action items. Action, action, action of things we need to do, because getting fired up is one thing. Turning it into action is why we are all here, to get your marching orders, okay? So the straw poll results, and there's a lot of detail to this, I'll tell you, but I don't think it's a huge surprise. But the winner of the straw poll with 85%, Donald J. Trump, is the winner of the Turning Point Action straw poll. But the interesting question is, who won? If not Trump, who would your next choice be? And the conventional wisdom would be, well, it would be the governor of Florida or Nikki Haley or Mike Pence. In the second place, if not, or who would you choose as your second choice? With 50%, Vivek Ramaswamy. That is pretty amazing, isn't it? And so the two big winners, Donald Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy, at 50% of you said Trump won, Vivek too. That's really interesting. I want to read off some of the other interesting information from the straw poll brought to you by Trafalgar. But before, I just want to make a comment on that. You know, I can't help but think that Vivek is running the campaign that DeSantis should have run, which is listen to voters, not consultants, and do the right thing. But maybe there's something that we're missing. I don't think so. So I want to go through some other other parts of this, which is really interesting, because you guys know we asked some other pointed questions. So, for example, question, do you have faith in the RNC's ability to get out the vote in 2024? 65% of you say no. Interesting. Do you plan on donating money to the RNC? 77% say no. Do you think it's time for the Republican Party to embrace early voting, vote banking, ballot harvesting? 89% of you said yes. This is what's so amazing to me as to how the Republican Party has changed for the better and how out of touch your leaders are. This is the most amazing result, right? Would you agree, Robert? Out of everything, this is the most amazing thing. The most lopsided question that we asked is this final question, which is, so almost every single Republican running for the presidency is an enthusiastic cheerleader to send cluster bombs, munitions, and potentially American troops to eastern Ukraine to go fight Russia. We asked the question, do you support U.S. involvement in the war in Ukraine? 95.8% of you said no. When will politicians learn that you can't tell voters what to believe? You should listen to your voters if you want to win a nomination process. So, oh, the VP, of course, you're right. Sorry. Who's the vice president one? You know, it's actually, I didn't. Let's see. Mike Pence. I'm kidding. Okay, VP. Very interesting. Yeah, Carrie Lake with 30%. That's right. And then number 2, Congressman Byron Donalds. And third place, Vivek Ramaswamy. So there you go. And yeah, that's about that. The rest are kind of marginal. So we'll be publishing all of these results. It will be seen by millions of people. If you guys have other questions, you can go through it. I'm not going to go through every line on it. You can see it. So let's get to the action items, okay? Largest gathering of the summer, 6,000 people. Number 1, I implore you, if you are not yet a precinct committeeman or a precinct chair, raise your hand if you're a precinct committeeman. We need every hand up at these events, everybody. Now, you might say, what is a precinct committeeman? Well, first of all, we at Turning Point Action specialize in getting you signed up for it. It's you saying, I'm going to be responsible for my 800 neighbors in my local area to go and vote. That's it. That come election time, I am signing up for the responsibility that I am going to take the task to make sure the Republicans go out to vote and the independents are persuaded. And in some states, if you become a precinct committeeman, you get to be on the state central committee or vote in the convention of who is your state party chair and who is your national committeeman. Next year when we do this event, and I ask who's a precinct committeeman, I want every single hand to go up. If we want to win in 2024, we need every hand, regardless of age. And it is so easy. Do you know that only 40% of precinct positions in America are filled? 60% are empty. It requires just energy and enthusiasm. So number 1, you might say, how do I do that? Go to the Turning Point Action booth. We can help you through it, or go to tpaction.com. That is tpaction.com. Number 2, action item. You're already doing this, but I implore you, please embrace alternative media. Stop watching the same old tired networks. Right, Mike Lindell? Embrace new podcasting. I'm a little biased. If you guys subscribe to my podcast, I would appreciate it. We do, by the way, 2 hours on Real America's Voice after Steve Bannon every single day. So if you guys want to see us there, you can. Find truth tellers. You heard from Megyn Kelly. She has a very, very persuasive podcast on a lot of different issues. You know, you heard from Dan Bongino, who is unbelievably successful. That's who you should be getting your news from. Find independent media and consume it and support it. Number 3, this is really important, everybody. Hold your elected Republican leaders accountable. It's not enough just to win the election. You have to be a pesky mosquito in the ear of every rhino near you. You need to be saying, why'd you do that? Why are you sending cluster bombs to Ukraine? I'm going to primary you. Why are you doing this? Yes, emails, calls. Show up to their town halls and ask questions. If they represent you, go find them and say, why are you not representing our voters? For example, the Ukraine thing, 95% of you disagree with the involvement in Ukraine. Well, then maybe we should communicate that to our elected officials and say, if you continue this, we're going to primary you. We're going to remove you. Warmongers have no place in the Republican Party while we're being invaded on the southern border. Hold your Republican leaders accountable. Number 4, which is a little bit more abstract, but learn something new every single day. You cannot save something you do not know. Listen to media. Take the Hillsdale online classes at charlieforhillsdale.com. Aren't they great? Learn something every day. Growing in wisdom will make you a happy warrior. Now you might say, Charlie, that's a boring action item. It might be one of the most important action items. Take time every day to read the scriptures, to read old books, to learn about the nation that has been given to you that you're dedicating your life to save. The deeper we dive into the literature, into the thinkers, into the authors, the more convicted we will be to save this nation. Carve out time every day to learn about what we're trying to save. And finally, probably the most important, you must understand that we are in the midst of a spiritual war. That there is an invisible war around us, and engage in the proven spiritual disciplines. Fast for your nation. Pray for your nation. Remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. Honor your mother and father. Do not covet. Follow the 10 commandments. Spread the truth. Understand that the spiritual disciplines will allow us to get closer to victory in the invisible war all around us. Now, for some of you, this might resonate, and some of you that might not resonate. If it doesn't resonate for you, one day it will, because it is the truth. And the truth will set you free. And we are in the midst of a high-stakes spiritual war. I'll recap it. Become a precinct chair. Embrace alternative media. Hold your Republican officials accountable. Learn something new every single day, and engage and understand, at the very least, we're in the midst of the highest stakes invisible spiritual war around us. At Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, I will say, we are the hardest working team in the country to save what has been given to us. Our staff works so hard. If you see a Turning Point staff member, and if you were a little bit angry at them yesterday, that's okay, but still tell them thank you, because they've worked very hard. These are 22, 23, 24, 25-year-old patriots that are working hard to make sure you have a wonderful experience. You see them, go say thank you. They deserve it and they've earned it. We are off to the races, everybody. This summer, we still have pastor summits coming up. We did our Turning Point Academy Educators Summit. I encourage you to go by the Turning Point Academy booth and learn about our pod schooling and homeschooling. Learn about our men's summit at our TPUSA Faith booth. It's an all-of-the-above approach. The Lord has blessed Turning Point, and we could take it comfortable or take it easy. We're deciding to be strong and courageous, as it says in Joshua 1:9, and be obedient to the Lord to fight for liberty and fight for truth. This is the largest event Turning Point Action has ever hosted. Let's get to work to save this incredible gift the Lord has given to us. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
A Russian man claiming to hold top-level secrets about Russian advanced bombers has just turned up at the U.S. southern border, seeking asylum. The man claims to have been an engineer at a production facility over in the city of Kazan, and he says that he possesses top-secret information about the White Swan Tu-160, which is the most advanced bomber in the Russian arsenal. U.S. border officials, they interviewed the man, and they determined that his story was in fact credible and eventually passed him off to the FBI, who are still in the process of interrogating him right now. However, analysts have pointed out that the fact that the story was even leaked to the public is an indication that perhaps the American government is encouraging other Russians who also hold top-level secrets to also escape to America. And if you thought that was interesting, well then you should click on that button below this video and check out Epic TV, one of the best no censorship video platforms on the internet.